This farmer ended the 1,000-year war without even knowing how. The world had been at war for years. On one side we have this hot demon queen who defeated the greatest warriors and enslaved humanity. On the other side is the Saint Sword who is humanity's greatest hero in the fight against the demons. You know the plot twist of this drama? They both dropped their titles to live with the farmer and left the war behind. Actually, the war is completely different now. They fight to see who gets to keep him. Honestly, this fight could go on forever, for all I care. The Demon Queen is the most feared in history, and she is so madly in love that she gets jealous of any woman who gets close to him. She even wants to have his baby. The million-dollar question is, what kind of riz does this farmer have? How did he pull so many hotties? The truth is, the farmer is named Li Ping, and he is the awakened hero meant to defeat the Demon Queen, but he just wanted to farm in peace. But since he is a hero, he has some crazy OP powers. His water turns a rookie mage into an archmage. His kitchen knives have instant death effects. It is so absurd that the dwarf king with 700 years of forging experience kneeled before him. With a twig fertilizer and holy water, he grew a giant magic tree and resurrected several elves who were dead. Long story short, the farmer is basically a god. That is why all the ladies want to have a baby with him. The only question left is, how did the Demon Queen go from a ruthless villain to a farmer's puppy, and how did he get so strong? It all starts in the biggest war between the races of the world. Humans, dragons, dwarves, and elves teamed up against the demon army and got absolutely clapped in the end. That was the day Elizabeth became the Demon Queen, took the throne and enslaved everybody. A priest gave it to her straight, saying a hero would show up to finish her off. One of her henchmen just kicked the priest in the face and was about to kill the old man right there. Detail: this henchman was trained to be the hero himself, but he betrayed everyone and turned into a demon. The queen got curious about this prophecy stuff and told her henchmen to stop. The priest explained that when the hero appeared and pulled the legendary sword from the ground, humanity would defeat the demons and take the world back. The funny part is that the sword was right there in the castle. Knowing this, the queen set up a trap, keeping her army on standby, 24/7 just waiting to kill this so-called hero. But the years kept passing by. One passed, then 2, 3, 4, and the guy never showed up. After rotting away for 15 years, the queen was foaming at the mouth from the delay. Truth is, nobody cared about the hero anymore. Since humans, trolls, lizards, and elves are living in peace, everyone actually hopes the hero stays gone, so they avoid another war. Then the queen gathered her advisors to demand news, but nobody had the slightest clue where the supposed prophecy hero was. That is when the queen completely lost it and did something crazy. She decided to pull the sword herself that was literally made to kill her. Everyone panicked and begged her to stop, but the woman unleashed so much power that she brought the whole castle down. After pulling really hard, she ripped the sword out of the ground. The exact moment she grabbed the weapon, her vision crossed the entire world until it stopped at a simple little house on a small and isolated farm. Convinced the hero was hiding there, she teleported right away, ignoring her henchmen who were begging to tag along. Then we cut to life at that farmhouse. A boy is working there in peace, wiping off sweat and saying farming is so peaceful. And yes, he really is the legendary hero. Before coming to this world, he worked all day and barely had any hobbies. The only thing he really enjoyed was watching farming TikToks on his way to work. He always thought a life of farming with no worries sounded perfect. Then he got transported to this world. A beginner system taught him basic survival skills like weapons and hunting, and he loved it. This was exactly the farming life he wanted, until the system announced that the tutorial was over and it was time to begin his adventure. But he thought, why leave when life on this farm is so peaceful? The system explained that once he left the starter village, he'd meet others, learn magic and swordsmanship, grow stronger, become the legendary hero, and kill the Demon Queen. He refused. He had no interest in killing her, he just wanted to stay here and live quietly. Still, the system kept pushing. It kept begging him to start the adventure because she was killing everyone. Day after day, it spammed him with that message. Soon he realized the system couldn't do anything except complain, so he decided to stay there forever. Since it was the beginner village, it had a barrier to protect the starting hero, making the place impossible to detect. Time also moved differently there to help him grow faster. Days felt much longer, letting him farm, hunt, forge, and meditate all in one day. Sure, he still didn't know much about swords or magic, but he didn't care. He never planned to leave anyway. Then one day, the system got mad and started cursing him out. It complained that he only spent points on farming items, calling him a disgrace when he was supposed to kill the Demon Queen. After that, the system broke down and exploded. He never got another message, and life became even more peaceful. One day, while gathering food, he says it's time to eat. Then he remembers he left his little axe in the forest and has to go get it back. But right then, the sky darkens with strange energy. Hero thinks, oh no, not now. At the same time, the queen appears in the sky, saying she's finally found the legendary hero from the prophecy. He, meanwhile, runs because he left clothes and fish hanging outside, and if it rains, they'll be ruined. As he rushes to bring them in, he's relieved he made it in time, otherwise the fish and clothes would have gotten soaked. Then the mechanical dog beside him starts barking. Hiro tells it to get inside before the rain starts, but the little dog motions for him to look up. He squints and asks what that thing in the sky is. Hearing that, the queen gets annoyed and snaps. "What do you mean, thing?" Realizing she's mad, he quickly apologizes and says she was too far away to see clearly. The queen decides to confirm whether he's really Hiro and sends something toward him. It's the sword, and once it reaches him, it flies straight into his hand. That confirms it. He's him. On the other hand, the queen gets irritated when she sees he doesn't even want the sword, and starts wondering if he's hiding his true power. She declares that she, Elizabeth, the strongest demon queen in history, will wipe him out. Hiro is terrified, and also annoyed because the system said no one could ever find him there. The little dog keeps barking at her, and he finally gets it. If the prophecy says they were bound to meet, then there's nothing left to do. He drops the sword and walks back toward his house, like he's accepted what's coming. If he's going to die anyway, he'd rather die peacefully at home. He's never trained, has no sword skill, and knows no magic, so he just plans to lie on his bed and get blown away. But the queen saw it in a totally different way. To her, it looked like he was saying he didn't even need to defend himself, that his little dog was enough, and she should hit him with everything. That only made her mad. This cursed Hiro was unbelievably arrogant. So she hurled a rain of meteors at the house. But the little dog quickly read her power level, loaded up a volley of missiles, and fired them straight at her attack, wiping it out. Seeing that, the queen narrows her eyes. So the legendary Hiro is this cocky? Was he really planning to rely on a thinking magic tool? To her, none of that mattered. Before her, everything else was beneath her. Then the sky turned purple, and she gathered a crushing spell. She was done playing around. The little dog calculated again, formed a black sphere, and launched it at her attack. She snaps that he should stop resisting. That spell was strong enough to wipe out the whole continent. But the instant the black orb touched it, it became a black hole. It swallowed all of the queen's power, and she vanished from sight. Staring at the house, she's stunned. Did her magic just disappear? What did he do from in there? Inside, the Hiro is just lying on the bed, waiting to die. Then the queen drops down to fight the little dog herself. It seems she'd underestimated it, so she unleashes her full strength, declaring she's going all the way now. The little dog loads more missiles, and a massive blast follows. Meanwhile, the Hiro sleeps through all of it. After a while, he wakes up, confused. Am I dead? No? Then what's happening? Weird. I'm still home. I should check outside. He nervously reaches for the doorknob, scared the queen might be waiting outside to kill him. So he only cracks the door open, and sees her there, holding the little dog in bad shape. The Hiro cries out, calling the dog Wang Kai. In a mocking voice, the queen apologizes fake sweetly, saying she had to completely destroy the magic tool he seemed so proud of. Shaken, he asks if they can at least talk first. Queen. She answers that they can, right after she kills him, but inside, she's panicking. How did that tool force her to use all her power? Was this really the end for Queen Elizabeth? And then, she passes out and drops to the ground. The Hiro rushes over, asking if she's okay. Her armor starts shutting down, its magic fading. Everything covering her begins to disappear, and our guy, of course, gets a nosebleed. Later that night, she wakes up in a bed, handcuffed. The second she notices, she curses herself. How did she, Queen Elizabeth, strongest in ages, lose this pathetically? Worse, he didn't even kill her. He locked her up, just to show off his power. She struggles to break free but can't, and thinks, damn it, another legendary tool she's never even heard of. How much power was this legendary Hiro hiding? She looks around and spots chess pieces and cards, then thinks, she's never seen things like this here before. He was far trickier than she thought, and she'd badly underestimated him. Just then, the Hiro walks in carrying snacks. She glares at him and says if he wants to kill her, fine, but she won't beg for mercy. He, meanwhile, is only thinking how dangerous she is. This is his only way to stay alive, so he asks if they can talk. He explains the handcuffs were only a precaution because he's honestly scared of her. She's terrifying. That only confuses her more, and she feels like he's mocking her. He says this was probably all a misunderstanding, and he'll remove the cuffs so they can talk calmly. But in her head, it sounds more like, if you still haven't understood the gap between us, then listen carefully. I'm freeing you so you can see you can't do anything and will have to obey me. She fumes, thinking this bastard dared threaten the demon queen. Then he tells her the cuffs are already off to prove he can't stop her anyway. So let's just talk. Frustrated, she admits to herself she underestimated him. Even she knows when to give in, but one day, he'll pay for this arrogance. Trembling, the Hiro leaves the room and tells her to get some rest. Then he breaks the fourth wall and tells us we're probably wondering why he didn't kill the demon queen. He read in this world's books that they often come right back after dying, so killing her would solve nothing. The only real answer is to end the conflict itself. There can't be a war between the queen and him anymore. If he stops being a threat, maybe he can befriend her, and they can live in peace. The crazy hero starts laughing to himself, while the queen thinks he's still laughing in her face. The protagonist picks up the little dog and says, "Hey buddy, you okay?" Watching that, the queen says, "So this is your strongest magic tool." He knows it's not really a magic tool, just something he built when he was bored, but he simply says, "Yeah, you could call it that. It was one of his latest creations." A small smile crosses her face. Perfect. This was her chance. Removing the cuffs let her use her secret abyss magic to recover at once. Now, with his robot out of the way, the fight had shifted in her favor. It was time to kill him, and she even apologizes for breaking his toy. But he casually says it's fine. The memory card is still here. Behind him, she gets ready. This was the perfect moment to finish the legendary hero. Then he adds that he already made 6 more bodies for the little dog, so she doesn't need to worry. She's left speechless. He inserts the memory card, and the little dog powers back on. It starts bouncing around happily, and the hero says he likes company, but since they can get messy, he usually keeps only one active. To her, this all feels like a setup meant to humiliate her. Looking at his warped smile, she drops back onto the bed, unable to understand any of it. No way. Impossible. Then she catches a smell and asks what it is. He says she passed out, so he made a warm meal for her. It's cooked with ingredients he grew himself, and after living as a farmer so long, his farming skill is maxed out. She looks at the food and asks why he even bothered. Only weak people need to eat. She's gone beyond that. Still, the smell pulls her in, and she wants a bite. He says he raised all the grains and vegetables himself, and asks her to try it. Really, he just wants to settle this with food. She's still unsure, but finally takes a bite, and goes silent. The hero worries that even after years of cooking, maybe his food won't satisfy someone as important as the demon queen. But she takes another bite, then another, and another, thinking the meat bursts in her mouth like fireworks. With rich, natural flavor, it's also packed with magic power. She never imagined food in this world could satisfy even the demon queen. She can't stop herself from swallowing every last bit of the meat. Then suddenly something flares inside her, and she complains that it's too spicy. What did he put in this food? Startled, the hero says he only added a little chili because he likes it. Can't she handle spicy food? As she suffers, she thinks she should have known better. Of course he wasn't being kind. He was just using her as a test subject. He quickly brings her soup, saying it'll calm the burn. She stares at it, and thinks first he gave her poison, and now he's offering the antidote. She was completely in his hands. It's a deeply uncomfortable feeling. Then the taste hits her so hard she feels like she's floating to heaven, with the hero's meat still in her mouth. It's warm, peaceful, perfect. The war between the demon queen and him suddenly feels meaningless. She just wants to forget it all and live quietly, because now she sees how small she really is. The food holds so much magic that it actually makes her evolve. As her power rises, she gets even more confused. She stares at him and tells him to stop pretending. What did he really want? Awkwardly, he says he just wanted to test whether the demon queen and the hero could live together. But she hears something else. To her, he's saying she's the only one worthy of being his research subject. As he'll train her until maybe one day she can challenge him. Then he asks if she agrees. He adds that he'll keep making delicious food for her. Meanwhile, she's losing her mind. A warrior might die, but not live through this much humiliation, especially not the him queen. She becomes sure his plan is to make her stronger, just to see whether she'll ever have a chance against him. After thinking it over, she turns, rises from the bed, and declares that she accepts, but with 2 conditions. First, it's not because she fears him, it's because she wants to reach the top and become the strongest in the world. The hero is baffled. Did the demon queen not realize she could kill him? Still, she goes on. Second, while she stays here, she will never bow her head or submit. Her pride as the great queen must never be stained. If that line is crossed, she'll destroy him even if it costs her everything. Embarrassed, he quickly agrees and says okay, let's just be friends and get along. She gives him a hard look and says it's fine if he wants to do his research. And one more thing, if there's anything tasty, he better give her some. The hero agrees. A year has passed. A year later, he is using the legendary prophecy sword to chop firewood, while thinking things got a lot messier. Ever since the queen barged in, the spell hiding his house from the world vanished. Now dangerous monsters keep roaming nearby, but none of them dare attack while they feel the queen inside. The problem is obvious. If she leaves, his house is probably done for. From inside, the queen yells, asking why lunch still isn't ready. He knows he can't let her go. He needs her there for protection. Inside, the spoiled queen is busy watching high-quality recordings. After a year of non-stop eating, she's gotten a little chubby, and now complains she's tired of the same videos. Does he have anything else from that system? He tells her the system disappeared a long time ago, then calls her over for lunch. She thinks about getting up, but decides not to walk. Instead, she summons tiny wings and flies to the table. Looking at him, she asks what kind of poison is in these potatoes, because the more she eats, the lazier she gets. In her head, he's using tasty food to weaken her with slow poison, while corrupting her with those shameless recordings. He awkwardly explains that potatoes are just high in calories, and eating too many makes you gain weight and feel sluggish. She glances down at her belly, then uses magic, turning that stored energy into mana. In seconds, she's back to looking stunning. Our hero is amazed that magic can even do that. She glares at him and says his little plan failed again. He shrugs and admits he's disappointed, then tells her to eat already. She checks the table and praises today's meal. As she starts devouring it, he casually thinks that no matter how much she eats, he always ends up making more. He'll have to get used to it, since they're probably living like this for a long time. Of course, she takes that the wrong way, thinking he's planning to fatten her up before killing her. So he stands and says he'll bring dessert. By now she's boiling inside, convinced he's been raising her like livestock with magical food. She's evolved over 10 times this year, so surely she's strong enough to challenge him now. To her, this is the final battle. But right then, he comes back with her favorite pudding, and happily offers it to her. Her eyes light up, and she rushes to eat it. He can't help thinking that even as the demon queen, she's actually pretty easy to handle, if you feed her right. The story then cuts to an old man fleeing with a blonde girl. They're being chased by figures in purple cloaks and white masks, who keep firing attacks at them, until a magic cage traps them and forces them to fight. The man is her father, and he turns to say he'll hold them off, so she needs to run to the city and find safety. The girl refuses, saying she won't leave him behind and escape alone, but her father fires back that he promised her mother he would protect her to the very end. Meanwhile, the masked creatures begin charging a huge spell. The father decides it's time to use his strongest power, and unleashes a slash of white light that cuts the caster clean in half. But the enemy isn't normal, its body reforms like slime. The daughter fires an arrow, but it passes right through them. Her father warns that arrows won't work, and begs her to run to the city. One monster lunges at her with a punch, and although he blocks it, the hit sends him flying. He slams into a rock, badly hurt, and covered in blood. Even then, he tells her not to help him, and to just run. Then the creatures start merging into one giant monster. The daughter pleads with it, offering to go willingly, if it will spare her father. Instead, she feels death closing in, when suddenly, a giant mammoth crashes in, and crushes the creature. There's a house on the mammoth's back. On top of that, sits an elder ninja frog leader, and on his head, a doghouse holding the hero's little robot. The frog asks the dog what they should do with these helpless humans. The little dog says not to hurt them, and to bring them back to the master. Next, the girl wakes up inside his house, confused and looking around. She wonders where she is and what happened. The last thing she remembers is her father dying beside her. She jumps up, runs to the door, and throws it open. Outside, her father is flexing for our hero, who asks how to get a body like that. The man says a warrior's body is basic, and the boy should take better care of himself. He realizes this must be the famous warrior class he's heard so much about. Nearby, the little dog happily circles the queen, but she kicks him away, snapping that nobody told him to bring those weak humans into her house. The dog immediately starts crying. Meanwhile, our hero keeps poking the father's muscles, and marveling at how tough he is. The man says that if the great Li Ping doesn't mind, he won't hide anything either. Then he tears out of his clothes, and he just stares in awe. The daughter can only think, "Dad, what are you doing?" Then he finally notices she's awake. Our hero starts trying to explain what happened, but the demon queen cuts in first and tells the girl that now she's awake, she should leave. She even warns her, she was here first. Trying to calm everyone down, Li Ping tells them to relax and come inside. He serves tea and says sorry he has nothing special to offer. He lives out in the countryside and handles everything himself, so it's all simple. The girl asks her father if this is the miraculous potion he mentioned that healed him instantly. Embarrassed, our hero says that calling it miraculous is too much. It's just boiled water with herbs. Off to the side, the queen fumes, wondering why that dumb dog brought 2 weak humans here. Isn't she enough for this house? The father starts explaining. He remembers being unconscious, then the dog brought him here. One sip of that drink made him transcend, heal completely, and become stronger than ever. He tells his daughter that without the great Li Ping, he never would have seen her again. She stares at the tea, shocked that something this precious is being offered so casually. Our hero laughs and says adventurers are too polite. It's fine, just drink it. So they thank him and take a sip. At once, both of them transcend through a flood of strange visions and end up crying on the ground in the cornfield. Birds spin around them, and even a weird alien ship seems to pass overhead. When it's over, the father has jumped from 3-star archmage to 4-star, while the girl rises from 1-star mage to 1-star archmage. He tells her their levels rose instantly, and she says even her mother's elven blood woke up from the drink. So much that elf ears even grew in. Both are stunned by how absurdly strong Li Ping must be. Compared to him, they feel hopelessly small. Seeing that, our hero offers to pour them another cup. Crying, the father quickly refuses, saying this is more than enough. In his heart, he sees Mr. Li Ping as someone sent from heaven, and doesn't want to burden him more. He agrees, though he thinks he wanted to serve better food and drinks. The problem is Elizabeth hid everything, and if he touches it, she'll go on a rampage. Right on cue, she declares that everything here belongs to her, so he better not take anything else. He sighs and says that's true, they really don't have anything more to offer. Then he apologizes for what happened, and asks who attacked them. The father explains they were targeted because of his daughter's elven blood. Her mother was a great saint elf, but her father was human, and elf law forbids marriage with other races. So the hero asks if the elves are hunting them. The queen cuts in and says that's a lie. Interracial marriage was banned by the queen long ago, after she conquered the world. The father says it's complicated. After the girl's mother had to return to the elves, he spent all this time hiding their daughter. Li Ping then asks how they were found if they'd stayed hidden. The father explains that the mother was actually offered as a sacrifice. Since she went back to the elves stopped chasing them, but now the Black Guild of his kingdom is after them. The protagonist glances at the queen, wondering if this has something to do with her. She glares and points at him, making him instantly apologize. Then she sits down and demands they explain why this Black Guild is capturing elves. The father says the guild is doing experiments on living bodies to revive the demon queen, and elves are needed as materials. They're so desperate that even his daughter, who isn't full-blooded, is being hunted. Li Ping looks at her again, silently thinking this really does sound connected to her. The queen grabs him and shakes him, warning him not to even think that. Then, she argues it makes no sense. She's been here the whole past year, and he's seen her every day, so she couldn't have gone anywhere. The father and daughter are totally lost. The queen mutters that after just 1 year of her absence, the world has turned into this, and asks who has been spreading the rumor that she's dead. But they tell her Queen Elizabeth has been gone for over 500 years. If she were still alive, she would have shown up and taken the world again. So everyone believes she's dead. Li Ping bites his finger and thinks, 500 years? She's only been with me for 1. Sitting down, the queen asks what kind of rumors people are spreading about her death. The elf explains that, according to the old legend, the legendary hero defeated the queen. Her father adds that the battle went on for more than a month, until the great he gave up his life to save the continent, and died with the demon queen. Hearing that, the queen glares at them. Then she drags the pair into a death world. The daughter asks where they are, and her father realizes the queen fully means to kill them. Then the queen declares that the whole story is a lie. Li Ping agrees and says the rumor must be fake, because he's the legendary hero, or at least that's what the system told him. Father and daughter are completely lost. The protagonist starts explaining. He says the one they've been talking about is Queen Elizabeth. The two nearly short-circuit from all the new information. It's too much to process. But from the queen's side, she takes it another way. Like this idiot is laughing at her after keeping her under control for so long. That makes her grab the table in anger. She snaps that she's not staying here to entertain them. Inside, she fumes. Damn you, Li Ping. You only saved them to embarrass me in front of them. This time you went too far. Then she storms out and slams the door. After that, the father turns to MC. He asks what he plans to do next, and what he plans to do with them. Li Ping says he needs time to think. After Elizabeth broke the barrier, the time flow inside and outside got completely messed up, and even he doesn't know what to do now. That night, the daughter tells her father she never expected a story like this. To her, it sounds like the demon queen fell for the legendary hero and gave up the world to hide with him, just like he did with her mother. Her father tells her not to say nonsense. They can't compare themselves to those two. And right now, the protagonist is probably deciding whether to kill them. She argues that if MC wanted them dead, he wouldn't have saved them first. Why rescue them just to kill them? Her father reminds her about the tea they drank. Didn't she notice how far above them those two are? After seeing his power, it should be obvious. They're like ants to him. Whether they live or die means nothing. It all depends on his mood. Just then, the protagonist walks in and speaks up. He asks why they're still awake and what they're talking about. The elf freezes in fear. Li Ping simply says that if they can't sleep, they should play some cards. The father repeats it in confusion. Play cards? Soon, the three sit together by candlelight. MC asks if they understood everything. The father gives a vague answer, while the elf girl keeps thinking. To her, this has to be Li Ping's test to decide whether they live or die. Then he tells them to start dealing. The father gulps and asks what this game is called. The elf girl is terrified. The deck is giving off a strange aura. The protagonist thinks he can't call it Landlord. People here wouldn't understand that name, so he says the game is called Dragon Battle. Both of them react in shock. Dragon Battle? Even Elizabeth, hiding nearby in disguise, is thrown off by the name. She wonders what he's trying to do with them. Li Ping explains that two brave heroes have to work together to defeat a dragon. Whoever becomes the dragon and the heroes will be decided by the cards they draw. Father and daughter trade a look. They're both sure this is a test. MC says he'll deal first and warns them to choose carefully. He draws his own hand and says he should check his cards first. The father looks at his daughter and tells her they can't hesitate now. There's already a strange mana leaking from the deck. When she draws a card, the two are pulled into another dimension. She drops to the ground dizzy and realizes the single draw drained all her mana. She's powerless. She looks at her father and apologizes. He tells her it's fine and says he'll handle the rest. Li Ping asks if either of them wants to be the dragon. Looking at his own hand, he thinks it's not bad at all. He doesn't have many high cards, but with a king, he can still win. The father and daughter quickly say they don't want to be the dragon. He, meanwhile, is just enjoying himself. He thinks that if he pulls one more 4 and an ace, he'll have a winning hand. He asks one more time if they're sure, and they refuse again. Li Ping says that in that case he won't hold back. He reaches to the deck and draws 2 more cards. Then he throws down an 8, a 10, and a queen. Still, he doesn't like what he drew and looks disappointed. The father panics inside. We didn't even do anything. Did we already disappoint Mr. Li Ping? Li Ping starts the round with an 8 and tells the father it's his turn. The father breaks into a cold sweat. If they pass this test, maybe they'll be spared, but he can already feel the cost. Every card he plays seems to take years off his life. His life force is being drained away. Shaking, he puts down a jack. His daughter cries out to him, but he cuts her off and tells her to leave it to him. She says she'll pass. Li Ping studies the field. Aside from the royal flush, they can build a sequence from 7 to queen. Only the 10 and jack remain. If he breaks the pair, they might answer with a 2. He runs through one plan after another, but can't settle on a good move, so he says he'll pass 2. The father asks if he really won't play. Li Ping says no. That only confuses the father more. He starts thinking MC is forcing him to spend all his life force by making him play, so he tries to dump as much as he can at once, playing 2 queens, 3 6s, and 3 7s by the rules. That combination is called Flying Dragon. He still doesn't understand the full effect, but he can feel the price instantly. Life force drains from his leg. A whole leg is the cost, and bigger cards demand more. A flying dragon appears between them. Both of them stare in confusion. Then the creature lashes out and smacks Li Ping on the head. Elizabeth watches the whole thing. The father is terrified, thinking he must have played the wrong combination. In his mind, he's sure he just offended the legendary hero. But Li Ping stays calm and says it was a good move. The father nervously tells MC it's his turn. He says he'll pass again, and tells him to go once more. So the father plays a 3. By now, his fingers and leg are already going numb. The elf daughter passes too. Then Li Ping takes his turn and plays a 10. The two look at each other. They know they can't beat it. The protagonist follows with a straight 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, queen. Now the pair are in real trouble. Huge destructive waves rise around them, and both start to drown. The father struggles to protect his daughter, but the force of the waves is too much. When they finally come to, they're gasping for air. The father admits he can't keep playing. Li Ping stays calm and explains more combinations. A pair can summon a group of knights. The father tells his daughter he can't win this, but the elf girl stops him and says she can still fight. He warns her not to. It costs too much life force and the risk is too high. Still, she refuses to hide behind him. She says she wants to protect him too, then plays 3 of a kind with a pair. The summoned knights clash in midair, and after the fight, only her knight remains. The father quickly asks if she's alright. She says yes. Li Ping praises the play. Protecting your allies matters, even if it costs your own cards, and what matters most is that resolve. At the same time, he's impressed they learned the game so fast. The father stares at his shrinking hand and repeats that word, determination. Then MC says it's too late now. Father and daughter tense up in fear, and even Elizabeth senses things turning bad. The aura is terrifying. As Li Ping throws down 2 jokers, the whole dimension starts to crack apart, and a murderous clown appears overhead. Elizabeth recognizes it at once. It's a 3-star demon, the Clown King. It's about to attack the other 2, while forming a heart in its hands, but then it notices Elizabeth and turns toward her. It asks what she's staring at. Then the heart shifts into a knife. The clown warns her to be careful, or it'll kill her. Elizabeth bristles at that. She wants to snap back and ask who it thinks she is. What really angers her, though, is something else. She spent all this time absorbing the power Li Ping has been giving off, and only reached 3-star level. Yet he summoned a demon at her exact level, like it was nothing. She can't understand how he did it so easily. The father looks at his daughter and apologizes, saying he doesn't have the strength to win. She tells him not to blame himself. It's her fault for upsetting Mr. Li Ping. The poor man coughs up blood as his life force keeps draining away. Seeing that, the protagonist asks if he's okay. He assumes the old man's injuries still haven't healed. Then he notices the cards in the father's hand, 3 3s and 4 kings. That makes him realize the father could have won long ago. Li Ping thinks the man must have been letting him enjoy the game, and now he feels silly for thinking he was doing well. So he says it's alright, and gathers up the cards. the dimension fades away, and the demon vanishes with it. He stands and apologizes for the trouble. The father and daughter still can't make sense of the legendary hero, but they're just relieved to be alive. Elizabeth is furious inside, calling Li Ping ridiculous. She's convinced he only used that card game as an excuse to summon the clown and take a shot at her. The next morning, as the two prepare to leave, the protagonist says, "Uncle Bass, do you really have to leave already? The fruit I planted is almost ripe." The man bows and says they shouldn't trouble him any longer. Mr. Li Ping has already shown them great kindness, and they'll never forget it. Li Ping awkwardly brushes it off, saying it wasn't a big deal. The father adds that once they leave, they won't tell anyone what happened here. Holding the gifts, the elf girl asks if he's really giving them something this valuable. He smiles and says it's only a little tea, nothing special. Then he steps closer to the old man, slips something into his hand, and says this one is for him too, a keepsake. The father checks it, and sees the deck of cards. Li Ping tells him to keep it. He jokes that he's terrible at cards, and clearly not made for them. Just then, Elizabeth walks over and calls out. He turns to her, and she simply opens her mouth and tells them to hurry up, get out of here. The two flee at once, leaving Li Ping confused. Once they're gone, she says that now things are finally back to normal, so it's time to cook for this queen. He just agrees. Meanwhile, the father and daughter keep running full speed. Soon, the daughter begs him to stop. She says she can't do this anymore. He refuses. They can't stop now, not after that terrifying card game and a direct warning from the demon queen. Then he remembers what happened the night before. While they were in their room, Elizabeth suddenly appeared and sliced off their heads, or at least seemed to, then ordered them to leave the next day and never tell the world anything about the queen or the legendary hero. Both of them immediately answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." She warned that if they ever planned to oppose her, the curse on their necks would crush their heads at once. The father tells his daughter that no one would believe the truth anyway, that the great He Li Ping simply got tired of the world's fighting and chose not to hurt anyone anymore. Then, the daughter suddenly pauses and says this place looks familiar. He looks around, shocked that they somehow made it this far. Nearby, the little dog thinks this should be far enough to keep them from bothering the master and that nasty woman. Truth is, they didn't run here themselves. The little dog had grabbed both of them and launched them here like a rocket. The daughter then asks if the bodies of the Black Guild apostles are still around. Her father looks around nervously and realizes several strong demons must be nearby. They need to leave fast. The little dog notices something coming, wonders what it is for a second, then decides to head home and get bullied by that cruel woman again. So anyone who felt bad for the little dog can stop now. He actually liked it. Right in front of the pair, a whole swarm of shadows appears. One demon lets out a creepy giggle, and the others answer with their own weird laughs. The father recognizes one of them at once. It's a great apostle, a 2-star spiritual he, and around him are several more spiritual demons at 4-star and 3-star level. Meanwhile, the father and daughter are only 1-star great mages. She grabs his arm and tells him the gap is too big, he should leave her and run. But for the first time, the father stands firm. He knows they're much weaker. Still, after seeing the level of those two back there, these apostles don't seem like much. Calling himself the former Iron Heart of the heroes, he points the deck at them. His daughter realizes the demons are actually afraid. The father says that ever since her mother went back to the elven tribe, he's raised her carefully and always chosen the safe path. But now he knows that was wrong. Running won't fix anything. If they survive this, he'll take her back to the tribe and then go find her mother. With that, he uses a quad summon. He calls on the descendant of the god of the 4-card arrow. An elf appears in the summon, and it's clearly her mother. She draws a massive bow and fires at the demons. The moment it hits, the creatures are wiped out instantly. Everything in its path starts vanishing. The great apostle catches the arrow and seems to hold it back without much trouble. But the power keeps building until, after a brief struggle, his head bursts apart. The father lowers the mowing deck as the elf fades away. Then he collapses. His daughter rushes to him, crying out for her dad. He weakly tells her that he may need a new path. From now on, this continent has a new class, the Master of Cards. Then the elf opens a hole in the road. A week later, everything is peaceful again at the protagonist's house. Li Ping thinks this magic world is incredible. His attempt to grow a hybrid fruit worked perfectly. Still, without anyone to share the harvest with, the joy feels incomplete. Knights, demon queen, warriors, elves. He used to think a quiet farmer's life was enough. But after meeting people from outside, his heart isn't settled anymore. Now he wants to see the world beyond this place. People are always like that. Once they get one thing, they want more. But then he remembers how weak he is, and tells himself to forget it. At that moment, the queen suddenly appears in front of him. She notices his mood and asks what he's thinking about. He admits he wanted to go outside and see more of the world, but says it's pointless, since he's too weak. That excites her. Since he finally wants to leave, she tells him to come travel with her. In her head though, she thinks his attitude is way too bold for someone like him. Li Ping is stunned. A trip? To him, this changes everything. If the demon queen protects him, going outside is possible. She cuts him off and tells him to quit talking nonsense and change clothes. Soon, both of them are dressed like adventurers. The queen admits his sewing is almost as impressive as his cooking. Naturally, he says those are his best skills. Nearby, the little dog barks and wags its tail. She snaps her fingers, opens a teleport gate, and says they'll head to the nearest city. Li Ping is amazed and calls it an incredibly handy power. As they start toward the portal, he stops her. He says, "Wait, Elizabeth, I need to ask a few things before we go." He wants to know if she'll stay with him, keep her temper in check, and try not to draw attention. As usual, she hears something completely different. To her, it sounds like, "Don't leave without his permission, control herself, and don't use magic because it would ruin his fun as an adventurer." She agrees anyway. Then Li Ping asks one last thing. After they've seen the outside world, will she come back with him? He's scared that if she stays away, he'll lose the barrier's protection. She agrees, thinking that before defeating that evil hero, the outside world never meant much to her anyway. The protagonist checks again, surprised. She really will come back? She says yes, but only if he accepts one condition. He asks what it is. The queen says that when they return, he has to make her an extra fancy fruit pudding. Li Ping pauses, confused. A pudding? She asks if that's a problem. He says no, and the two leave. As they go, the little dog stays behind. They pass through the portal and arrive in the city of Bolster. Knights, creatures, crowds. Li Ping is blown away. To him, it feels like stepping into a whole new world. He excitedly points out an equipment shop to Elizabeth. Then he notices ingredients for sale, and realizes some of the meat isn't even normal pork. Full of excitement, he rushes from stall to stall. Elizabeth, meanwhile, thinks that even after 500 years, the place hasn't changed all that much. Li Ping looks around and realizes the city seems far less chaotic than the old man made it sound. That makes her proud. She thinks it's because she built a strong foundation during her reign. Back then, the world was full of fighting between different powers, but she forced everyone under one set of rules and made them equal. So in her mind, she was the one who truly saved the world, not that so-called legendary hero. After thinking that, she looks over, wondering where he even is. He's busy staring at a little girl selling teddy bears. Li Ping praises the fine stitching and asks if she made them herself. The girl says she did, and even offers him a cheaper price. But then a pig-faced thug storms in, kicking things over, and yelling about who gave her permission to set up here. He says her church owes protection money to his gang, and that Nick had some nerve opening shop on his street. The girl's brothers tremble in fear, and the thug grabs her by the throat. She protests that they never protected them, so why should they pay anything? He answers that, since last month, this road belongs to the Beast Gang, and anyone who wants to survive here has to pay every month. The little girl insists that's impossible. The church belongs to the nun, and when she comes back, he'll regret this. The thug mocks her, saying she either doesn't understand or is pretending not to. Then he says he'll throw all the orphans out today and tear down the church. That's when Li Ping tells him to stop. The thug turns and asks what he plans to do if he doesn't. Watching from a distance, Elizabeth wonders why he's meddling in something so pointless. MC gestures for her to help, but she looks away like there's no chance she'll lower herself to that. The thug, getting angrier, demands an answer. Li Ping has no clue what to do. Then an idea hits him. He suddenly shouts to the crowd that this thug is bullying a little girl, and everyone should speak up. But the people nearby act like they saw and heard nothing. Laughing, the thug says the protagonist really thought anyone on B Street would stand against him. He guesses from Li Ping's clothes that he must be some traveler from the south, then eyes the woman beside him. Trying to calm things down, MC offers to talk and even share some local spices from his bag. The thug isn't interested. He orders one of his men to beat him and drag the woman back to the gang, and that turns out to be the worst mistake he could make. Elizabeth scoffs, asking if he really thinks he can capture her. He just stepped on a tiger's tail, and the pig freezes in confusion. He looks up, shocked. Why did the sky suddenly change? Li Ping quickly tells her to stop. If she keeps going, she might wreck the whole city. He waves both hands, begging her to calm down. A small warning is enough. There's no need to attack ordinary people. Elizabeth relents, saying she'll let him off for the protagonist's sake. Everyone can tell her magic is far beyond the rest, and the girl with glasses notices it too. Rain suddenly starts falling, and now the pig is terrified. He glares at them and asks if they really plan to protect the church and the orphans. Li Ping tries to settle it peacefully and asks how much the protection money is. The pig says the total for 2 months is 10 gold coins. That makes Elizabeth snap. All this trouble over 10 gold coins? She calls him an idiot. MC turns to her and asks if she has plenty of gold. She tells him to quit joking. She has more treasure than she can count. He asks to borrow some and promises to pay her back after selling vegetables. Elizabeth gets mad and says she's not trading her food for this nonsense. Then Li Ping remembers he didn't even have money when they first met. The pig presses them, asking if they actually have any money or not. He admits they have no gold coins and offers to pay with goods from his backpack. The pig gets angry and refuses, saying he's done messing around. Then a bag of gold suddenly smacks him in the face. Furious, the pig shouts, asking who threw it. When he looks down, he sees it's full of gold. Then a knight steps in. The knight lives up to his title. He tells the pig to stop harassing his friends and leave now that he's been paid. The pig grumbles that a shining knight showed up to play hero, but says he'll let it go this time. He backs off, warning them not to expect the same luck next time. After he leaves, the little girl thanks everyone. Li Ping thanks the knight too, and offers him some fruit he brought along. The knight says he actually wanted to ask them to join him in something. His eyes settle on Elizabeth. The girl looks confused and asks what kind of partnership he means. Elizabeth folds her arms and says she's not interested, they should leave. Li Ping stops her, saying they can't just walk away after he helped them. They should at least hear him out. The girl says goodbye to the other orphans and promises she'll be back soon. Soon, they head into a bar. The protagonist wonders how the knight even fits in the chairs with a horse body, but the knight tells them to ignore the stairs. Elizabeth, already annoyed, blames MC for dragging her into this awful place and wasting her time. Li Ping just lets her complain. Then the knight says they've arrived. As soon as he opens the door, several girls rush over and cling to him. He is stunned when the knight casually says they're all his wives. While making tea, he starts introducing them. First is Gaxa, a shield warrior. Then come Lolo the assassin and Glee the mage. He basically built a full dungeon team out of his wives. Last is Gallia, a skilled elven archer. Li Ping is surprised and says he once met a girl with elven blood too. Elizabeth cuts off the small talk, saying this is wasting time. She wants to know why he called them here. One of the knight's wives doesn't like that at all, and says Elizabeth's attitude is irritating. Elizabeth stares back and says that's how a queen acts. If there's a problem, say it. The assassin laughs, saying Elizabeth is funny for calling herself a queen, and asks if her brain is working. She mocks Elizabeth's ears and bloodline, guessing she has only a little elven blood and a weak lineage, then tells her to stay quiet. Elizabeth warns that if they really want to bring ruin here, they shouldn't blame her later. Li Ping rushes in to calm her down and suggests they all just eat some pudding. He's relieved he made some ahead of time. Then he explains that they came from a faraway, unnamed tribe. Elizabeth is that land's princess, and he is her servant, the protagonist. The wives keep mocking them, saying that explains why they act so strange, like people from some place cut off from the world. They even sneer at the name Elizabeth, saying she must come from some awful land that worships the demon queen. Li Ping asks them to stop and says she's still getting used to different customs. The knight finally gets to the point. He wants the three of them to join a treasure hunt in a dungeon. Still, he can't stop thinking about the dark aura Elizabeth showed on the street. It doesn't match some isolated tribe princess at all. MC perks up right away. A dungeon with treasure? Then he turns to the girl beside him and asks what that means. She explains that treasure dungeons are dimensional spaces made by ancient magical beings. They usually hide valuable items, but finding them is hard. He says he gets it. The knight says he spent a lot of money and effort learning about this one, but there's a catch. They need at least 8 people to open the barrier. Li Ping realizes they're mainly needed to fill out the team. The orphan girl starts counting their numbers. Then she suddenly hesitates and asks if there's any way she doesn't have to go. The protagonist is confused. If the place is full of treasure, shouldn't she want in? She says he doesn't understand. Dungeons are deadly, and she's only a level 4 mage. If she goes, she might die. Li Ping admits he had no idea it was that dangerous. The knight reassures them that they only need extra bodies to unlock the entrance, and their share will be smaller than his group's anyway. Even so, he promises them at least a few thousand gold coins. One wife adds that her master has defeated several dark apostles, so their safety is guaranteed. The orphan boy is amazed. Just a few thousand coins would solve all the church's money problems. The protagonist looks to Elizabeth and asks if they can help. It's only to make up the numbers. She agrees, annoyed, saying he's the one making the choice. Just don't disturb her while she eats pudding. The knight then turns to a wife holding an orb. Li Ping asks what the crystal ball is for. The knight explains that all they have to do is place a hand over it, and it will measure magical power. The orphan girl recognizes the reading at once. The crystal shows 8,769. That's around demonic spirit level. The knight says his own magic is already at 4 stars, and his wives are all strong too, around 4 or 5 stars. Since they'll be working together, he wants everyone to understand each other better. The orphan girl then puts her hand on the orb, and it reads 300. One of the wives mocks her, saying she had a higher number when she first changed professions. The girl apologizes and says her level just doesn't rise much. Li Ping decides to try too. He thinks that even if he never learned magic, as the so-called legendary hero, his potential shouldn't be that bad. He places his hand on the crystal, focuses, and gets a 0. Even the knight is baffled. 0 doesn't make sense, not even for someone who only fights physically. Li Ping smacks his own face, realizing he spent all his time farming, so of course he has no magic. He slumps down and gives up on magic completely. The assassin asks what use he has, then, if he's basically worthless. MC answers that he's good at farming, and offers them some fruit he recently harvested. She mocks him for it, sneering at the pumpkin and telling him to keep his trash. In her eyes, he really is just a servant. The knight then asks Princess Elizabeth to take the test too. Li Ping tells her to cooperate for now. She agrees, though she's irritated that a queen like her has to play along with ignorant mortals. When she touches the orb with her power, it starts glowing so brightly that no one can look at it directly. Li Ping panics, thinking that if her identity as the demon queen is exposed, it'll cause huge trouble. Elizabeth says she knows, and since they don't leave home often, she'll play along this once. She then lowers her power, and carefully sets the result to 8,768. The orphan girl gasps. Her number is almost the same as the knight's, also at demonic spirit level. The wives can't believe it. They're stunned that Elizabeth is that strong. Li Ping lets out a quiet sigh of relief. The knight praises her, saying she really does seem like a royal princess. With her on the team, their odds of getting the treasure go way up. The orphan girl asks how they're supposed to reach the dungeon. The knight glances at one of his wives, and she gets to work. Using a teleport scroll, she opens a portal above them. A moment later, everyone arrives at the dungeon. Li Ping is thrilled, though a little dizzy from the trip. The orphan girl senses a strange aura in this place. Elizabeth, meanwhile, looks bored the second she arrives. The knight says there's no time to waste. They should head straight for the treasure room. But Elizabeth suddenly says she's not in the mood anymore and wants to go home with Li Ping. One of the wives gets upset and snaps that Elizabeth came all this way, only to change her mind now. She reminds her how expensive teleport scrolls are, and says if she won't go in, she shouldn't expect to leave either. Elizabeth turns to her and calmly asks if she plans to stop her. The protagonist quickly steps in before it gets worse. He asks everyone not to act on impulse, and begs them to listen first. Then he asks Elizabeth to at least take a quick look, since they already came this far. The girl with glasses suddenly says she noticed something. Inside the cave, there's a magical aura, similar to Elizabeth's. Li Ping is confused. Similar to Elizabeth's power. What is that supposed to mean? The knight tries to win Elizabeth over, and reaches for her shoulder. He tells her to trust him. Whatever danger is ahead, he'll keep her safe, and asks her to come along. Then he takes her hand. She ignores him completely. After they pass through the portal marked 788, it shuts behind them. Li Ping asks if they can still go back. Elizabeth tells him to stop being silly. This is a special magic space, and unless someone is stronger than the one who made the barrier, they can't get out. The only way is to find this place's target and meet every condition to break the barrier. The wives say that as long as the master is here, they'll handle it. Still, it's clear they can't stand Elizabeth. The orphan girl asks what they're supposed to get from this place again. She's told not to worry. There will be treasure and gold, and she'll get a share too. With so many paths, the orphan boy doesn't know which way to go. In the end, he figures Elizabeth is here, so they should be safe, and tells everyone to move on. The assassin wife asks if they should split up. The knight says not yet, then tells Li to use her skill. She nods and lifts her hand. A light bursts out and spreads through the dungeon. She's sure this will quickly show the best route, but Elizabeth thinks it's pointless, and Li keeps pushing herself until she drops from exhaustion. The knight asks what kind of maze this is. Li says it seems endless. She stretched her magic as far as she could, and still couldn't find a border or an exit. Everyone is shocked. Her range reaches 3 kilometers. The elf offers spiritual divination, but warns its accuracy is only 34%. The assassin cuts in and says they should split into teams. Her clone skill can support everyone. Li Ping asks Elizabeth if she knows the way out. She says yes. This maze is only an illusion, but these idiots would never escape it on their own. MC asks why she hasn't helped, since they need to repay that guy soon. Elizabeth says she changed her mind. Now she'd rather watch them all die. Then the girl with glasses points and says the third cave will lead them to the goal. Elizabeth gives her a strange look. Our hero asks how she knows, and the girl admits it was just a guess. She says she felt a special kind of magic from that direction. The mage wife snaps back that she's talking nonsense. She didn't sense anything there, and a weak girl like that shouldn't make random claims. The timid girl quickly apologizes. The wife insists that even without checking every path, she's sure the last cave is safest because it has the fewest monsters. The knight asks for everyone's opinion. The assassin still wants smaller groups. Another says they should follow Glee instead, even if it's wrong. At least they'll stay together. The mage then begs the knight to trust her, so he decides they'll stay together and take the last cave. The orphan girl suddenly stops them. Anywhere but the last cave. She summons her rabbit puppet and sends it down that path. The moment it goes in, something attacks. Our hero asks what that was, and Elizabeth explains. It's a parasite beast, the kind usually found inside giant monsters. The assassin turns to the mage. Wasn't that supposed to be the path with fewer monsters? The knight's party is left confused. Elizabeth tells Li Ping to leave them to their misery and go. The protagonist says she'd better lead the way. Then, she starts walking, though the girl with glasses admits she isn't fully sure that's the right path. The assassin looks to the knight and asks if she should use a war. He cuts her off, saying the girl just saw that killer worm. She wouldn't choose so calmly unless she was sure. Elizabeth's past must be more complicated than it looks. He decides to follow them, and everyone enters the same cave. Inside, they spot a lizard with a golden eye. In the next part, the sneaky one is already cutting down monsters. He asks if the wives are holding up, but they're struggling. This fight isn't easy. Meanwhile, our kid hides behind the big one and asks if Elizabeth is okay. She says his act is ridiculous. The little magic one blames her, saying this route is packed with monsters. Elizabeth says that's obvious. The more magic an area has, the more creatures gather there. That's basic knowledge. The little magic one says she knows that. She's mad because Elizabeth is just standing there. Elizabeth fires back that she's only standing there because the girl told her to leave it to them. The knight tells Glee to calm down, then turns to Elizabeth and says it's an honor to escort her. That only makes the mage even madder. Now, this cursed woman is humiliating her, and charming the master too. Then the archer asks if they can take a short break after such a long fight. Elizabeth refuses. She says no one is resting. She doesn't have time to waste on them. The assassin wife shoots back that if Elizabeth is so amazing, she should go on alone. Everyone seems to agree. The knight gently asks Elizabeth to listen. It's safer if they stay together and rest a little, at least long enough to drink elven potions and recover. Li Ping gets curious about the elven potion. Elizabeth stares at him and asks if he really wants to drink that, and he says he's never tried it and wants to know what it's like. Maybe, he says, the taste will give him ideas for making new things. Elizabeth thinks this brat is so spoiled by good food that now he wants to try trash, but fine. Around the campfire, the little magic one says the elven potion is amazing, while the big one says it's good, but worries more about how long it'll take to find the treasure. Yahello, the elf wife, says this is her special potion and offers it toward Elizabeth. It can raise any stat just by drinking it, but if Elizabeth is really that strong, she shouldn't need it. The knight tells Yahello not to be rude. She apologizes and tosses over a small bottle. The queen barely looks at it before tossing it into our hero's hand. He asks if she doesn't want it, then happily says he'll drink it. He gulps it down at once. A second later, the kid throws up. The grassy taste is way too strong, and he can't believe anyone would want this. Annie apologizes to Li Ping and says she hasn't used much magic, so she doesn't need one. Julia is annoyed and says giving such a good potion to idiots was a waste. Elizabeth drops it to the ground and says fine, then she'll use it on her. That makes Fina furious, and she yells, asking what Elizabeth just did to her potion. Elizabeth calmly asks what it looked like she did. Li Ping rushes to his bag and tries to stop the fight, saying he has something for everyone. After a moment, he pulls out some bananas and says he's wanted to share them for a while. Now he finally gets the chance, and he hands one to the knight first. The others take theirs too, giving awkward thanks. Then he offers an apple to Annie, and she gets emotional just receiving it. Li Ping is startled and asks why she's crying. It's only an apple. Annie asks if she can take it home, since the orphanage hasn't had fresh fruit in a long time. The protagonist says of course, then reaches for more so she can bring enough back for everyone. But Glee and Julia throw their bananas down and crush them, saying they can't compare to an elven potion. The knight says he'll eat his only to fill his stomach. Once they find the treasure, he'll buy something better. The strong one and the assassin decide to take a bite too, and the assassin practically savors it before chewing, like she's making it melt in her mouth. Then suddenly, the three of them feel something strange and are pulled into a tropical-looking illusion with a parrot nearby. In front of them, singing bugs call out, let's dance samba." They promise a samba that will wash away all fatigue and stress. Before they know it, the three start dancing. The assassin moves with her blades in hand, and even the knight starts stepping in rhythm. 1, 2, 3. They keep dancing as the creatures sing, and the assassin grips her banana so hard it bursts, splattering all over her. Whether it's right or wrong, they keep dancing wildly inside the illusion. Back in the cave, everyone else is stunned too, because the knight is acting like a total fool. Glee and Julia stare in confusion, asking what their master is doing. Then the knight suddenly realizes his level is shooting up. The assassin and the strong one, who started lower, gain even more after eating the protagonist's banana. Our hero claps and says that performance was amazing. He says the culture of other places is really fascinating, and seeing a centaur enjoy that dance was incredible. As usual, the queen reads it differently. Li Ping must have known they would die farther ahead, so he raised their levels with this little show. In her mind, that's pretty cruel. Julia gets curious and asks the knight why his level jumped so much. He tells her it's because they ate MC's banana. Julia glares at him and says that's ridiculous, like the fruit was blessed or something. But the muscle girl says Julia has no idea. One banana pushed her straight to demonic 2-star level. The assassin is just as confused. Even after drooling over hers and smearing it everywhere, she jumps straight into the demonic sovereignty realm. She wonders if it was enchanted. Even the knight can't believe it. He was already strong, but that banana raised him 3 whole stages. He turns to our kid and asks where the banana came from. The boy can only say he doesn't know. The knight asks what the problem is. Why won't he explain? Li Ping says he really doesn't know what to say. To him, it's just a normal banana. Nothing special about it. The knight says he can tell it's some kind of hybrid crop. The protagonist says yes, it's a hybrid crop. He adds that it's grown in a totally natural, organic way. Now 2 more gluttons want a taste of Li Ping's banana, and they move in carefully. But right before they can take a bite together, the banana rots in her hand. The elf recoils. Ugh, it's rotten. What is this? Annie says it's because of synchronization. Elizabeth teases the girl with glasses for knowing so much, and Amber shyly says she's only repeating what she read in books. The knight asks what she means, so Anne explains that some rare items only work under special conditions. Maybe Li Ping's banana only had that effect because 3 people ate it at the same time. Glee points at Elizabeth and calls that fake, since she ate hers alone. Anne quickly apologizes, saying she may not understand it fully. Still, she thinks a treasure's condition can sometimes be ignored if the user is far stronger than the item itself. Elizabeth gives her a sharp look and tells her not to stare like that. Anne apologizes again, then notices Elizabeth's eyes are a little red and wonders what that means. Jelia snaps that maybe her elven potion building up caused the effect. The knight asks Li Ping for another fruit, while Jelia angrily tells him to stop believing this nonsense. MC is happy though. After cultivating for so long, sharing what he grows is one of his greatest joys. Elizabeth clearly doesn't feel the same. She snatches everything from his hand and says she'll eat it later. Then she tosses it over her shoulder and tells everyone to move. They've rested enough, and the trip isn't over. Li Ping feels awkward and apologizes, promising to give them more another time. The knight tells the other 2 to go on ahead. He'll follow later with the wives. He asks if he really isn't coming now. Elizabeth cuts him off and tells the protagonist to keep moving. He says goodbye to everyone and heads out. The drooling, greedy assassin whispers her nasty idea. Should they steal that backpack? The muscle mummy agrees. Maybe they're hiding something even better in there. Even the greedy knight keeps enjoying the giant banana and says there's no rush. This isn't the right moment yet. Watching Elizabeth carry that treasure so casually, he figures she doesn't value it at all. Someone from some distant tribe wouldn't treat it like that. Then he remembers one of the kingdom's 4 great powers is offering a reward for news about the lost princess. Maybe she's right in front of him, but he isn't just thinking of selling that information. He wants to claim her for himself. The knight plans to rise through the empire's nobles that way and get even more of those delicious fruits. Pulling something from his pack, he grins like a madman and says he'll use it to win her completely. Meanwhile, the 4 wives are entranced, saying the master is giving off an amazing pheromone. Maybe they need to please him even more. Li Ping can't help wondering what kind of item lets one man have so many women around him. Farther in, many eyes watch the path. The leader of the Shadow Wolves sees MC's group coming and runs. MC asks Elizabeth why the labyrinth keeps getting darker, and if the exit is really this way. Elizabeth says she already told him the labyrinth is only an illusion. They're almost there. Then something swoops down from above and peeks at them. It warns Li Ping that something is getting close. A beam of light suddenly shoots out, and the protagonist starts coughing. When they look ahead, the knight is there. He casually apologizes for making them wait. His wives look like they're under some spell, flushed and sweating. With a fake charming tone, he says he was a little late and asks Miss Elizabeth to forgive him. Then he offers to serve her for the rest of his life. He even says she can ride on his back if she wants. Elizabeth shuts him down at once. Move aside. He isn't even worthy of being her mount. Gilia explodes in anger, calling her arrogant and shameless for talking to her master like that. Then, in an instant, the elf is beheaded. Everyone freezes in shock. Rocks start dropping from above, and when they look up, insects are coming down. Li Ping asks what that thing is. A giant dragonfly descends while swallowing Gilia's severed head. It slams against the wall, then lunges at Elizabeth. She doesn't even react, and the creature bursts apart in front of her, trembling in fear as it dies. Li Ping uses the chance to run over and cling to the queen, calling her a devil. Pressing right into her, he says this is a life or death moment, and asks Elizabeth what they're supposed to do now. Elizabeth glances over and thinks MC may be testing human nature, letting the selfish and arrogant destroy themselves first, then deciding whether they're worth saving. The dragon fleas keep darting around. The muscle mummy grabs the carriage to use as a shield, and Glee casts a barrier. Li Ping asks again what they're supposed to do. The knight says he's sure they'll find their own way out. Really, he wants to see Elizabeth's true strength, especially since if she does nothing, her servant will die. The muscle mummy glares over and says nobody cares about them. Their alliance is over. Glee confidently tells them to stay outside the magic and die. A second later, she's dead too. Her head goes flying. The dragonflies keep swarming. The assassin fights to survive, and even the knight is cutting some down. Meanwhile, Li Ping stays hidden and quiet. The knight unleashes a thunder slash and cleaves one insect in half. The muscle mummy follows with a shield strike and kills one too. The assassin also uses her own techniques to bring them down. Those three are only holding on because they swallowed the banana whole. Even so, the assassin ends up on the ground, thinking there's no way they can kill all these things. They just keep coming, and sooner or later exhaustion will kill them. One swoops in to bite off her head, but the knight saves her in time. That creature crashes to the ground in pieces, but plenty more are still in the air. Elizabeth asks Li Ping if he sees what they're really like now, and whether he still wants to play at adventure. He may be kind, but he isn't dumb. He says forget it, they should part ways. This world is too unpredictable, and maybe staying on his farm back in the village is best. Elizabeth smiles, thinking he really is putting on an act. First he made them suffer, then judged whether they were worth saving, and now comes the third step, leaving them behind. She tells him to get ready to leave. He's confused and asks if they've already arrived. Elizabeth says it's just ahead, and they start moving. Then another creature attacks. Anne glances over, and her little bear pops out with a punch that blows the monster apart. Right after that, the little bear turns back into a bunny. Anne stares, confused, and asks what just happened. Li Ping calls for her to hurry, and she answers okay. Elizabeth touches the wall, sends ripples through it, and speaks an incantation to open the path. A giant gate appears before them. The protagonist can only say, wow. So this giant glowing door is the exit, and it slowly opens with golden light pouring out. Elizabeth goes first and tells them to come quickly. From a distance, the knight looks back, and Li Ping glances at him too. Then he tells Anne to go, and the three disappear through the gate. Still facing the creatures, the knight tells the others to climb on his back so they can try to escape. The two women look at him, and he snaps, furious that they think they can just leave them behind like this. But by then, the door is already shut. Inside waits a huge mountain of treasure. The chamber sits on a floating island. The knight's wives manage to get in too. Li Ping is happily celebrating with Anne when the knight arrives and shoves him aside. The muscle mummy does the same to Anne. He stops there for a second, grinning like a madman as he realizes the treasure is real. The Demon King's nectar. Li Ping tells him they're even now. He doesn't need gratitude, but the knight doesn't need to act like this either. The knight looks back and says MC was useful. He helped complete the number of members they needed. As thanks, he says, he'll let him die quickly. But then something drops down, and in the middle of the treasure, a golden eye opens. The whole room starts shaking as a giant figure appears. A golden dragon rises from the treasure and faces them all. Sweating, Li Ping calls out to Elizabeth, "There's a dragon here, my daughter." He keeps shaking her, repeating that there's a dragon. Anne trembles too, and says something even scarier is hiding nearby. Her eyes turn black again as she asks, "Master, what do we do now?" Elizabeth simply watches. The dragon roars at everyone. The knight orders his wives to buy him time, while he charges his strongest attack and kills it in one blow. They agree, and the dragon swings at them. They dodge the first hit. The muscle mummy tells the assassin to go draw its attention. She says okay, throws out origami, then uses a clone technique. After that, she rushes the dragon. Watching this, the knight thinks that now the giant dragon is the only threat. He doesn't need to hide anymore. He can gather everything into his best move. He starts charging quick thundercut, electricity building around him. The assassin's clones strike with killing techniques, but nothing works. The plan was to make an opening, and it's failing. The muscle mummy tells her to relax. She'll handle it. Then she transforms her shield into an explosive weapon and launches it like a torpedo at the dragon's leg. Seeing the hit land, she thinks it worked, but the dragon just stares at her, completely unharmed. It lifts one paw. She freezes, and then it crushes her. When the paw rises, all that's left is her mangled remains. The assassin screams out for Sister Gaksha, asking what happened. Then she uses her 1,000 clones technique and curses under her breath. She even jokes to herself that she'd only need 2 of those 1,000 in her room. She's sure that even if she can't hurt it, she can at least distract it. But the dragon looks over, beats its wings, and stirs up the treasure into a golden whirlpool. Her clones are wiped out, and the spinning coins fire everywhere like bullets. The coins whip past, nearly hitting Li Ping, but somehow they miss. Elizabeth looks at him and asks if he's really that calm, though she says that's exactly what she'd expect from him. Inside, the protagonist is freaking out, thinking he almost died. The dragon keeps spinning. Right then, Anne uses her dollhouse summoning. A huge bear appears. It jumps in front of them and blocks the coin bullets. The assassin orders her clones to guard the master, so his charge won't be interrupted. She saves him and feels relieved. The dragon glances over and fires a shot straight into her forehead, a clean headshot. At that same moment, the knight finally finishes charging Thundercut 300. He rushes up, sure not even a spirit demon could stop it. But when the smoke fades, it has only left a tiny mark on the dragon's neck, and his sword is shattered. He stares at the broken blade, totally stunned. Then the dragon whips its tail and blasts him away, tearing up the whole chamber. Now its eyes turn to the trio. This is a 4-star golden dragon from the demon sect. Li Ping and Elizabeth stand there with their arms folded. MC mutters to Elizabeth that the poor guy nearly died from one tail hit, so he may need his last card. Elizabeth calmly asks what exactly he plans to do. He tells her it's her turn to act. She pauses, confused. Has he really figured something out? He tells her that if she doesn't step in, everyone here is going to die. Elizabeth snaps, telling him not to boss her around in front of others, while thinking he's using her mount against her. Meanwhile, Anne says the real horror hasn't even started. She doesn't think any of them are getting out. Then Elizabeth places a hand on Anne's head and calls on Jinju's bloodline to reveal the truth behind this magic. Anne's eyes react, and buried memories from the orphanage start coming back. She remembers eating with the other children, then another night while she slept, until she opened her eyes and saw that woman staring at her with a creepy smile. Next comes the attack, when those monsters stormed the orphanage. Anne was about to be taken when the bear appeared behind her, and every creature there was killed. But by then, the people at the orphanage were already dead. Elizabeth realizes Anne used her own power to bury those memories. She pulls that energy out of Anne's mind, calling it foolish. Anne drops to the floor, blaming herself for killing her brothers and sisters. All she can do is beg for forgiveness. Elizabeth coldly tells her she's a disgrace to Jinju's bloodline, and if she wants out of that prison of regret, she needs to stand up and fight for her. Still crying, Anne hardens her resolve and rises, saying that this time she'll at least save her brother Li Ping. Suddenly, she begins to float, wrapped in purple energy. The protagonist has no idea what's going on, but then Anne spreads her arms and calls out her puppets. An eagle, a rabbit, a panda, and a snake appear. The dragon lunges with a claw, but its paw sinks into the panda's belly as it swells up, then snaps back and traps the dragon's leg. At the same time, the rabbit rushes in, pummeling it and twisting its neck. Li Ping asks Elizabeth what she did to Anne and why she changed so much. Elizabeth says she only made her face reality. The rabbit keeps climbing higher, and Anne fights with new resolve. Smoke fills the air, and when it clears, the little rabbit is still latched onto the dragon. Now both puppets have it pinned. Then the snake moves in and coils around the dragon, squeezing tight. The dragon beats its wings again to form that golden tornado. This time, though, the eagle shuts it down with a tornado of its own. Impressed, Li Ping asks Elizabeth what this Jinju bloodline really is, but suddenly he's yanked away and slammed to the ground. The knight appears, half dead, but he's stolen the fruit backpack and laughs that now. Elizabeth clicks her tongue at the trash still being alive, while Li Ping yells for his bag back. With a crazed grin, the knight says their trump card is his now, and all those kingdom fruits belong to him. He eats the pineapple, then the orange, then the grape. The protagonist stares, asking what he's doing, and if he's really eating at a time like this. But after swallowing them, he starts giving off a wild aura and says it's coming. His body starts to change. He bulks up like crazy, laughing about this insane power, and now even his level turns into a question mark. Looking at his hand, he realizes that with this power, he no longer has to fear the old men from the Holy Sword Guild. The dragon gets angry and breathes golden fire right at him. Just before it lands, he vanishes and appears by its head, saying to stop annoying him. Then he lands a thunder kick that knocks the dragon down. After that, the centaur drops from above and heads straight for the altar to take the so-called Demon King's chalice. As he looks at it, he thinks adding this will make him unbelievably strong. Without waiting, he drinks it. His pupils turn red, and he transforms again, growing wings from his back as he enters a demon form. He says this sweet his king's wine is excellent, and he can feel everything becoming clear. Anne stands in front of them while Li Ping says that guy keeps getting freakier, begging Elizabeth to do something. Anne tells him not to worry. She won't let him touch Brother MC. She starts a marionette spell, but the knight is already through her, piercing her chest and lifting her up as he says he'll remove the dangerous one first. Li Ping is horrified. The centaur throws Anne aside and walks toward them, saying he is next. The protagonist ignores him completely and runs to Anne, telling her to hold on because Elizabeth will save her. The centaur steps up to Elizabeth and says he knows she's hiding her real power, but it doesn't matter. She gets two choices. She can become his woman, take him to her kingdom, and help him inherit everything, or he'll enjoy breaking her first, then sell her to get what he wants. Through tears, Li Ping begs Elizabeth to kill him. The centaur turns his head, who told a trash servant he could speak. He flashes in front of MC and smashes him into the ground, blasting coins everywhere, but the centaur looks like the one who got hit. When the smoke clears, Li Ping says he's done pretending. The centaur is the one thrown back, battered and confused. He can't understand it. He attacked with everything, so why did it feel like his own blow came back at him? He looks at Elizabeth and asks if she did it, but while watching the protagonist, Elizabeth knows even her magic couldn't ruin his clothes. That's why he forced the attack, so the centaur would destroy himself. Li Ping stands there acting cool, thinking people call him the hero, but really, his plan worked exactly like he wanted. As long as he keeps feeding Elizabeth good food, she'll protect him whenever he needs it. If he's useful, she won't let him die. No matter how deadly things get, trying to kill him means cutting off her meals. He doesn't even realize how broken that makes him. The centaur calls it disturbing and says MC looks awfully pleased with himself. But he's only using half his power, and Elizabeth made a mistake rejecting a centaur as mighty as him. Then he charges again. This is her answer, apparently, while Elizabeth stays calm. As he rushes in, he says he wants to see her reflect his next attack, but something hits from his left first. The blow lands hard and slams him into the ground. Elizabeth glances over and asks if they're finally awake. The centaur is left shattered on the floor. From the shadows, a golden dragon starts to emerge. The centaur realizes this is the dragon's true form. The one he fought before was only a tiny scrap of its power. It absorbs its old dragon body, and Elizabeth says she used to play with it by petting it with her tail too. This is the true void dragon, a golden dragon queen from the Demon King's star realm. The centaur still refuses to accept it, saying he also holds his king's power and can't lose. The dragon crushes him instantly under one claw. Lying there, Li Ping asks Elizabeth if this is really happening. Elizabeth says he figured that out a while ago. This place isn't real. A moment later, they're floating, and Elizabeth tells him that even if magic is his weak point, this should have been obvious. The dragon speaks in a strange language, and Elizabeth answers. Then it starts crying, surrounded by smoke, and turns into a little girl. Her name is Amelia, Elizabeth's pet, and she cries that it's really her queen. She's waited so long. Elizabeth says Amelia is still too innocent for someone living in a demon king's realm, and that's why she didn't want to come here. She knew waking her up would just make her clingy again. Amelia hugs her, sobbing that Elizabeth vanished for 500 years without a word, and she missed her terribly. Then we get Amelia's backstory. She was born from heaven and earth, and Elizabeth's magic was what hatched her egg. After Amelia was born, they made a contract. Elizabeth gave her the name Amelia, and shaped her personality, trained her, and spent time with her. That's why Amelia swore in secret to serve her forever. When she grew up, she became Elizabeth's mount, and carried her across the world against brutal enemies. Back then, Elizabeth decided the only way to end the wars was to rule the world herself. Amelia was happy watching her mistress conquer everything, but Elizabeth smiled less and less. Amelia knew that the stronger Elizabeth became, the less help she could really give. Then one day, without warning, Elizabeth drew the sacred sword and disappeared. At the meeting of the races, her absence is causing chaos. Even her old fame isn't helping anymore, and crime keeps rising. The orc minister says the same thing is happening in his tribe. Many want to split off because fear of the queen was the only thing holding everyone together. The dwarf minister says maybe everyone should go back to their own lands and protect their regions until the queen returns. Twyla, the elf minister, asks Jin where Elizabeth went. Since he was closest to her, she wants to know if the legendary hero defeated her. Jin shuts that down right away. He's seen how terrifying Elizabeth is, and says no one in this world could beat her. As far as he's concerned, everyone can do whatever they want now. He decides he'll search for Her Majesty himself, and Malfoy, one of Elizabeth's old followers, says he'll do the same. With that, the meeting ends. In the end, the ministers split up and took control of their own regions. Amelia wanted nothing to do with it. She grabbed some wine and left, then went back to the place where she was first found, hoping Elizabeth would come back. Then she waited, and waited even longer, and kept waiting. Now she's crying, overjoyed that her mistress finally returned. Elizabeth tells her the long wait clearly paid off. All that time taught her meditation, and that was the key to reaching Demon King level. Amelia keeps sobbing and begs Elizabeth not to leave her like that again. In her mind, this was all part of her mistress's plan to make her stronger. Up above, Li Ping, shaking, tells Elizabeth to stop talking about the past and help Annie already. Right then, Annie opens her eyes and asks the protagonist where they are. He instantly relaxes. All he cares about is whether Annie is okay. She says yes, then reaches for her backpack. Inside, she finds the apple he gave her, completely ruined. Li Ping gently comforts her, saying it's fine and not to worry. Watching this, Elizabeth realizes he planned it from the start. The setup began the moment he gave Annie the fruit. Amelia cuddles up against Elizabeth like normal, but gets annoyed when she notices Elizabeth keeps looking at MC, so she asks who that guy is. Elizabeth answers that he's the legendary hero, and that she stayed at his house while she was away. That makes Amelia even madder. In her head, he kept her mistress for 500 years and now seems to be trying to win her heart, so she decides to end it. Li Ping just smiles and introduces himself, saying it's nice to meet Amelia. She smiles back, but she's already planning to kill him. Now that she's reached Demon King level, she thinks joining Elizabeth should be enough to take down the legendary him. She instantly summons a Dragon King claw, then rushes in, still acting polite. The attack slams into his chest and explodes. Amelia is stunned. Somehow, he blew her claw away. Li Ping casually apologizes, saying he couldn't react in time. That only confuses her more. Her strike was strong enough to wipe out a city, and he cancelled it like it was nothing. Then he holds out his hand and says it's his turn to make the first move. Amelia starts sweating, realizing he might be even scarier than her mistress. Panicking, she begs him not to. Instead, he gently takes her hand and says sorry for ruining their handshake. Now he understands why Elizabeth is so calm. She has a polite friend like Amelia. Amelia just stares, confused. Handshake? Friend? Elizabeth says friend works, but really, Amelia is her mount. Li Ping immediately starts imagining that in his own weird way. Elizabeth snaps her fingers and moves everyone outside. Then she says that's enough for today. Amelia is amazed by her mistress all over again. Li Ping is impressed too, and privately decides that staying close to Elizabeth really does solve everything. But the trip was too much for Annie, and she passes out on the protagonist's shoulder. Elizabeth tells him to take Annie to rest while she talks with Amelia. Back at the farm, Amelia asks what Elizabeth wants from her, saying she'll do anything. She truly wants to serve her again. Elizabeth asks if she knows about the Black Demon Guild. Amelia thinks for a moment. She slept through most of what happened, but then remembers. She says it's tied to Malfoy, the former Prince of Humanity, and asks if Elizabeth remembers him. Elizabeth says she might. Amelia pouts, wondering why Elizabeth wants him instead of her. Elizabeth explains that this guild has been murdering people while claiming they want to resurrect her, and that makes her furious. Amelia gets mad too. Trying to resurrect someone who's alive is an insult, so she asks what needs to be done. Elizabeth tells her to erase them completely, without revealing anything about her or this place. Amelia agrees at once. Then Elizabeth adds that once the job is done, she'll release her. Amelia takes the order seriously and says she'll handle it. Of course, in her mind, doing whatever she wants also means clinging to Elizabeth all night. After that, she heads out full of energy, but a missile suddenly comes flying at her and explodes in the air. When the smoke clears, she's hurt. Seeing her burned skin, she realizes the one who attacked her must be at least in the sovereignty realm. Below, Wang Kai locks onto the target and raises the defense system to level 2. Amelia breaks into a cold sweat. Another missile comes, and she blocks it with her wing. She glares down and says they picked the wrong opponent. Then a whole barrage of missiles appears, and the explosions fill the sky. Amelia gets completely battered. Wang Kai checks again, confirms the target is still alive, and raises defense to level 3. That's when Elizabeth yells out, calling the dog an idiot. She says Amelia is with her and orders him to stop. The little dog trembles and says he'll put her on the whitelist. Amelia leaves that place shaken, thinking it's terrifying and wanting out fast. Inside the house, Li Ping is slicing oranges to make fresh juice for Anne. He brings it to her and says she should drink it if she still feels bad. She thanks him and takes a sip. Right away, her whole body starts to recover. Every bit of that fruit is packed with huge magical power. She's shocked, wondering if this feeling is some kind of high-level divine magic. Then her mind clears, and she remembers the orphanage fairy looking like a monster, telling her, I am you, and you are me. It tells her to stop holding back her true self. Anne is left crying, totally lost. Meanwhile, Li Ping drops onto the couch and says nothing beats a sofa at home. Just then, Elizabeth walks in, passes Anne and says she finally remembered everything. She explains that Anne's Jin clan swore loyalty to her long ago, and when Anne's bloodline awakened, that oath awakened too. In that moment, Anne sees Elizabeth as a giant, with herself resting in the palm of her hand. Shaking, Anne asks if she's the legendary demon queen. Elizabeth answers yes. She commands this entire world. Anne is confused. The legend said Elizabeth died with the hero, so she turns to Li Ping and asks who he really is. Embarrassed, the protagonist admits that yes, he's the He. Anne immediately thinks she understands everything. According to her version, MC and Elizabeth fought a final battle to decide who was strongest, and after battling for a month, they fell for each other, gave up the fight, and fell in love. Then they spent the next 500 years living quietly together. Elizabeth says that's almost true. Li Ping is baffled by how wrong Anne got it, but Elizabeth moves on and says that for a descendant of the demon clan's top warriors, Anne's current state is pathetic. He is stunned and asks if Anne is part of his clan. Anne just stands there in silence. Elizabeth begins explaining. About 600 years ago, a child named Jin awakened the demon bloodline. When his eyes turned red, his strength, abilities, and magic all shot up. But as that power grew, so did his violence. Soon, only killing satisfied him. In a few years, he threw the northern lands into chaos, wiped out hundreds of Elizabeth's elite warriors, and finally came to challenge her at the castle. She defeated him easily, sealed his violent side, and bound his line to serve her through a loyalty oath. Shaking, Anne says she never knew any of that. Her first memory is living in the church orphanage, where the nun and the others were her family. Elizabeth tells her the truth. When Anne went mad, she killed everyone in the orphanage. Unable to face that, she convinced herself they were still alive and waiting for the nun to return. At the same time, Elizabeth wonders why someone with Jin's power hasn't taken over the world while she was gone. Anne breaks down, screaming that she couldn't have done that to her brothers. Li Ping tries to argue that they met those brothers at the market, but Elizabeth cuts him off. She opens a vision portal and says it's time to see what those brothers really are. Looking through it, they see only dolls. Anne truly saw them as people, but in reality, that was never the case. Elizabeth closes the portal and asks if Anne understands now. She says Anne has been pouring magic into those dolls the whole time, and that's why she's stuck at mage level. Even Li Ping has trouble believing it. Elizabeth doesn't soften it at all. Anne awakened her bloodline to fight the Black Apostles, lost control, and killed everyone. That's the truth she's been running from. Anne starts to go berserk, wrapped in a purple aura. Elizabeth stops it with a flick to the forehead, knocking her out. Li Ping catches her, and Elizabeth says she knows he wants to help, but if Anne wakes up and triggers her bloodline again, she could destroy the whole city. The protagonist still says it's okay, they'll find a way to deal with it. Later, back at the church, Anne wakes up. She gets out of bed and apologizes again for causing trouble. MC says it's fine, asks how she feels, and mentions they used Elizabeth's teleportation to get back. Anne starts crying, saying she can't believe she caused all those deaths. Li Ping tells her that's not true. She was trying to protect everyone, not murder them, but Anne can't accept that and blames herself for losing control. He pushes back, saying the real blame falls on the people who attacked and forced her into that state. Then he adds that some materials are still missing here. She keeps crying, saying that doesn't change what happened. Li Ping cuts in and explains that when she made the dolls, the details were good, but she tied too many knots because she was scared the stuffing would come out. Because of that poor construction, the dolls lost their spirits. Then he tells her it's okay, he'll help her make them again. As he says that, he starts taking them apart. Anne hates seeing her brothers destroyed, and starts losing control again. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly drops a dramatic line: "Don't wander beneath the tree, don't question beneath the rain, and don't cry in the dark." Then Anne finds herself standing in the middle of a lake, confused. A huge golden hand appears in the sky. Li Ping finishes, "Keep moving forward, don't look back. If you face it with courage, you'll see this fog was only a little rain." Then the sky lights up. MC gently lifts her in his palm. At the same time, he gives Anne a new doll, an angelic child named Rafal. He hopes it helps her start healing. Anne grabs his hand, sure of it. The feeling is the same. These really are her brothers. She sees them gathered around Li Ping, and he tells her she doesn't need to worry anymore. Then they fade away, saying goodbye to Anne. She breaks down again, promising to protect the church. He tells her the sky is clear now, then lets out a long sigh. Whew, good thing I read those system books on psychotherapy. Meanwhile, in the demon realm's swamp of death, Amelia flies around searching for the target. Seeing the ruin, she says it's a shame what they did to her mistress's home. She lands, and a group of creatures surrounds her. They threaten to eat her soul. A moment later, every one of them explodes. She wonders why they're treating this place like a trash dump. As she moves on, a fat baby mage pops out of a book and demands to know who she is and why she wants the Black Guild. He's the guild's 6th pillar, a 5-star demon. Then a chamber full of his eggs comes into view. Inside the Black Guild hall, a meeting is already underway. Their leader says someone strong is approaching. One member reports that a whole unit was wiped out while attacking the Saint's Guide, and wonders if this is revenge. A round girl shrugs it off, saying Kurtuz can handle it. The chief of staff asks the child if she wants to go have some fun, and gets told to shut up. Then, the tentacle guy says no one can reach them anyway, but the master on the throne is pleased. He feared he wouldn't get the materials he needed, yet now they've come to him. It's Malfoy from the start of the story, only 500 years more ruined. The chubby wizard with the pacifier, who tried to stop Emilia, gets destroyed before he can even react. The dragon steps on him, and that's the end. Then a bunch of apostles show up. One is literally a girl carrying 6 balloons, and they're sure they can kill her. Emilia answers by using the Golden Dragon King's power. Her roar alone blasts everyone away. After that, she keeps walking like it's nothing. She stops in front of a giant eye that still looks down on her. One kick destroys it. Then she enters the boss chamber. She looks at Malfoy and says he looks awful. Malfoy is completely wrecked. Even so, he recognizes her. In the next instant, he's blown apart in his seat. Everyone panics, not knowing what just happened. Of course, she simply made a small dragon arm and crushed him. That broken Malfoy asks why she woke up, then reveals he can rebuild himself and asks if she found Elizabeth. That catches her off guard. Suddenly, tentacles rise from the ground and bind her up. The tentacle guy says there's no way she can escape. Emilia just asks, "Escape? What do you mean?" Then she bites down, and he immediately panics. She starts swallowing everything like noodles, and it's over. Poor guy. So much for digestion. Then a very curvy woman appears behind her, claiming she surrenders and only joined them by force. She blows a tiny kiss to trigger her charm magic. And yeah, she's definitely seductive. She tells Emilia that if attacks won't work, she'll just make her a prisoner. Emilia responds by coughing up the octopus she ate and finishes her off. Then another one appears. Now she's right in front of Malfoy again and asks if he'll die on his own or fight. He admits he can't face her alone, but with what's behind him, he says, things change. She looks at the incubation cocoon and sees an Elizabeth being created inside. A month later, we're back at the little farm, where they spend their days planting, watering, and harvesting in peace. At home, it's more of the same, chopping wood and making food. Elizabeth can tell something is off with him. That night, Li Ping grows more and more restless. By morning, he's made up his mind. He even cooks Elizabeth's favorite breakfast. She catches on right away. Stop stalling. What does he want? Li Ping says that after a year together, she knows he isn't a threat. That means the hero and the queen can exist side by side. So he thinks it's time for Elizabeth to leave and rule the world again. She asks why. He explains that when he came here to hide, he never expected her to show up, and now time outside is moving too fast. Without her, the apostles are tearing the country apart, and even the Black Guild has appeared to make things worse. Elizabeth says she doesn't care. The chaos out there doesn't affect them. From Li Ping's view, the system route should have ended with their battle, then peace. But because they became friends, the world fell into chaos instead. He admits he wanted to keep her here after the barrier broke. If he hadn't learned what was happening outside, he could have stayed like this forever. But now he knows, and he can't ignore it. Still, he can't be a hero, and he can't save everyone either. Elizabeth somehow hears that as him saying he can't live without her, so she asks what he really wants. He says he wants her to go back and save the world because he's incompetent and can't stay selfish anymore. In his head, he's already thinking that even if monsters destroy this place, he can just move to the city. Now her misunderstanding makes sense. In her mind, he's being selfish because he wants the queen all to himself and won't let her stay in the outside world. She finishes eating and asks if he wants her to leave and fix the world's problems. That's easy. Li Ping lights up. Seriously? You agree? Then I'll get everything ready. But she turns and says no. She has no interest in the outside world. Still, there are two ways to solve this. In her head, she's already thinking he's a bastard for trying to push her out. The protagonist asks what those two ways are. She says the first is simple: go outside, use a spell, and wipe out the whole world. Li Ping immediately says no, definitely not that one. Her second idea is to find someone who can rule in her place while she supports them from the shadows. MC asks who could possibly do that. Elizabeth says he already knows. Besides her, only he is qualified. He starts sweating. Wait, she wants him to rule the world? Next thing you know, he's practicing sword moves, still wondering how it came to this. Beside him, she keeps yelling for him to practice properly. He answers, okay, while she thinks, are you really trying to play games with this queen? You're too young for that. She admits he's a little stronger than her, but when it comes to mind games, he has no chance. The queen seems to be falling for him. She remembers how crushed she felt that morning when he told her to leave. Then, when he said he couldn't live without her, she believes she finally understood him. In her mind, he knows the two of them together could easily conquer or destroy the world, so the best choice is to leave it alone and only watch from time to time. And since she already sent Emilia to deal with the Black Guild, there's nothing to worry about. Now she's fully convinced his little plan is just an act, and she's already seen through all of it. Apparently, the legendary hero has fallen for the queen. Meanwhile, Li Ping is still confused, seriously wondering if swinging a sword 1,000 times a day really can make someone a master. She imagines him as the peak of strength, yet also someone who likes taking a little punishment. To her, she's the only one in the world who can satisfy those strange interests. Now she has a new plan. She doesn't care about silly things like love, but with him it's different. He has unmatched creation and production power, and she has the best swordsmanship and magic. Together, they could make the strongest child ever. She wonders what their child would be like. Maybe someone beyond this world's limits, but she won't agree so easily. For now, she'll let him keep training that awful swordsmanship. He needs to get stronger for their future child. Li Ping is lost. What is she thinking about so hard? Is she really planning to teach him swordsmanship and magic so they can destroy the Black Guild? He swings his sword, and suddenly she turns into a child and drops to the ground. Who are you calling a child? I'm the spirit of the grand legendary sword, Alpha. The queen asks what's going on, then instantly recognizes Alpha. She rushes at her to say die, but takes a kick to the face and gets launched away. Sit down, let's talk. Li Ping apologizes, saying he had no idea the kid had been conscious this whole time. The boy says he showed up at the critical moment of the battle between the demon and the queen, but now he wants to know why the protagonist has spent all these years just chopping wood. MC tells him to calm down, but the boy keeps going and asks if he changed the story's scriptwriter friend, because he doesn't deserve to be a hero. Elizabeth asks if he's trying to kill her. The boy quickly says no, this crazy system made her his savior. She brushes that off and tells him to help Li Ping rule the world. Alpha blurts out, wait, rule the world? He corrects him, it's more like saving it. Alpha stares at him. What are you even talking about, the protagonist? MC says he's done sitting around and wants to finally take on the duty of being a hero. Alpha asks why he's even training like this when he already has talent. Why not spar with him 100 times and gain enough experience to fight a demon king? He even awakened Alpha, so none of this makes sense. It turns out all that woodcutting had been building experience the whole time. Li Ping looks at Alpha and says he knows he lacks talent, but with Alpha and Elizabeth beside him, he thinks he can do it. Alpha starts to answer, like, "What are you talking about? Yours?" But Elizabeth casts a spell and shuts his mouth. Then she tells him to stay put. She needs a word with the little brat. Her demonic hand grabs him and drags him behind a tree. A cloud of smoke rises, and he comes back completely beaten up. Looking at Li Ping, he finally gives in and says he'll cooperate. Elizabeth cuts off the stalling and says it's time to begin. The city is packed, with guild recruiters shouting for new members and vendors selling food. Li Ping is there too. This is Titano, a city controlled by the Holy Sword Guild. Elizabeth says her magic senses something major is about to happen here, so this is a good chance for him to look around and gather info. The protagonist agrees. If he wants to rule the world, he has to start with information. Alpha calls it stupid and says coming here is a waste of time. Elizabeth shoots him a look and asks if he wants to be snapped in half. He quickly clings to MC and backs off. Then MC notices a flyer on the ground and picks it up, wondering if this is the big event she sensed. It's a guild competition. Elizabeth explains that each guild sends out one fighter. A man beats a drum and calls on everyone to place their bets. The crowd gets fired up instantly. Li Ping pulls Elizabeth along, and they head for the arena. Right before they enter, a green bull blocks them and says his magic didn't detect any tickets. He tells Elizabeth he'll handle it. He pulls out a coin pouch and says the poster listed tickets at 10 coins each, so can they still buy some? The guard says sure, but he bought them all and now charges 200 coins apiece. Li Ping realizes the guy is a total scammer, but Elizabeth puts magic on his head, and he immediately hands over VIP tickets. With that settled, they head inside happy. Li Ping is amazed. The place is incredibly fancy. He also spots several important-looking guests, including a man with a pipe writing magic, a dwarf, and 2 women from the Holy Guild. The blonde is Luna, and the redhead is Anna. Anna asks whether those 2 are on the guest list. At the same time, Elizabeth tells Li Ping to go get snacks, while the 2 holy girls keep watching them. Then a voice booms out, welcoming everyone to the final guild competition. He introduces the Holy Guild's sword prodigy, King, General Gala from the Giant Bear Guild, the Elf Guild's top fighter, Travis, and a special guest from the Card Guild, Yi. All 4 matches start at once, as the fighters leap into the arena. The mood turns tense. The elf judges the big brute as dumb and probably useless. He's just roaring like a maniac. The card user also looks weak, so to her, the real threat is the Holy Guild swordsman with the blue blade. The big fighter charges straight at him, and the elf draws 3 arrows and fires. 1 targets each opponent, and all 3 avoid them, but once the arrows hit the ground, they sprout roots that become vines and wrap around everyone. The big man gets mad and tries to tear free, but the vines only tighten. The elf explains it's gum root. The harder you struggle, the tighter it gets. Then the blue swordsman draws and slices the whole thing apart. Meanwhile, the card fighter just stands there apologizing for the plant getting cut down. The elf says that's fine, he can pay with his life. She fires again, sending an arrow toward him, but the swordsman calmly speaks, without fear or hesitation. Altruistic state, blue bird. Power meets power, and before the elf realizes it, her arm has been cut off and drops in pieces. He walks up, aims his blade at her, and says she lost. The elf admits he really is a genius, but she's not done. Exploding butterflies suddenly surround him. His sword is knocked away, and when the smoke clears, he's battered, but still standing. She pulls a seed from her mouth, spits it to the ground, and a plant sprouts up. She pushes her severed arm into it, and grows herself a new one, though it's crooked because the brute crushed it earlier. He crushed it badly. Then the blue swordsman turns and says it's the samurai's turn. Still, he feels something odd about that other fighter. In the stands, the crowd is loving every second. He tosses the damaged arm aside and calls his sword back into his hand. The brute declares that power is everything and says he'll crush him now. He leaps in, using 70% of his muscle strength. The swordsman dodges and slashes back, but even when the blade lands, it does nothing. The brute attacks again at 80%. The swordsman tries to block with his sword, but gets blasted back, and the blade bends badly. The brute rushes in again, now at 90%, forcing him to dodge over and over. Li Ping asks Elizabeth who she thinks will win. She says nothing. Anna finds it strange that a sword made by B-rank dwarves got wrecked by a punch. Luna asks if they should stop the match, but Anna says not yet. Up in the highest VIP area, someone asks if they should step in. Another man, Bowie, says those 2 should be able to handle it. The first man hesitates, then notes that the Card Guild president is also that girl's father. A boy beside him notices he's shaking and assumes it's because the brute's magic came from the apostles. but the real reason he's nervous is that he spotted Li Ping with his little demon. In his mind, the protagonist came here to watch how he uses the deck, so he has to live up to the great hero's expectations. Back in the arena, the brute keeps pressing hard. The blue swordsman can only keep retreating. Then the brute rips up a huge slab of ground and swings it like a sheet. The swordsman jumps to avoid it, but gets caught in midair and slammed down under a massive stone. The brute reaches toward the rubble, but suddenly feels a tiny cut. He steps back, and then realizes his hand is gone. Enraged, he swears to kill the blue swordsman, who repeats the same calm words: fearless, doubtless, unconfused, altruistic state. The brute tries to move again, but is slashed from a distance and drops to the ground in pain. The blue swordsman tells him this is his last chance. The brute refuses to back down. He remembers the forbidden drug, but the swordsman warns him that if he gives up the power the Black Guild gave him, he'll spare his life. Instead, the brute crushes a pill in his mouth to reach the Demon King realm. Before he can change, his head is cut off, and it rolls toward the card fighter, who has been standing inside the trap the whole time. She's actually the little elf girl Li Ping saved before. Earlier, back at the card guild, she had been training with the decks. While drinking tea made from the herbs Li Ping gave her, she kept getting stronger. Her father returned from a trip and said he helped the Holy Guild deal with the apostles, so he received a reward. She first thinks it's just a bag of apostle remains, but it's actually a direct invitation to the finals. If she wins, the card guild will become an official guild. She feels unsure, saying she can't match those geniuses. He tells her that doesn't matter, they've grown a lot, and aren't the same as before. When the time comes, he'll give her Li Ping's deck, and with it, she'll win. Back in the vines, she thinks to herself, even with the protagonist's deck, her current level only lets her use 6 cards at once. For the rest, she has to rely on copied cards, and that makes her attacks much weaker, but she still can't back down. Right now, determination matters most. She reaches for the deck at her belt, cuts free from the vines with ease, and notices that Severed Head still seems alive. The blue swordsman says it was smart to hide and save her power for the end, but she's still no match for him, so she should surrender. She throws cards at him, and he dodges while warning that the guild owes her a favor. He doesn't want to hurt her, so this is the last warning. The audience is confused by someone fighting with cards. Then she launches a sword made from poker cards. He says he knows these are just fake attacks meant to set up something stronger, and he won't give her that chance. As he moves in to strike, she panics that he figured it out so fast, but she steps back onto a card that launches her upward, and from above she sends down another wave of cards. The blue swordsman jumps and still manages to avoid them. This time she forms rings of cards, and again he blocks them, but the cards wrap around his sword and body, weakening his ki. He tells her this is pointless. If she makes him get serious, she'll die. She says all she wanted was enough time to finish one last attack. Raising a stack of cards, she shouts, "Release," and creates a giant dragon of spades. Now everyone is paying attention. The dwarf wonders who made those cards, since each one has a different effect. In the crowd, Li Ping is stunned and blurts out that they're actually fighting with cards. The blue swordsman pushes altruistic state to its limit and sends a blue bird at the dragon. They crash together in the middle of the arena, causing a huge explosion. The cards shatter and rain down. She realizes he's too strong. There's no way she can win with copies alone, but she's scared to use the real deck because she can't control it. The blue swordsman goes in for the finish, blaming her for forcing him to use everything. He sends a slash through the cards, and she collapses. He says it's over. She accepts the loss and says there's no point in pushing any farther. But behind the blue swordsman, something rushes in and enters his head. His eye turns purple, and it looks like the severed creature's head has possessed him, taking over his body. The great apostle says this body feels excellent. Still figuring out how to use this sword power, it starts attacking everyone in the city. Luckily, a barrier goes up. Without it, the crowd would have died. Li Ping asks Elizabeth what they should do now. Should they help? Elizabeth says no. If he wants to rule the world, he needs to get used to little changes like this. Bigger things are coming anyway, so she tells him not to worry. The father realizes they knew the invasion was coming. That's why they showed up. Now he just has to put on a good show for Mr. Li Ping and the queen. The old man beside him thinks that if he rushes to save his daughter, it will show the Black Guild they're short on fighters. Then, when the Holy Sword starts looking elsewhere, they'll come crawling back. The demon has taken over Blue's mind. The elf is furious. She already hates the Black Guild, so now she stops holding back and activates the new deck. The apostle is stunned. What is this? Her magic just shot up, so he decides to kill her fast. He throws out an attack, but a shield knight appears and blocks it for her. Li Ping squints at it. That looks familiar. The dwarf and the analyst are shocked. This deck is way beyond the last one. If they're right, it's the spirit of one of the 13 sacred knights. The old man asks the boss if this is the same trick used to beat the 6 demon pillars. The father says he used 9 before. She's only using 5 now, and he hopes that's enough. She fires cards at the creature and orders it to leave that body. He dodges, shocked by how much force those cards carry. He leaps again, thinking he can get away, but slams into a knight's shield. That knight bats him to another, then another. The knights knock the demon around like a ball. He finally stops himself mid-air with a blade strike, but the shield knight comes up behind him and traps him in a box. She gives one command: crush him. 4 knights rush in from every side, pressing all their force onto the apostle, until his body shrinks. Broken, he crashes to the ground. Seeing that, her father looks toward the arena and hopes Li Ping and the Demon Queen will be satisfied. At the same time, the protagonist leans toward the queen. So that's Li Fu. No wonder she looked familiar. He reminds Elizabeth they're the father and daughter they once helped, but Elizabeth ignores him and stares at the father, annoyed that he exposed himself like this. The poor man is shaking in place. Trembling, he greets them and says he didn't want to ruin their visit, so he kept quiet about being there. He begs them to forgive him. Now that Li Ping has spotted the old man too, he stands and calls out, saying his uncle is here as well. He says he just realized Li Fu was the one fighting, and he has a lot to ask. That only makes the old man more nervous. A lot to ask? Maybe MC wasn't happy with the card skills. The other old man beside him can only wonder who this boy is that the boss treats with so much respect. The story then moves to a banquet where everyone is seated together. Li Ping quietly asks the queen why they were invited. She says it doesn't matter. He should use this chance to learn about the kingdom. He'll need plenty of meetings when he takes over the world. He agrees, but tells her to quit saying that out loud before people get the wrong idea. The warty old man praises the elf's father for the amazing win, but the father cuts him off and says they can talk about that later. First, he wants to introduce 2 guests. This young man saved his daughter from the Apostles of Darkness. His name is Mr. Li Ping, and the woman beside him is… He stops when he sees the queen staring at him. Father and daughter both realize they can't reveal who she is. The sword-bearing old man asks why not. The father wants to answer, but the mark on his neck makes it clear. If he says too much, he dies. Watching this, Li Ping thinks the father is being considerate. He's trying to protect Elizabeth's identity and keep trouble away from them. So MC turns to Elizabeth and says she can pretend to be a beginner princess from now on. It's safer to hide who she really is. She turns away and says she doesn't care. Then he introduces them himself. They're from a small country in the south. He's a minister there, and the woman with him is the princess. A butler nearby says he's from the south too, and he's never heard of them. Ignoring that, the father says Mr. Li Ping is the one who taught him the card techniques. The protagonist quickly brushes it off. He says the father is giving him too much credit. He's not even that talented with cards, and he actually wanted to learn from them. In fact, he's also looking for someone to teach him swordsmanship. Luna murmurs to Blue that he wants to learn swordsmanship even though he can create cards like that, and wonders what he's really after. Blue warns her to stay focused. This isn't the time. Yulafu swallows hard and asks Mr. Li Ping if he saw her fight. Were her card skills good enough? He has no idea what she means by that. Before he can answer, the father asks him to be honest. Was something missing from their performance? Li Ping's face darkens. He says he has nothing to add. He just didn't expect them to use his cards like that. The father instantly starts sweating and apologizes, admitting he foolishly copied some cards and even built a guild around them without permission. The elf apologizes too, saying that what she showed in the fight is the best she can do. But the protagonist suddenly changes tone and asks why they're apologizing. If more people can join the games this way, that's a good thing. Yulifu asks if he means the cards carrying power is good because regular people can learn too. Her father thinks that must be it, a way to spread the guild further. Then, Li Ping realizes they're talking about magical power, not just cards. The man with the monocle keeps watching, clearly interested. The girl's magic is overwhelmingly strong, while the other one is hiding his completely. He can't read him at all, even with the demon lens. Right then, Elizabeth glances at him. He starts sweating. Did she notice? That should be impossible. There was no magical reflection through his lens. Still, the pressure he feels is terrifying. Elizabeth looks at MC and says she wants to kill one of them. MC jumps and asks what she means. Instead, she pulls out a pudding and says any questions can wait until the meeting is over. Then she hands it over. Her mood flips at once, and she happily grabs the pudding. The old man with the sword clears his throat and says that's enough small talk. He brings everyone back to the real issue. Because of what happened in the competition, he called these people here to talk about forming an alliance. They need to wipe out the Black Guild fast. A servant then sets something on the table, a bag full of black gears taken from players during this very championship. Li Ping asks what black gears are. The father explains that when someone accepts power from the Black Guild, they put one of these gears inside them, and it grows with their strength. The drunk dwarf says 30 gears showed up in the tournament, which means the Black Guild has already spread deep inside. Luna points out that the big fighter passed the sword purification test, so maybe they only accept the power after qualifying. Anna suggests the Black Guild may have found a way around purification, but the monocle man explains that only people with a very low fusion rate can be detected. Most of them may not need to hide at all. Some who take in a gear lose control and turn into apostles. Others resist it, but still can't control it, becoming great apostles instead. And if someone fully accepts the gear and masters the Demon King's power, they become a pillar servant of the king. No matter the result though, they are forced to stay loyal to the one who gave them the gear. Blue asks if that means he almost became a black apostle. The monocle man says there's no sure way to tell. Blue was controlled, not fused, but with his talent, true control would likely have made him a king pillar. The old man with the sword says it's a good thing the boss was there to help, because these old bones of his wouldn't have known what to do. The card user answers that he used to belong to the Holy Guild too, so he had to step in. Blue says that when the guild was in danger, he was away on a mission and couldn't fight the black apostles. But after seeing the card skills that killed one of the 6 pillars, and losing to them himself, he's convinced. Yahello is strong. She points right at Li Ping and says it's all thanks to him. The only reason she has that power is because of the cards he gave her. The dwarf asks where he learned to make cards like that, and whether he's a blacksmith. He's also been eyeing the sword on the protagonist's back, knowing it must be incredibly valuable. MC says he just likes making things at home to pass the time. Nothing like blacksmithing. The dwarf calls him a humble young man. Meanwhile, Luna says that if the Sword Saint were here, the Black Guild wouldn't even dare invade. Anna quickly tells her she's saying too much. Li Ping asks the boss, Ilifu's father, if this Sword Saint is the strongest swordsman, and where he is now. But the boss answers that he's no longer part of the Holy Guild, so he can't comment. The old man with the sword says it's fine, they won't be able to hide this much longer anyway. Rumors spread fast. The dwarf says that means the rumors were true. The monocle man explains that after the Holy Sword Guild's rebellion, their fighting power dropped hard, and even the Sword Saint vanished. That's why the Black Guild is making its move. The old man with the sword confirms it. The Sword Saint sent messages about half a year ago, but since then, nothing. Li Ping is left confused. A rebellion, and the saint disappeared? The butler explains that, to be exact, the Sword Saint went to capture the Axe Elder who betrayed the guild, but he never came back. Blue says his last mission was to find the Sword Saint, but when he arrived, there was nothing left. Luna asks how someone stronger than the Axe Elder could still lose. Blue says there was never any doubt about the Sword Saint's strength. But when he reached the mountain, everything had been sliced apart. He still can't figure out what kind of fight happened there. Half the whole area had been flattened. The old swordsman says that's because the Axe Elder gained a supreme magic. All they know is that it's a giant axe called Demon Burial. It gives off a hateful aura, and its power was enough to help the Axe Elder bring down the Sword Saint. The dwarf says he's seen every S-rank weapon made in his kingdom, and none matched it, so it was likely forged by the Black Guild. Li Ping looks at Yilifu and asks who this elder really is, and why he betrayed the Holy Guild. The boss explains that the Holy Guild is led by the Sword Saint. Under that leader are 5 elders who guide the disciples. They are the Sword Elder, the Dagger Elder, the Spear Elder, the Shield Elder, and the Axe Elder. Then, one day, the Axe Elder joined the Black Guild and started a rebellion inside the Holy Guild, killing the Spear and Dagger Elders. The Shield Elder later died fighting the Black Guild. The Sword Elder says he's the only elder left, and during the rebellion many members turned on them, including his beloved son, Sir Butthorn Tyrus. Li Ping asks if Tyrus is the sword-wielding centaur. The old man confirms it and asks how his son is now. He bluntly says he's dead. The father barely reacts. A traitor chose that fate, he says. What matters now is joining forces against the Black Guild. The dwarf says his kingdom can supply some weapons, but high-rank gear will be hard since they're short on stones. The monocle man asks the Sword Elder why he thinks they can beat the Black Guild, even with their help, when the guild is in such bad shape. The old swordsman says it depends on the boss. He wants him to give up this card guild and return as vice president of the Holy Guild. The boss is surprised and says he's been away too long to step back into that role, but the elder insists he's qualified. Cards count as weapons too, so they could open a new division and even make Yelifu an elder. That makes Yelifu panic. She says she's nowhere near good enough to be an elder in the Holy Guild. The Sword Elder tells the boss that if he agrees, everything will go smoothly, and the guild's resources will be his to command. Even the elder himself will follow his orders. The monocle man tells him to think it over. It would be much easier to help the Holy Guild this way than to build a brand new guild alone. The boss turns to Li Ping and asks what he thinks. With the Holy Guild behind them, card skills could spread much faster. The protagonist is caught off guard. Then he says that in his homeland, people say it's easier to become an executive in a big company than to build one yourself. Still, people with real ambition would rather create their own. So the choice is the boss's: be someone else's tool, or make something bigger on your own. MC adds that if the boss still has no ambition after everything he's been given, that's disappointing. Even so, he's worried. The Sword Elder is pushing hard, and refusing could anger the whole Holy Guild. The old swordsman says that if the boss still isn't satisfied, he should name his conditions. The boss stands and cuts him off. He says he didn't found his guild for fame or money. He did it to raise card skills higher. Then he tells Li Ping his resolve won't bend. The Sword Elder asks if he's really sure. At the same time, he wonders about the protagonist. He can't sense any aura from him, so if the boss claims this boy taught him everything, maybe he's hiding something. MC praises the boss, but inside he's let down. He had hoped to use the Holy Guild connection to learn swordsmanship. The boss goes on. Even if he won't rejoin the Holy Guild, the Sword Elder shouldn't worry. Fighting the Black Guild is still his responsibility, and he'll support them fully. The old swordsman accepts that and says the Card Guild will be officially recognized. Li Ping looks at the boss and says that took guts. The boss says he did it for his sake. The others also promise to do their part. The Sword Elder then asks the dwarf when his king will come out of seclusion, since they need his high-rank weapons for the war. The dwarf, who is the kingdom's prince, says he can't answer that. The real problem is their lack of grinding stones. They're scarce across the whole kingdom, and even Aristoteles refuses to help, so his father shut himself away to find a fix. Next, the Sword Elder asks the monocle man, Tagore, if he can offer weapons or battle magic. Tagore says he plans to stay neutral, but lending some magic is fine. The old swordsman proposes a deal. In 2 months, they'll unite their forces. Until then, everyone should work on the remaining problems. Then he asks if anyone has questions. Li Ping raises his hand and says he wants in too. The elder asks if he means joining the war against the Black Guild. The protagonist says no, he wants to join the guild to learn swordsmanship. He may have started late, but it's not too late to learn. Both father and daughter stare at him in disbelief. He wants to study swordsmanship. Li Ping says it was the princess's idea, and if they want the reason, they should ask her. Elizabeth calmly keeps eating her endless magical pudding, but neither the father nor the daughter dares question the queen's choice. The old swordsman says that's fine, but there are many styles of swordsmanship, so he needs to know MC's magic level. A little embarrassed, he admits he tested it before. It's very low, 0. He's basically terrible at magic. The butler behind the elder says that without magic, he won't be able to use the elder's techniques. Li Ping asks if there isn't some basic sword style that doesn't need magic. The elder says there is, but only one person in the guild knows it, their president, the Sword Saint. If the protagonist finds her, she can teach him. So the Sword Saint is a woman. The boss says the Sword Saint is probably the only one fit to train MC. Poor, he feels crushed. To him, it sounds like nobody wants to help, and they're just sending him away to find someone impossible. Then Tagore suddenly speaks up and tells him to wait. He starts writing something down, draws a floating symbol, and says he recently picked up some sword magic that might be useful. Li Ping takes it and stares at it, wondering how he's even supposed to use it. At the same time, Elizabeth finishes her pudding. The protagonist shows it to her and excitedly points out the sword skill. She gets angry and snaps that she just finished her pudding, and someone's already bringing her trouble. She crushes the empty pudding cup, then slams Tagore so hard his body bursts apart. She says she only got rid of a bug trying to act clever. Then the story cuts to a desert, where an explosion goes off, and someone appears. It's the Sword Saint, Chissy Saugus. She yells for her enemy to stop hiding and come out. The Axe Elder appears and asks why she's here causing trouble. Chissy tells him she's come to punish his crime of joining the Black Guild, and today she'll end him. She swings her hand, and the slash rips across the desert. The Axe Elder blocks it, and fires a black aura back at her. She slips past it with ease. The Axe Elder says his bond with Demon Burial is growing deeper, so her threats mean nothing now. Next, he'll start hurting her. Chissy warns that if he keeps going, the axe will fully control him and he'll lose himself. She tells him to wake up, but the bearded man just laughs. Lose himself? So what? After tasting this kind of power, he says, being consumed by it would be an honor. Then he calls to Demon Burial and tells it to take his body. A dark aura runs through him, and the madman forms a bizarre shape, like a woman's chest. Now speaking with a woman's voice, he says resentment won't abandon him, and he won't allow it. The change keeps going until, from the neck down, he becomes a curvy woman. Chissy calls him an idiot, and says the black gear has completely taken him over. Now speaking as Demon Burial, the transformed elder asks if she means this. She grabs the gear and rips it free, tearing the elder's face off with it, and then the real form appears. She greets Chissy, and says this is what real power looks like. After fixing her hair, she says that's much better. Chissy declares she'll destroy her now. She draws Phantom, a sword made from Ghost Horse King materials, and forged by the Dwarf King. The demon woman, still unnamed, aims her huge axe and tells Chissy to come at her. In the next instant, the Sword Saint is already behind her. She unleashes a mist slash, blasting apart the ground and carving out a crater. Chissy says the Axe Elder is already dead, so she has no reason to hold back anymore. It's over, but then her sword starts cracking and breaks apart. The demoness glances back and says she felt only a tiny hit from that attack, though it proves Chissy is strong. Then she asks if that's all she's got. Now Chissy is shaken. That sword was almost impossible to break, and it still barely harmed her enemy. The demoness says that if Chissy is finished, she'll begin her warm-up, and tells her to be careful. She actually starts stretching, while Chissy prepares herself. She starts calling out every kind of weapon. A scroll appears, and she hurls her whole attack into the air. She combines a spear, a scythe, and a dagger into one brutal move. Explosions erupt everywhere, and even her eye takes on a pentagram. Then Chissy uses space distortion and fires a black sphere of light at the demoness. The demoness, still finishing her change, just says she's finally loosened up. Chissy throws out 2 more scrolls to trap her as the warped space closes in. Still stretching, the demoness says Chissy is looking down on her. Chissy decides she has to use destruction magic. She pulls out a hammer and slams it into the distorted space. With the spear at the front and the scrolls wrapped around it, she launches the whole attack at once. But in 0.001 seconds, the demoness smirks and swings, and another 0.001 seconds later, that slash rips through everything Chissy sent, carving across the whole desert. In 0.004 seconds, the attack is already right in front of Chissy, and she knows she's about to be split in half. She quickly calls on the protection of the 7 sword guards, but the blow crashes in and starts snapping the swords apart. At 0.005 seconds, she realizes she's still going to be cut down. This time, she has no answer. The hit lands, and the swords burst apart. In less than half a second, she's done and drops to the ground. From above, the demoness looks down and calls her pathetically weak. Now that she's warmed up, she says it's time to handle the real issue. The axe demoness looks around, using a strange eye to search for something. Her sight sweeps across the entire planet until it locks onto Elizabeth. She says she's going there now, while Elizabeth runs off to grab the remote and some chips so she can relax. She tells Li Ping he was right all along, staying home, eating chips, and watching TV beats, dealing with world domination. The protagonist drops onto the couch too, saying he's mentally drained. Ruling the world really isn't for him. Elizabeth tells him not to stress. Since they already made the deal, she'll help him. Li Ping grumbles that she should have warned him before pulling something like that. Crunching a chip, she calls him way too demanding. Back when Tagore exploded, the old sword was shocked. The butler behind him drew his blade, and everyone else tensed up too. Even Blue, barely hanging on, forced out the last of his strength. Meanwhile, the dwarf calmly drinks and says this should be fun to watch. The boss gets up and tells everyone to settle down and hear him out. He turns to MC and asks for an explanation, but MC has no idea what to say. Then Elizabeth cuts in, saying with security this bad, no wonder the Black Guild got inside. When he asks what she means, she tells everyone to watch closely. She uses deconstruction magic on the power Tagore had passed to the protagonist, and a parasite drops out onto the floor. The tiny thing looks around, searching for a target, then spots Li Ping and leaps at him. MC flinches as the creature rushes over like it's thrilled to see him. Elizabeth flicks a finger, and it gets crushed instantly. Right then, the nearby butler notices Tagore's body is also breaking down. Even his flesh was part of a spell. Luna realizes that if someone as big as Tagore joined the Black Guild, it explains why so many others did too, and Anna agrees. Elizabeth says their methods are absurd, just a bunch of stupid gears. Li Ping, still biting his nails, wonders what that parasite was, and whether it would have hurt him if it bit. Goldsword asks how Elizabeth knew about it, but she only shoots him a cold look and says that's none of his business. The old man starts losing his temper, saying the Holy Guild may be weaker now, but it won't accept this disrespect. The boss is stuck. Dan the Elder is touchy about his pride, and he has no clue who Mr. Li Ping and the Queen really are. If he pushes too far, this could turn into a disaster. So the boss tries again and politely asks Mr. Li Ping to explain. The protagonist admits he still doesn't understand any of this either. Elizabeth grabs his arm and pulls him close against her, then says it's time for afternoon tea, and they'll talk later. MC just waves and says goodbye. The boss can already tell the whole mess is about to land on him, and now he has to explain it to the chief. Elizabeth looks at him and asks if he's finished. The boss stays silent. After they leave, the old sword orders the butler to investigate the southern region. Back home, Li Ping says if she's going to do that again, she needs to warn him first so he can prepare himself. Elizabeth thinks about 2 key points. That eye was definitely made by Jim, the red-eyed demon, and the dark magic Tagore used wasn't the same as the Black Guilds. That means stronger forces are still out there. Then again, maybe it won't matter much now that Amelia wiped out the Black Guild headquarters, leaving only a few demons for MC to play adventurer with. Lying on the couch, he says that Parasite really freaked him out. He asks how she knew Tagore was bad and begs her to teach him, though he doubts he has talent for magic. Elizabeth thinks that eye lets people see reflected magic, and spotting that would require power on her level. Li Ping's clothes work differently. They sense hostile intent before the person even acts. In her head, the protagonist is bragging that his clothes beat all her powers. Annoyed, she bites into a chip and says she's teaching him nothing. MC asks what he's supposed to do now. Is 1,000 sword swings a day really enough? He says he needs other techniques too, and since the sword saint is gone, maybe Elizabeth can train him a little. Elizabeth says no, Their deal has 3 rules. First, he must conquer the world with swordsmanship and magic. Second, aside from his clothes, he can't bring any items he made. Third, she'll go with him, but she won't teach him either magic or swordplay. He protests that they never agreed to that, and she casually says they just did, so he says he'll ask Uncle Boss instead. Even if the guy switched to cards, he should still know something useful. Just then, the returned sword Alpha says he'd better give up, because none of them use true swordsmanship, and can't teach him. When Li Ping asks what that means, Alpha explains they all mix magic into their sword use. Pure swordsmanship can only belong to someone with no magic at all. That actually makes sense to the protagonist. In a world full of magic, of course everyone would power up their blade with it. Then he gets up and says he knows what to do. Alpha tells him to stay, but the kid is already gone. Left alone, Alpha wonders what kind of place this is that MC would rather stay here than conquer the world. Then he decides to look around. He finds a microwave, a fan, a tiny cleaning robot, and all kinds of weird stuff, leaving him completely confused. Then suddenly he feels something like a blade cutting through him and freezes. What was that? Could it be Li Ping? No, he wouldn't give off killing intent that strong. Elizabeth? Also no, her bloodlust would feel much harsher. Then he realizes it's coming from the kitchen tools and can hardly believe it, saying he's the sacred sword. There's no way a kitchen knife should scare him like this. Li Ping suddenly shouts, startling Alpha. The poor sword bolts, saying he doesn't want to stay there anymore. Meanwhile, our hero still has no clue what just happened. Then he says whatever, he finally found it. A Tai Chi sword exercise book about long life, curing sickness, staying fit, and learning nature's secrets. He opens it with confidence and says he always thought it was useless, so he's glad he kept it on the shelf. He reads through it, then shuts it. There are 13 moves, and they look simple enough for anyone to learn, but he still wonders if they can really work in a fight. He tells Elizabeth he found a sword manual and asks her to help him with it. Stuffed with chips, she says she's tired and just wants to lie there. So our hero says fine, he'll go test it with Alpha instead. As he leaves, sly Elizabeth thinks to herself that he has no idea how to truly sharpen his swordsmanship. Soon he'll hit a wall and won't know how to get past it. That's when she'll step in and show her superiority. Li Ping heads out to the garden, calling for Alpha, but finds him in sword form. He complains that if Alpha keeps ignoring him, he'll just start training anyway. Alpha says nothing, so the protagonist opens the book and starts with the first move. He stretches out his arm and calls it Dragonfly, touching the water. The story cuts 3,000 kilometers away, where Wang Kai's giant toad friend is getting crushed. He's trying to fight back with magic, but the demoness tells her side to kill him so the others will fall in line. Then she attacks with wild speed, flexibility, and strength. A hard kick to the stomach sends the toad flying far off before he smashes into the ground. There's a hole in his chest as she walks over and says he had plenty of high-level creatures guarding him, but she'll wipe them all out so he has nowhere left to hide. From now on, she tells him, his peaceful days are over. Right then, a barrier appears above him. Wang Kai is calmly watching from overhead. The demoness recognizes him at once and realizes this enemy might actually cause her trouble. Wang Kai looks down and gives a short bark. The beat-up toad says that if Wang Kai's fighting, he's taking a break, and vanishes into smoke. The demoness warns Wang Kai to move unless he wants to die. Wang Kai runs an analysis, sees she's not on the whitelist, marks her as high risk, and triggers the rule that no one is allowed to disturb the master. He upgrades the threat to level 3 and launches a missile barrage. The whole area erupts. Far away, Li Ping keeps practicing his Tai Chi sword moves, and after a while he starts feeling pretty good. He actually managed to do all of them. It's not that just then, Alpha turns back into his human form. MC quickly asks what happened to him, but then he notices Alpha is busy cultivating. After a moment, Alpha opens his eyes and says he's finally recovered. Li Ping immediately asks him for advice on the sword art he's been practicing. Alpha blinks in confusion. Sword art? What is he talking about? Patting his head, he admits the moves feel more like health exercises and probably aren't great for real fighting. But Alpha's mind is somewhere else. The weapons in that house were insanely powerful. He got scared and ran. Then he collapsed by a tree. That's why he turned back into a sword. The pressure crushed his soul so badly that he lost consciousness and became just a blade. If Li Ping hadn't practiced and fed him energy, Alpha would have stayed a mindless sword forever. So why save him, wake him up, and then ask about sword training? In Alpha's head, the protagonist seems to say the world is far deeper than he knows. Compared to everything here, Alpha is just a piece of junk. Shaking, Alpha blurts out an apology and admits he was foolish. He starts spiraling, wondering why he even came here and who he really is. Unable to handle it, he turns back into a sword. Then he flies away, desperate to escape. Li Ping can only shout after him that he still needs someone to teach him. Back with the demoness, the blasts keep going, and she's getting tired. She asks if Wang Kai really plans to stay a servant forever, then urges him to join her and destroy the world. Wang Kai's only answer is a bark. She clicks her tongue, saying she offered cooperation just to save time, but he clearly doesn't value the favor. Not scared at all, she rushes in and fires a sharp slash at him. Wang Kai casually hops aside, and the strike tears through the ground. He instantly analyzes it, and realizes it could cut deep enough to trigger magma, and ruin Li Ping's whole area. That means it has to be stopped. So he reaches out one tiny hand and catches the attack. She uses that opening to send another strike. Wang Kai pulls out a second little hand and catches that one too. Then he starts draining both attacks, erasing them completely, while storing up the power for himself. Furious, the demoness yells that he's absorbing her attacks. Wang Kai calmly thanks her for the energy, and says if she wants to leave, he'll allow it. Instead, she draws the demon burial axe and says this move was meant for that heartless person, but now she'll use it to kill this dog. All the ruined hope, endless waiting, and pain of being abandoned. 500 years of hatred are packed into this strike, and she swears he'll be cut in half. Then she unleashes the attack, called the resentment of the final deadline. Wang Kai stays relaxed, scratches himself, and pulls out a small mirror behind him, one of Li Ping's creations. The whole attack hits the mirror and bounces straight back. The demoness freezes. Even the axe's eye looks stunned as the power reverses. It shoots off into space and blows up several planets. Staring in shock, she can hardly believe her 500 years of hatred vanished that easily. Wang Kai then sends out a few drones. She tries to move, but they surround her first and build a force field around her. Lying down, Wang Kai says she's the second powerful woman to invade. After losing to the first one, he upgraded this thing to handle any danger. Then he raises the force field to 50. The demoness starts burning and melting, crying that it can't end like this. She screams that she won't give up, but the field is already pushed to 100. As the weapon's eye howls, everything explodes, and the demoness drops to the ground. Stretching, Wang Kai remarks that his recent enemies have been pretty strong, so he'll need more upgrades. Then a hand suddenly rises from the ground, startling him. It's the Sword Saint, showing up at the perfect time to teach our boy a few important lessons. A legendary lucky pendant is what saved her life. Meanwhile, back at the house, Elizabeth is watching TV and getting hit with ad after ad. Annoyed, she mutters that there are too many, and decides to make Li Ping buy premium. Then, she notices the chips are gone, looks into the bag, and says the best part is always at the bottom. She sticks a finger inside to get the last crumbs, clearly enjoying it, and jokes about how satisfying it is to lick it clean. After that, she throws the bag away, slides on her slippers, and heads for the door, thinking it should be about time. Li Ping must be suffering through sword training, and he has no clue how much she went through to master it. Right when he's about to give up and think it's impossible, she'll step in and guide him. In her mind, that proves she's stronger. Out loud, she asks if he's slacking off, and says she came to check on him. He tells her to be quiet, and when she looks over, she's shocked to see him cultivating. Confused, she asks why he's sitting cross-legged when he said he was going to practice swordsmanship. He doesn't answer. That only annoys her more, so she snaps that she's talking to him. Then she decides he's stuck and too embarrassed to admit it. Ignoring her won't fix anything, she says, but if he bows his head and asks nicely, she might teach him a few things, for a small price. Right then, Li Ping finishes and opens his eyes. He greets Elizabeth, says he didn't notice her talking, and apologizes because he was deep in meditation. Still bothered, she just goes, "So that's what this is." She admits he trained well, but reminds him he was supposed to practice swordsmanship, not meditate. Li Ping lifts a wooden stick in front of her, and says it's not useless at all. These are strengthening moves, and both body and mind matter. While she was eating chips and napping, he learned all 13 Tai Chi sword forms. Then he asks if she wants him to show her so she can give pointers. She gives a smug little laugh and agrees, while thinking she won't stop him from embarrassing himself if he really believes he mastered sword skills that fast. The protagonist twirls the wooden stick and says the key to Tai Chi is a calm mind, closed eyes, and a straight posture. Then he starts with the first form, dragonfly touching the water. Elizabeth watches and senses real power in just that one move. Still, it's so calm that she can't tell where the destructive force is supposed to come from. Li Ping keeps going with the second move, swallow capturing insects. Then comes the third, dust floating in the wind, and a tornado starts forming above. Elizabeth is stunned. Is the power changing? Li Ping doesn't stop. He says it's time to switch stance, tosses the branch up, and moves into the fourth form, sudden storm. Elizabeth starts gathering power too, wondering how he got this strong so fast. Now she feels she has to surpass him. She draws her sword, her horns appear, and she says it's not bad. She'll give him a little guidance. MC continues with the fifth move, blue dragon out of water. A real dragon rises from the water. Elizabeth answers with her demonic sword of destruction, summoning a dragon of her own and sending it against his. The two dragons crash together, and hers is destroyed. When it's over, the sky is calm and blue again. Grinding her teeth, Elizabeth mutters that this makes no sense, and asks why she's so much weaker than him. Li Ping keeps going. When you're calm, your mind lacks nothing. When you're still, you're at peace. Every move must stay calm no matter what happens. Only then can you grasp the true heart of Tai Chi. He taps the water lightly and begins the 8th move, the moon on the water. A moon really appears on the water. Then everything starts blowing apart, and Elizabeth yells that he's tricked her again by pretending to be weak. Fine, if this is about swordsmanship, she refuses to lose to him. As the moon keeps growing, she declares she's done holding back. But the moment her feet leave the ground, she starts floating and realizes he's trying to crush her with gravity, something she refuses to allow. Then she sees the whole area has changed. Now she's standing on a moon he created, eyes still closed. Li Ping says that as the Tai Chi sword forms continue, the mind grows calm and vast, letting you understand nature's secrets. 9th move, meteors striking the moon. A rain of meteors comes down, and Elizabeth thinks each one is as strong as her destruction magic, and there are way too many. As they close in, she shifts into her demon form and admits she made a mistake by looking down on his swordsmanship. Then she cuts the moon in half just as the meteor shower closes in. Shouting that he's wrong if he thinks he's above her, she slashes through every meteor. After that, she charges straight at Li Ping, who still looks like he's deep in cultivation. She screams that her swordsmanship is the strongest in history and launches a huge slash through him, only for his body to split apart and fade away. The whole moon is ripped to pieces. Then fear hits her. Did her need to beat him make her kill him by accident? But another Li Ping appears in the sky, calmly saying that in the great emptiness, one must be sincere and calm. She stares up, completely confused. He goes on, saying this wide state of mind is Tai Chi becoming one with nature. Then, like a recap, we're reminded that the last part ended with Li Ping facing the Demon Queen. Even then, he stayed calm and said that in the endless void, a person must be sincere. She looked up and asked what that meant, and the protagonist answered that the mind must stay calm and connected to nature. With that, he used the 10th move, holding the moon, and rebuilt everything she had destroyed. That only made Elizabeth even madder, especially because she had worried about him for even a second. Still, she chose to use this chance to end him for good, so she sent her aura straight into the sky, pulling out all of her magic. Facing Li Ping, she declared she could do anything he could. MC stayed calm, only tossing the moon upward and warning that the final form is trained without a sword. Then he used the 11th movement, Awakening of the Sword. 3 copies of him appeared. Elizabeth laughed and said she'd play along with this clone trick. Then she started calling in a pile of deadly attacks. Li Ping kept cultivating, saying all things return to one. Elizabeth and her clones shouted at him to stop running, then attacked together, but she quickly realized none of it had landed. He was standing above a yin-yang, and that only made Elizabeth madder when she saw she couldn't reach him in that state. Li Ping said that just because her attack missed didn't mean she had no options, so she answered with a massive storm of attacks. She swore he was about to face the strongest strike this demon queen had ever made, but the protagonist used the 12th movement, 3 lives give rise to all. Above him, an entire world burst apart as Elizabeth's blade came down. Then she watched her full attack break apart the moment it touched the universe he made. It was the strongest move she had ever created. Even so, it was reduced to dust. That whole universe could be seen inside a single drop, which fell onto a leaf where they now stood. For a brief second, she touched the water, and Elizabeth understood she was still facing Li Ping. She admitted that all her training still wasn't enough. He said the mind travels through time, then returns to its source, and that's where peace is found. That only made Elizabeth angrier. Now he was teaching her, but then her tone changed, and she said it was fine. After seeing that vastness, she accepted that understanding his way was the right path. Suddenly, her hands pressed against a strange barrier, and Li Ping said the final movement was near. Elizabeth answered that, beyond time and space, she also had a move without a sword. To kill him, she'd have to break the world's rules. She launched her final strike, saying this was his end, so nothing before this mattered. Once he died, she'd have no reason to stay in this world. But in the end, she was the one who lost. Li Ping only spoke the name of the last movement, slowly lifting his hand and using the 13th movement. One is all. Her attack stopped before it could touch him. With that, everything she had ruined was restored, and Li Ping, eyes still closed, pulled her closer. Face to face with him, she asked what he was trying to do. The protagonist only asked what she thought she was. A second later, they were back inside the house. Calmly, Li Ping called out to her, now that she had broken through to a 7-star demon. Then he asked if she believed he could do it. She just stared, confused by what he meant. He said he was obviously talking about swordsmanship. Even with only simple forms, he thought he might be improving. The poor girl was dazed and a little love-struck. Meanwhile, Li Ping sincerely wanted to know if there was anything he should fix. She only kept staring in silence. That made him awkward, and he started wondering why she was looking at him like that. Elizabeth finally noticed how flustered she was and pulled away from his arm. Li Ping stood there awkwardly while she froze beside him. Sensing the weird mood, he tried to ease the tension. She told him that even with his eyes closed, he felt every bit of her guidance, so of course she must be an expert. While he kept talking, she drifted into another wild misunderstanding. In her head, MC only pretended to study swordsmanship so he could help her evolve. First he widened her senses, then cornered her with a desperate fight. After pushing her past her limits, he brought her back to the start, and she advanced. She told herself she was foolish for ever thinking she could beat him one day. Obviously, he wasn't fighting for fun, and he didn't want to risk destroying the whole world either. If so, there had to be only one reason he was still helping her. At this point, even this YouTube channel would have to cut what she's thinking. She's now convinced Li Ping wants the strongest baby in the world. He keeps trying to talk to her, but she can't focus at all, because now she thinks he's making her stronger, so she can bear his child. Then she suddenly snaps back. She blurts out that he should stop looking down on people like that. Li Ping gives her that usual confused face and asks what she's talking about. But now she's sure that every time they fought, he held back because he was scared of hurting her. In her mind, he always trained her as gently as possible, so she wouldn't break. She says she'll have to swallow her pride, but she needs to say this. Then she promises him something, if he'll answer one question. Li Ping, completely lost, asks what she wants. She tries to say it, but can't find the courage. Then, something suddenly drops beside them. Confused, he turns to look. Of course, it's the little dog dragging in Sixie. Li Ping walks over and asks Enkai what happened. He has no clue. Once again, the little dog brought home someone badly hurt. Seeing her covered in injuries, Elizabeth asks why Enkai beat her up so badly. Weirdly, the dog takes that like praise. Right then, the poor thing feels a terrifying aura. It's obviously Elizabeth, demanding to know why this smelly dog brought in another person, and asking if he forgot her warning from last time. Meanwhile, the sword keeps flying around, and Alpha appears far away. He's exhausted after running in terror for more than 30 kilometers. The poor guy just woke up, and all of this is way beyond him. The legendary hero has gone completely off script, and somehow ended up in a weird situation with the Demon Queen. On top of that, everything Li Ping makes is stronger than he is. Inside that house, he's just useless scrap metal, so what is he even for? Why is he only good for chopping wood? And why was he brought into this world at all? Still, he decides he'll find the meaning of his existence and get his confidence back when someone suddenly cries out for help. Startled, he turns and asks who's there. It's the girl from the demon burial, battered on the ground. Alpha quickly notices she's a spiritual weapon. He goes over and asks what happened and where her real body is. She says a bad guy destroyed it and begs him to help. Alpha is touched. She's amazing, and for once someone actually needs him. She says she doesn't have much time, so they need to act fast. Alpha asks what he can even do, since finding her real body that fast is impossible. She says the best answer is to enter his body for now. He agrees, thinking he does have enough energy to support her a while. At that moment, the schemer thinks she tricked him, but Alpha suddenly laughs in her face, leaving her confused. Then he asks if she really thinks he doesn't know what she's trying to do. She figures that tired or not, she may have to force this weak idiot. Feeling proud of himself, he says she must know he's the legendary sacred weapon Alpha. The poor guy was just abandoned, and now he's already found someone who needs him. He holds out his hand and says that because it's her, he's willing to consider it. Anyone else would be rejected. She thinks she may have found the world's biggest fool, but later she can always replace him with someone better. Then she rises a little, and using all her charm, asks him to come closer. He leans in and asks what it is, and then comes the little hand. She pulls him near her face and tells him to look deep into her eyes. He clearly doesn't have the nerve for this, and awkwardly asks what comes next. She tells him to stare right into her eye, and he clumsily apologizes. Then he says that whatever resentment she carries, he'll help settle it. A strange hypnosis starts creeping toward him. Alpha wonders what his resentment even is. Under the spell, he admits he's been losing the meaning of his own existence. She tells him that if that's true, he should hand over his body and let her handle everything. With that, she leaps forward and starts taking over his body. Alpha rises with her aura around him, now under her control, and says she'll finally get the revenge she wants. She does find it odd that this body feels pretty weak for a so-called sacred sword, but whatever, the resentment inside him is definitely strong. Now she plans to avoid that dog and find a way to kill Elizabeth for good. The scene shifts to someone waking up and seeing Elizabeth. Of course it's Chissy, and now she's about to deal with the queen. The moment she opens her eyes, Elizabeth is already there watching her. Chissy asks who she is and why she was saved, but the queen cuts her off, saying she's in no position to ask questions. Leaning over the bed, Elizabeth tells her to listen. She came only to give the frightened girl a warning. She reminds her that she was the first one here, and everything in this house belongs to her, including the man living in it. Chissy, totally confused, just says she understands. She can't tell if she's too weak or if Elizabeth's aura is really that overwhelming. Then the door opens. Li Ping walks in with soup. That's when he notices the girl is awake, and catches a scene he completely reads the wrong way. The poor guy gets embarrassed, clearly unsure what he's looking at, and quietly starts backing out. A little later in the living room, Li Ping tells her to stay and recover. Then he asks what happened and how she got hurt like that. She explains that she was chasing a traitor from the Black Guild. For now, she thinks hiding is the safest choice. He can't believe the Black Guild is involved again. Elizabeth asks if she's certain, since that guild was supposed to have vanished. In her head, she's already thinking that if Amelia shows up, she's getting beaten up. Those people should be gone by now. Chissy gives her name and says the Black Guild is still very active right now. Li Ping introduces himself and says he's been trying to become a hero so he can wipe out the Black Guild too. Then he presents Elizabeth as Xiao Bei, his roommate. Chissy clearly gets the wrong idea. Elizabeth cuts past that and asks if she has anything important to add. Li Ping says that even if Elizabeth looks mad, she changed the girl's clothes and treated her wounds. That shocks Chissy. So Elizabeth was the one who healed her with magic. That makes no sense to her, because fixing injuries like those would take someone stronger than the Elven clan leader. Then she notices Elizabeth's pointed ear. With that aura and that level of healing, she's sure this woman is no ordinary person. The protagonist says magic is amazing, and he can't help feeling jealous of his friend. Chissy says this house is full of strange things, and asks if they've lived there long. Li Ping politely says yes. Elizabeth, though, wants to know why she's asking so many questions. To Chissy, their auras are completely different. One feels gentle, the other feels downright wicked. She's met plenty of strong people, but these two are the first ones she can't read at all. Elizabeth says if she's recovered, she can leave and stop dirtying the house. Chissy is thrown off by that comment. Li Ping tells Elizabeth to relax. The girl only just woke up. Annoyed, Elizabeth turns away and says he can do whatever he wants. Chissy quickly gets up and apologizes for causing trouble. She says she still has someone to return to and a job to finish. If she doesn't, the whole continent could be in danger. She signals for her sword to appear, but nothing happens, and the other two just stare. Li Ping asks what's wrong. Chissy keeps calling for her sword to come out. Then her finger suddenly sparks, and she falls back. Confused, she says she can't remember even one sword formation. Elizabeth tells her she lost those abilities by forcing her body somewhere it never should have gone, creating impurities. Li Ping has no idea what that means, and asks her to explain. Chissy says that to fight the Black Guild, she made a contract with the Sea of Darkness. He is even more lost after hearing that. Elizabeth dismisses it as trash, though she admits it does have a small link to both of them. Chissy lowers her head and admits this happened because she gave in to temptation. Li Ping says she can stay here if she wants and learn swordsmanship with them while they train. Elizabeth instantly cuts in. She never agreed to teach anyone else. The protagonist apologizes and says he thought she wanted to destroy the Black Guild too. Chissy stands again and says it's fine. She'll leave so she doesn't trouble them anymore, and thanks them again for saving her. Li Ping stops her and says she must be hungry. He even made instant noodles for her. The bowl sits on the table, giving off a weirdly powerful vibe. Still, she thanks him and says she needs to calm herself down before doing anything else. Then she heads for the door. Seeing she won't change her mind, MC warns her to be careful, because it's dangerous out there. The second Chissy leaves, Elizabeth steals the noodles. She says the girl was smart enough to realize only she deserves to eat them. Li Ping asks why she won't help when Chissy got hurt fighting the Black Guild. Elizabeth turns away and says she's staying out of it. He can do what he wants. Outside, Chissy sits on the grass and starts remembering the battle. She recalls the moment the demon delivered the last strike. All she saw was that blow rushing at her, and then she was on the ground, completely wrecked. Right after that, the woman vanished. It happened when the crystal on Chissy's necklace shattered. A little later, she saw Wenkai appear. Chissy finally says she remembers everything now. If not for that lucky gem, she would have died right there. She feels stupid for ever thinking she was the strongest on the continent, when Li Ping walks up and says she really didn't get far. He tells her he gets it. He once wanted to learn swordsmanship too, but ended up focused on country life. Lately though, he started training again, and realized he's still a fool with nowhere near enough power to beat the Black Guild. Chissy shrinks back and says he doesn't understand, because what she learned wasn't normal swordsmanship, it was demonic swordsmanship, something she luckily found in ancient ruins. Li Ping says she still has power inside her, and could switch paths. He even knows an old man who did that, and became much stronger, but Chissy is crushed. Losing her swordsmanship feels worse than dying. He tells her the universe is huge and everything in it is tiny, so she can still start over, if she wants to try with him. Of course, Elizabeth hears all of this and immediately wonders what he means by try together. She already pictures Li Ping training his new friend. Things escalated in this house fast. That's when Elizabeth decides she won't allow it. He suddenly says he can hear Xiaobei's voice, and a second later, she teleports right in front of them. Excited, he asks if she came to help after all. Elizabeth sticks out her tongue and says she does whatever she wants. Then she asks if he forgot that he can't give anything away without asking her first. Li Ping says he didn't give anything away, but she fires back that he himself counts as something that isn't his to offer. Next, she pulls out a spatial curtain, throws it at Chissy, and tells her to come along. The two vanish right in front of the protagonist. He ends up thinking Elizabeth may talk harshly, but deep down she's kind. When Chissy opens her eyes again, she's in a void. Elizabeth brought her straight into the vast space of her consciousness. Chissy knows only someone at the Demon King level should be able to do that. Elizabeth says she brought her here to help. Confused, Chissy asks how. Elizabeth answers that first. She has to be completely destroyed. Chissy flinches as something rushes toward her eye. She barely dodges the sharp shell-like strike. Stunned, she asks why Elizabeth is trying to kill her. She also wants to know why someone with Demon King power saved her in the first place. Elizabeth answers with another wave of attacks. Chissy quickly realizes dodging all this won't be easy. She flips back again and again to avoid the barrage, and soon starts figuring out where it's coming from. Spotting Elizabeth in the distance, she declares she's at the peak of the 5th star and won't die so easily. Elizabeth unleashes a full barrage and says she doesn't have time to chat. Then Shadow catches Chissy's arm. In an instant, all 4 of her limbs are pinned. Chissy screams for her to let go and demands to know why she's doing this. Elizabeth coldly says the girl's mind is badly messed up. Without demonic swordsmanship, using that kind of power will only put her in more danger. Chissy keeps struggling and begging to be released, but then a hand reaches in and strikes her right in the face. She writhes in pain as pentagrams fill her eye. Something strange inside her stomach seems to be fighting back, and the hand Elizabeth sent in grabs a parasitic worm, slowly pulling it out until the creature is fully removed. Chissy is left shaken, trying to recover, while Elizabeth stares at the thing and asks how it got into her inner world. She demands to know what it has to do with the Black Guild. The creature only mutters that everything would have worked if not for her. Elizabeth snaps, saying that doesn't matter. As Chissy trembles, the creature says she'll gain enough power to win and defeat the Demon King. It whispers that every time she shows weakness, something gets taken from her, and if his body were destroyed, it would use hers instead. Taken over by that strange force, Chissy accuses Elizabeth of shamelessly breaking her promise. Elizabeth, now concerned, says something is clearly wrong. The story then jumps back 500 years, to a pit of lava. The Demon Queen was there, cultivating. She told herself that to beat that cursed hero, she had to grow even stronger and reach the next realm. That's when a voice offered to help her gain more power. She slowly opened her eyes and asked who he was, and more importantly, how he got into her training ground. The creature introduced himself as Azathoth, Lord of the Sea of Darkness. Elizabeth asked how he planned to make her stronger. He said all she had to do was let him live inside her body. His chaotic power would merge with hers, and she'd never need to fear the legendary hero again. Elizabeth questions the offer, and a pentagram starts forming in her eyes. The creature says she's close, and only needs to accept. But instead, she grabs him and says he's trash if he thinks she's actually afraid of the hero. The creature claims she doesn't need to worry because someone as strong as her couldn't be possessed, but Elizabeth already read his mind and knew he planned to take her body after he weakened her. He says it's too late now. She touched the spiritual sea, so the contract is already formed. If she rejects the union, things could turn ugly for her. Elizabeth tosses him aside and says she absorbed chaotic energy long ago. The power he's offering would only fool someone weak. Then she throws him straight into the lava. Back in the present, with Chissy possessed, she attacks, screaming for Elizabeth to die. Elizabeth calmly raises an unbreakable barrier and blocks the whole blast. The creature can't understand why beating that woman is so hard. Elizabeth tells it the sword style came from her, so of course she knows every flaw in it. And now, she says, it doesn't deserve to be called the strongest anymore. The creature can't understand it. It's already a 2-star demonic being, so this shouldn't be happening. Elizabeth just calls it a frog in a well, someone who thinks they're powerful only because they haven't seen how big the world really is. Then, the creature slammed its hands onto the ground and tried to back away, telling her to wait. Maybe she couldn't beat this now, but soon she'd unlock the seal on her body. As it struggled to get loose, it complained that her hand was in the way, then warned her to stop because no magic could break the contract she'd made. Elizabeth answered by tossing Li Ping's instant noodles right onto its head. She says she doesn't need to do anything else. His noodles are enough. The creature feels totally insulted and demands to know how she dared do that. Then it started reacting to the chaotic energy, and the creature suddenly twisted in pain. The energy slowly flowed back into Elizabeth's pot, and she muttered that she ended up relying on him again. Once again, his plan worked, and she couldn't do a thing about it. At the same time, Li Ping was in the garden when a portal opened behind him. He turned around and said that was quick, then asked if they were all right. Elizabeth had changed into an oxygen-made outfit and said everything was fine. Li Ping, though, wanted to know why the women were acting so weird. Meanwhile, Alpha was flying around when the woman from earlier said she'd finally found where they were and slowly moved toward their house. Then, she sensed 1K's presence again and froze in midair, realizing it was him. She knew right away this was someone she had no hope of beating, so she instantly gave up on that route. Still, the poor little dog had already been beaten by Elizabeth for bringing Chissy, and after the hit he took from her transformed state, he had to stay on the ground just to recover. The demonist couldn't figure out how this dog kept showing up all around the house, so she tried circling in from another side to avoid him, but he was there again. She took off, searching for some other path, and an hour later she was still moving all over the place, trying to understand how he always reached wherever she went. By then, she was sure she'd been spotted, and the dog was messing with her. So she turned into Alpha, and declared that if she couldn't beat this dog, she'd never get to see that person. She charged at him, shouting that he could kill her, but he wasn't allowed to humiliate her like this. Alpha started analyzing her as she came in. She gathered a dark attack, ready to end it. He identified Alpha as a B, and instantly switched to whitelist mode. Then he moved behind her, and pulled out a stick, stretching it open into a welcome back sign. That completely threw her off in front of the dog, who was basically asking why she was sneaking around when this was her home. Wang Kai just raised a paw and pointed toward the house. After that, she moved closer, and soon she was standing right in front of Li Ping's home. The weird part was that she just stood there, looking around. She looked at the house and the trees, then said she'd finally returned to the place where she was born. Long ago, Li Ping was forging metal and shaping wood, and that's how he created his first axe. It was one of his most amazing works, and also one of the first weapons he ever made with a will of its own. That day, he named it Dazwaim, and that was the twist. The story had dropped clues before, like how the axe vanished overnight in the early chapters. Now we learn she'd been chopping wood with him from the start, until one rainy day when Li Ping rushed home and accidentally left the axe behind. She felt abandoned. While he ran off to bring in the laundry, she lay there, wishing he'd come back for her, but he never did. More than 500 years passed with her left there, and her mind slowly started to break down. That axe filled up with resentment. After all that time, some apostles happened to talk nearby. They gave a strange potion to a man and said it was a new Black Guild experiment. The axe's first master thought it was strange that drinking it would make him stronger, but he wasn't scared, so he drank it right away. His body started shaking, and something felt wrong. The gear mark on his chest seemed to boost his power a lot. Meanwhile, the abandoned Dazwaim axe began absorbing that energy. Everyone noticed something odd, and turned to look. Then the apostles in front of him suddenly exploded. Cold sweat poured down as he wondered who killed them that fast. He walked toward the axe on the ground, and it ordered him to kneel. He obeyed at once and asked who was speaking. That's when Daezhuang appeared and introduced herself as a demonic burial. Back at the house, she was angry. He'd left her for over 500 years, so why was she feeling nostalgic now? Then the door began to open. She froze when she saw who it was. Li Ping was coming out to chop wood. Then he noticed Alpha, and said it looked like he was back. Daezhuang thought he meant her, but he was talking to Alpha, and said it was time to cut wood. That made her furious. This so-called Alpha had taken her place. Li Ping grabbed the sword's scabbard and told him to say something. When Alpha didn't answer, he said they should get to work. But for Daezhuang, the feeling was deeply familiar. The protagonist got ready to start chopping, then said it was strange. Holding it today made him feel nostalgic. Daezhuang thought he was pretending not to recognize her. Then Li Ping raised it and split the wood. Daezhuang felt something strange. He cut another piece of wood, and she started to remember that even after 500 years, this was still the best feeling in the world. Li Ping wondered why Alpha was making weird noises today, but didn't mind. He felt like they worked perfectly together. So the chopping went on, and before long they had a huge pile of wood. MC said it had been a long time since he'd felt like this. He'd chopped wood plenty of times, but today reminded him of when he used to work with Daezhuang. In tears, she realized her master had never forgotten her. All that resentment finally disappeared. Li Ping said that if the barrier hadn't broken and the world hadn't changed, he would have gone looking for her. It's a shame, he said, because this would be the last time he'd get to feel what it was like chopping wood with her. Daezhuang then understood that without that body of resentment, she no longer had the strength to stay. Even so, she felt lucky that he had created her, and hoped the next axe would serve him well. Li Ping simply said he'd need to make a new axe later, since Alpha would be going on adventures with him now. After saying that, he left to cook. Poor Alpha was left there alone. Then she changed back. She was clearly still conscious, grumbling that those idiots had made up. Now, she had no idea how she was supposed to fit into this. Inside the house, Elizabeth asked Shichi what she knew about demonic swordsmanship. Shichi said it all began 100 years ago. Back then, the Black Guild was rising fast and capturing people all across the continent. Most people were too busy trying to survive to stop them, but after earning the title of Sword Saint, she went alone to gather information on them. The leak got out though, and several apostles surrounded her and threw her into an abyss. That's how she fell into the Demon Queen's cultivation point. There, she felt something strange. She found traces of his queen's sword practice in that place. Even though there wasn't much left, she absorbed the energy around her, until none remained. She grew a lot in just 3 months, but her talent still had limits. That's when she understood there were people far stronger than she could ever become. While she was lost in that thought, a voice asked if she wanted more power. Li Ping asked what she did, and she said she accepted so she could defeat the Black Guild. It seems Shay Ti already knows he is the hero, and now she's wondering if accepting the Sea of Darkness was a mistake. She adds that the creature couldn't fully use all that power, and ended up giving her a tentacle weapon. Elizabeth says she already sealed that thing, and what contacted her was actually a clone of its consciousness. Li Ping then asks if the weapon she got is basically like an octopus. Then he starts thinking about how he still hasn't tried that kind of food in this world. Elizabeth immediately asks if it tastes good. He says it was delicious in his world, but he has no idea about the creatures here. Shi-Chi can't believe they were just talking about the end of the world, and are now discussing eating octopus. Then the protagonist cuts the chat short, and says it's time to eat. He pulls out the pot glowing with golden energy. Shi-Chi is shocked by how much magic power it gives off. And yes, he made infernal curry. Elizabeth gets excited, but we already know where this is going. Here comes the first bite. She puts a spoonful in her mouth and says it's delicious. Looks like she learned some self-control, because all she says is that it's a little spicy. Still, she immediately grabs some juice and says it's absurd that a 7-star demon can't handle this flavor. Li Ping asks if it's too hot, and says he'll slice some icy onions. He stretches the mashie over his own hand, saying it won't take long. With one touch, it fully breaks apart. Shi-Chi can't understand how he thinks his sword skills are bad when he can do that, then toss the pieces into the soup like tiny flakes. After that, he serves another bowl and says it should be less spicy now. Elizabeth insists she likes spicy food, and tells him to stop embarrassing her like that. Li Ping offers some to Shi-Chi, while Elizabeth looks ready to kill someone. Shi-Chi seems embarrassed, but also like she wants to accept. As she reaches for the plate, Elizabeth calls out to her. She sighs, knowing she has to choose carefully. There are only 3 options. Confused, they ask what she means. Elizabeth then brings out 3 items. The first is a pot of curry. The other 2 are a sword manual, and one of Li Ping's kitchen knives. He is baffled, and says it's weird to give away his knife. Elizabeth shuts that down, saying this is a test of character, and he's part of it too. Shi-Chi realizes the test is for her. She figures the right choice must be hidden in what they talked about earlier. She's sure the curry holds so much power it could make her evolve on the spot. But if even Elizabeth could barely handle it, Shi-Chi would probably be ruined by it. As for the knife, it makes Rank's weapons look worthless. Still, the hero clearly didn't want to part with it, so she knows she could never truly use it. That rules out both the curry and the knife, so the only thing left is the swordsmanship manual. Following Elizabeth's hint, she asks for the manual. Right then, the door gets blown apart. All 3 turn, stunned. Li Ping asks why Alpha looks like that. Alpha storms in full of hate, saying he's here for revenge and plans to kill everyone. Shi-Chi jumps up at once, sure this is demon burial. She asks to borrow the knife so she can deal with it, but the moment she grabs it, she feels overwhelming power from a monstrous talent. She tries to control it, but the blade seems to have a will of its own. Her hand can't even keep hold of it. In a flash, all her energy is drained. The poor girl collapses, completely spent. The knife slips free and rolls away, straight toward De Zhuang. She instantly knows coming here was a mistake, and the blade cuts right through her. Alpha is split apart too, and the knife flies back into Li Ping's hand on its own. Seeing Shi-Chi collapsed, the protagonist calls out to her. With Alpha down as well, he yells, asking how this happened when he didn't even do anything. The story then cuts to a ruined battlefield. The 6th pillar of the Black Guild is down on the ground. Another member, the one who looks like a machine, arrives and tries to wake him. She shocks him to bring him back. The bear jolts awake, fried from the shock. He calls for the Golden Dragon King, and says he's still ready to fight. Then a tiny heart pops up, and he starts drooling. The girl named Bader tells him the fight is already over. Robot number 24 explains the president was eaten, everyone else died, and she vanished. Bader says none of that matters now, the result was already set. In the center, there's a golden dragon egg. The boss admits he never expected Amelia to have an ability like that to save herself. Even so, he says he never meant to hurt her. Then a tentacle reaches for the egg, it coils around it and absorbs it completely. Aglobians step out from inside the mirror, and even the old man keeping it active starts to fall apart. He says this proves king-level power is the standard. If there had been just a little more, the master would have returned at once. An ugly insect-faced one asks how the Black Guild ended up in such a pathetic state. His link to a certain Dagyul was cut off, so he wants to know what happened to the others. The man apologizes, and says Dagyul gave his life to protect the guild. The one from the earlier meeting asks if the old man's research progressed, since he looks younger now. The old man says he finally got the right materials, then asks why he's here. Tagore says this body's identity was exposed, so he'll need a new one. The demonic pillars ask who the man in the air is. The robot explains he's one of the ones who also controls the Sea of Darkness consciousness. Tagore says the plan to seize the Dwarf Kingdom has to be delayed for now. From above the portal, the boss adds that they lost many apostles. A few years earlier, while the old man was deep in his research, he thought he'd finally found what he'd been searching for. That's when Elizabeth started to be rebuilt. He was overwhelmed, sure he had finally done it, and number 24 praised the result. But then the body twisted into a corrupted mass and disintegrated. The old man was crushed, realizing it failed again. Once more, all his research had led nowhere. He couldn't understand why the body stayed so unstable. By then, years of non-stop work were catching up to him. A human life is short, and he needed to evolve before time ran out. Then something appeared and offered to help him grow stronger. The old man asked who it was. The being introduced itself as Azathoth of the Sea of Darkness, and Pridlaj. They worked together. A wrath nearby began to mutate and lose its mind. In an instant, it became a giant monster. That was when the old man realized chaotic energy could give him enough power to revive anything. Azathoth said he had all the power the old man wanted, but he would need bodies. From there, many creatures started being created, and the gears joined the demonic cult. Before long, hundreds of thousands of creatures had been incubated. Azathoth asked why the old man wouldn't take in demonic energy too. He answered that he didn't care about getting stronger. His only goal was bringing Elizabeth back. Azathoth said fine, he would control that place for a while. He had already realized that cursed Malfoy was too careful, so normal plans wouldn't work on him, so he handed over the tentacles, another piece of his own consciousness, to manage the place. Malfoy accepted, and said he would make him an apostle. Azathoth smiled. Another part of his plan was now in motion. Back in the present, Azathoth asks how long it will take to rebuild his sovereign body. Malfoy says it will take a long time, especially with this whole place destroyed. Azathoth tells him to quit lying, since he knows Malfoy can build a demon king in minutes, then asks why he won't hand over that Elizabeth clone. The old man warns that if he brings that up again, he'll kill him where he stands. The subordinates immediately drop to their knees, wondering if this is the president's true power. Azathoth laughs it off, saying there's no need to get so tense. He was only joking. But inside, he knows Malfoy is far too dangerous, so he can't reveal where Elizabeth is. He says he's leaving and will come back once he has new information. The old man starts licking the mirror, saying it will be ready soon. His master will return to him in an even more perfect form. And below, an Elizabeth clone is already prepared. The scene then moves to Boss City. It seems Elizabeth sent Li Ping there to explore as an adventurer. What confuses him is why the whole city is being rebuilt. Then he spots a huge church and wonders how Annie is doing. He heads straight to the orphanage and knocks. The door opens right away, which feels strange. Inside, the pig is there while everyone tells him to keep scrubbing. Li Ping immediately asks why this guy is here. He kicks the door open and tells them to stop. The pig starts shaking and asks why he's back again, while he only wants to know where Annie is and what happened to her. The pig stands up and says she's resting upstairs. Then he asks if Li Ping thinks he's fooling around here. As usual, the protagonist thinks he can't handle things without Elizabeth. The pig begs for help, saying he's exhausted. Then someone walks in, fixing her hair. Since she spent time at home, years seem to have passed much faster for her. The pig calls her big sister, and Li Ping is confused. He quickly rushes over, telling her not to worry and to go rest. Then he proudly tells her to look at the floor he cleaned so carefully. Annie thanks him and says they're all still working hard for the church, and the monsters are staying focused. Only then does Li Ping realize he was brought in to help clean. Annie then asks what he's doing there. A little later, she serves tea, and he says she's grown a lot. She explains it happened after her magic powers returned. MC awkwardly says he gets it, then asks why all these beasts are working for her. She says she isn't fully sure, but something happened in the city last week. Li Ping immediately asks if it was the Black Guild, and she says yes. Some of the beasts there started turning into monsters. People ran in panic, screaming that an apostle had attacked. Then they came face to face with it, and thought they were about to die. The pig asked what was happening to his brother, and begged him to calm down. Nearby, Tagore watched and said orcs lose control more easily than humans or elves. The problem is that they also lose their reason. That's why they work better as tools of destruction than as parasite hosts. Then the pig orc's brother attacked, and the strike hit everyone nearby. But when he opened his eyes, a stuffed panda had blocked it. The orc screamed and went even more insane, but Annie said she would protect this place and summoned her whole plush collection. A battle broke out right in the middle of the city, and that's why everything was wrecked. At least Annie won in the end, and all the gears stuck inside the creature were ripped out. It fell and started to break apart, leaving the pig crying over his brother. Annie apologized, saying she couldn't purify the power inside that monster. Tagore found it odd that someone so strong lived in this city. He decided she might be a good target to parasitize, but then she turned around, and one look blew the Azathoth creature apart. She immediately realized something had been watching her. Back in the present, Li Ping says this confirms the Black Guild's involvement, and the one watching her may be tied to the lost memories. He tells her not to worry, those memories will come back. He mainly came to check whether she's carrying any mental trauma and how she's doing. Annie says she's stayed stable ever since he helped her recover. And just like Elizabeth said, she'll use her bloodline to help bring peace. Leipong smiles and says leaving it to her was the right call. Still, Elizabeth doesn't really care much about peace in this place, and since he doesn't understand magic, he can't do much himself. He adds that if the world truly needed the so-called legendary hero, things would turn into a disaster. Annie starts shaking and asks what he means, because from her point of view, Leipong is way too strong to ever use his full power. If he really had to act, the whole world might be destroyed and rebuilt from zero. She takes it as a warning. If they fail, everyone dies. But Leipong just smiles and says that if Elizabeth approved of the girl, then she has talent. Still trembling, she says she understands and will do her best, thinking he trusts her because he showed her a glimpse of his power that day. Her problem is that she still can't fully control it. She apologizes, but Leipong tells her that's fine. Then he reaches behind himself and drops a bag on the table. Inside are fruits he promised to bring back for her. Annie realizes he always knew her limits and brought magic fruit to help her reach what she needs. To her, that means he's been watching over her and making sure she can handle the power he gave her. So she thanks him and promises to protect this city. He replies that if that's true, he can trust nothing will happen there, because he still has to keep the promise that Elizabeth will one day rule the world. That leaves her confused, but she figures if the sacred hero is part of it, maybe it's a good thing. He tells her not to think of it like that. Elizabeth wants to rule the world because she thinks it's the easiest way to keep peace, but he plans to do it another way. Annie nervously asks what that means. He says he'll explain later. Today, he came to ask for advice. Since she's read so much, he wants to hear about the continents and the main powers in each of them. Annie says he can rely on her. She doesn't know much about the Black Guild or the Demon Kingdom, only their main forces. The Dwarf Kingdom matters less, but it's tied to the Sword Saint. And the Guild of Swords is the biggest power. Anyone who wants influence needs its approval. From there, she starts breaking down the world map and who controls each region. In short, the Sword Saint is the strongest force in their isolated city, which is why no apostle came to help her. Li Ping sees it was just as he thought. Everyone only protects their own land. Annie then asks how he plans to bring peace to the continent. He says real peace won't come from only destroying the Black Guild. They need an alliance strong enough to stop evil anywhere in the world. Since he believes he has no real power, his plan is to build a unit that can hunt down apostles. The problem is convincing people, so for now he's following Elizabeth's method. Annie says she's starting to get it. This, different method from the Demon Queen, means the whole world is basically a wager between the two of them, testing whose plan works better. Elizabeth brought peace fast, but once she vanished, everything collapsed. Li Ping, on the other hand, wants to prove that unity and shared strength can create lasting peace. He plans to travel across the continent and recruit people who fit his goal, while she realizes she may just be one piece in that game. What scares her most is that if she doesn't show enough power, she could be discarded. Even so, she tells herself not to dwell on it, because it's for the good of the world. She has to get stronger with the angel he gave her, and help him soon. Li Ping notices she's deep in thought, and asks what's on her mind. Then he asks about the kingdom of Aristotle, known for magic and technology. She says she doesn't know much, only that they have giant metal machines that can move mountains with very little power. He thinks it over, and decides that will probably be his first stop. But Annie warns him the Elven Kingdom would be a better choice, since Aristotle is shut off right now. She also mentions that a guild recently approved by the Sword Saint entered the Elven Kingdom, and earned a lot of attention. Of course, that guild is the father and daughter. The father warns that to enter the Elven Kingdom, they must pass through the purgatory of plants. He asks if Elizabeth is ready, and she says yes. One sweep of the cards cuts down the plants in their way, but he warns that the closer they get, the stronger those plants become. And somewhere among them, something seems to be watching. As they near the biggest tree, she says the Sword Saint must have already warned everyone they were coming. Maybe this whole trial is just one more test for them. Then, something starts rising from the ground. A 5-element plant appears in front of them. The father tells her to be careful, because this one looks fully evolved. At once, it starts launching spinning balls in every direction. He tells her not to panic. 30 years ago, he made it this far too. Another card slash tears through the attack with ease, but then the plant closes in around them, and she tells him to use their dual skill. They strike together and destroy it in one clean hit. Elizabeth says that should have been its final form, but her father tells her not to relax or underestimate it. Right then, something starts growing from the cut section. The plant's head comes back, now with 4 mouths. More mouths split from each one, and they all begin firing shots in every direction. Elizabeth blocks them with a card barrier. They'll have to fight together, or they won't make it. Even so, some of her cards start dropping, destroyed. Elizabeth admits she underestimated the enemy, and she's already hurt. Her father tells her not to worry. The deck wraps around her arm and heals the wound. He says she should rest, but she insists she can still fight. He warns her to be more careful this time, because that thing is far more dangerous than normal. Then a purple force starts pouring out of the plant, and elemental fragments appear all around it. Darkness, ice, metal, and fire. The father says even someone fully prepared would struggle against that. Last time they came, the Sword Saint ended it instantly, but this one is clearly much stronger than the creature he saw 30 years ago. To beat it, they may need the true deck. Elizabeth asks if he really has the nerve to use it. He says the third card should be enough for now. Suddenly, an arrow nearly strikes both of them. It sticks into the ground like some new kind of plant, and strange pollen starts spreading from it. The 5-element plant reacts right away. It starts to shake, then instantly retreats into the ground. The daughter says the aura feels familiar, and he says that's because she's an elf. A spirit appears before them and holds out a hand, inviting them to enter. Then the arrow crumbles away. The father says it looks like they've been accepted, but Elizabeth has a question. If her mother is in this tribe, why didn't she come for them herself? He tells her not to doubt her mother's love. The hierarchy among the elves here is more complicated than she knows. And soon, they're about to learn the truth. So they continue through the forest until they arrive at the elven tribe. Everyone stares at them and whispers that the girl is half human and half elf. Some of the women even say she smells disgusting. Elizabeth asks her father why everyone is acting so hostile. He says these people have never left this place, so they don't know how to handle anyone different. She asks how that fits with the powerful elves found in other guilds. The father explains that many tribes live around the Great Tree, each with its own rank system. The closer a tribe is to the center, the more resources it gets. Someone ordinary in the center could be treated like a noble elsewhere, while elves from the outer areas are looked down on when they come inward. He says there are exceptions, and she asks what they are. Before he can answer, mist sweeps past them. A girl on horseback appears and introduces herself as Blanchette, general of the elven tribe. She says she'll guide them to the sacred land and tells them to follow. Before they can reply, she's already moving ahead. Elizabeth says they don't seem very welcoming, but her father tells her to get used to it. The deeper you go into the forest, the more common that attitude becomes. He steps onto the cards and says her mother must be waiting in the sacred land. Then they follow Blanchette through the forest, and Elizabeth notices the path closing behind them. He explains that no one can enter the elven forest without permission. After a while, they draw close to the great tree. She's amazed, and the father says this is where it all started, back when he was 19 and part of the Holy Guild. Someone had been yelling that they'd lost control and for everyone to move, while a rider tore through the elven village. The horse was clearly out of control. Then someone jumped onto it, reached from behind, took her hand and told her to stay calm, showing her how it was done. The elf got embarrassed, but thanked him. He told her not to worry and said he'd help her, then joked that if she really wanted to thank him, she should let him ride with her. The two enjoyed the ride together. They even reached the upper part of the kingdom, a place humans almost never got to see. He was amazed, but the elf wanted to turn back because she felt embarrassed. Not getting it, he asked what she was so nervous about. She said it wasn't that, she was just scared she'd never learn to ride that horse. Then he teased her to be careful, since her father was supposedly watching. Panicking, she told him to hide. If anyone learned an outsider had ridden that horse, he'd be killed. He admitted he made it up. Her father wasn't there. That only left her more confused, wondering why he'd say something so dumb. He brushed it off and told her to just enjoy the view. She was stunned, saying she'd never been this high before. Hearing that, he said they should make the most of it. So they climbed all the way to the top of the tree. Once there, he got behind her on the horse and jokingly asked her to do a Titanic pose. For a moment she lit up, then instantly turned red. Things got romantic fast. Later, they stayed there watching the stars with the horse beside them. He told her not to worry. The officials would be away for at least 3 to 5 more days. She said his calm aura made her want to see the outside world too. He said that if she really wanted, they could go together, since he knew many places. She brightened up and asked if he truly meant it. He said yes, though he reminded her that as an elite elf, she was supposed to have a better life here. She answered that living here felt no different from being chained down. An election was coming, and to win one uncle's support, her father planned to give her to him. He understood right away. Having your freedom taken was the worst. So he promised to get a teleport scroll the next day, and they would run away together. She said a simple life was all she had ever wanted. Then the two kissed. Back in the present, Blanchette leads them on. To get closer to the tree, they have to go through a portal, but far away, someone is still watching and notices them use that entrance. Inside, they find a wide green field with a tree at the center. Blanchette walks toward the people waiting there. She thanks the servant and sends him away. Then she faces the elders and reports that her mission is done. Elizabeth asks the boss who they are. He warns her to watch what she says. Those are the elven elders. But all of a sudden, she feels something off. A wave of nausea hits her at once. One elder tells Blanchette to step aside. Another introduces himself as Elrond, and Avery says it's been a long time since she last saw the boss. A little awkward, he admits it's really been a while. Sinclair then greets all the elders. Elrond says nothing, while Avery notes how much he's changed from the young boy he used to be. Then Verdun says she already knows why he's here, to get them into the Holy Guild. He corrects her. They're forming a heroes alliance to stop the Black Guild, and he came to ask the elders to join. Avery laughs, saying everyone knows the Holy Guild has grown weak. Verdun adds that the Sword Saint has been missing for 3 months. He says that's exactly why he needs the elves' help to find the saint. She's key to their plan, and the elves know just how powerful she is. So far, Elrond still hasn't said a word. Avery says a request like that would cost a lot of magic, so they want to know what they'll get back. But Elizabeth cuts in, saying this isn't the time to think about profit. Verdun replies that elves only help those who prove they're worthy. Then a golden plant rises from the ground. She says if they can beat it, they'll talk about this so-called alliance. The plant opens and shines with golden light. Elizabeth asks the boss what he thinks of it. He tells her not to worry, he can handle it. The plant fires a beam of light straight at them. It's so bright the elves can't see a thing, but her father has already used the Guardian card to make a shield in front of them. The boss says they've definitely lost some of their old strength, but he hopes they can see how serious he is about destroying the Black Guild. With that, the golden plant drops to the ground. Avery laughs and says the little boss really has gotten stronger. Verdun is surprised that a card used sacred magic. Elizabeth says that attack felt more like an attempt to kill them than a test. She tries to say more, but the boss tells her to stay quiet. Then Elrond finally speaks, saying it's been 16 years. The boss hesitates, then agrees. Elizabeth can't understand why he's being so respectful to people, clearly making things hard for him. That's when he reveals the man before them is her grandfather. Verdun then remarks that Mikita's daughter is already 16 years old. Elizabeth is stunned. She had no idea she was standing in front of her grandfather. Out of nowhere, he starts tossing confetti and playing a trombone in surprise. Both of them are completely thrown off by the sudden shift. Avery tells him to stop fooling around, but Verdun says it was fun. The boss, still confused, asks why they acted like that. Elrond grabs his hand and tells him not to worry. He can call them grandfather. Awkward and suspicious, the old man asks about Nikita. Elrond tells him not to worry, and just follow him. Then he gives Elizabeth a nod. Confused, she asks if he understands what's going on. He says not at all, but maybe her mother fixed things between them. Still, Elrond doesn't look well, and from behind, Blanchett quietly watches them. Soon, a group gathers before the tree, and Elrond explains that the one seen from outside is only a projection. The real one is here. It was born more than 500 years ago. The first elder, Tevala, used her own body to nourish this tree. Its power made the elves stronger and helped them gain influence. But that power started fading when the tree began to wither. Because of that, many elves left and joined outsiders. That's why marriages between elite elves and outsiders are forbidden, to keep the tree's natural talent from being diluted. And that's why he opposed Nikita's relationship with the boss. But now he's about to show them the elves' true home, a secret not even the sword snake knows. The boss, confused, asks what he means. Elrond lifts his arm and removes the magic hiding it. At once, Elizabeth feels that same nausea again, and the illusion of a healthy tree starts to disappear. The divine tree's real form is revealed, with elves trapped inside it. Elizabeth covers her mouth, unable to keep looking. The boss stares and asks why Nikita seems to be in the middle of it. Elrond says she became a nutrient to keep the tribe alive, and there in the center, they can see the man's wife, with a completely withered face. The boss starts screaming for Nikita. He grabs Elrond and demands to know how he could bring her back, only to turn her into nutrients, calling him a selfish demon and ordering him to bring her back. Elrond stays silent, spit running down his face, then tells Verdun and Avery that the man, at once, they move to the tree and place their hands on it. Right away, they start being absorbed, and in an instant both of them vanish. A small leaf grows on one branch, and their faces appear carved beside the others. Not understanding, Elizabeth asks why they did that. Elrond explains it was never selfish. To them, becoming nutrients for the tree and giving their lives to the tribe is the highest honor, and he's sure Nikita felt the same. But the boss slams his fist into the ground, calling it horrible. Elrond asks if he's all right. Then he explains that every new leaf adds one more year to the tree's life. But now that both of them are here, he's changed his mind. Maybe Nikita can be brought back. The boss asks how that's possible. Elrond says it can be done, if they're willing to pay the price, and then he points at Elizabeth. The boss immediately warns him not to even think about it. Elrond says what he really wants are the cards at her waist. They're the true deck given by Li Ping. The boss asks if he really means to take the hero's true treasure, while Elizabeth goes quiet, unsure what to say. Elrond says that if those cards are offered to the tree, it may fully recover, and if power is left over, Nikita might even be revived. He promises that if it works, Nikita comes first. The boss is shaken, wondering if it could actually be true, but Elizabeth says this makes no sense. A lost life can't just be restored, and those cards are meant to save the world. Meanwhile, someone is working with a book, like they're interfering from afar. Suddenly, Elrond's head jerks. He turns and says he can't truly promise it will work, but if it does, all the elves will help fight the Black Guild. That excites the boss, who says their real goal is to destroy the guild and save the continent. Elizabeth warns that those cards are too important, and losing them would put everything at risk. But at that moment, the cards begin to float up from her waist. The boss grabs them and says he'll take full responsibility. He gathers every card and asks what happens next. Elrond tells him to hand them over. Once the tree absorbs their power, Nikita will return. Elizabeth keeps asking her father if he's really sure about this. He gives up the deck and says he'll do anything to bring Elizabeth's mother back. The moment Elrond takes it, he praises the boss as an amazing son-in-law. Then a branch suddenly bursts from the ground, and thick vines coil around both of them. Elizabeth is pinned down so hard she can't move. The boss demands to know what this means. Meanwhile, that sinister hand keeps working the book. Elrond just laughs, saying tricking them was way too easy. He reveals the elves have belonged to the Black Guild for a long time. Seeing the gears, the father and daughter are stunned. Elrond admits he hasn't been the real Elrond in ages. Then a golden plant rises up and slowly blooms open. Inside, someone is calmly drinking, and a clown appears, saying the whole tribe has been puppets for ages. Elrond drops to his knees and offers the deck to the clown, who says the elves were trained so well he barely had to do a thing. The boss yells for Elizabeth, but she tells him she's okay. Right then, both of them trigger power in their hands, and Elizabeth says they're taking these monsters down. The cards start rising from the deck, but Elrond spins around and casts a spell that wraps them in layers of flowers, and Elizabeth realizes her magic is being drained away. Her father calls to her, but he's fading too. The clown praises Elrond and thanks him. Then he says Elrond has earned a good rest. Elrond's body seems to shut down, and the clown grabs at the cards, saying they feel like they call spirits. A second later, he notices they actually burn life energy. As the boss starts blacking out, he realizes the clown doesn't know the deck's real secret, so he can never fully use it. But the clown starts messing with him, mocking that this may be easier than he expected. All he has to do is control others and make them spend their life force. A strange storm begins forming over the forest. Everyone wonders if it's an earthquake, but they also feel a sick, dizzy wave. Their life energy starts getting sucked away. The souls of every tribe member are pulled toward the center of the tree, humans and animals alike. The boss tries to figure out what's going on. With the deck floating in the air, the clown keeps draining everyone. The whole tribe's life force is spread across the cards, and the clown grins, ordering them to take in everything. Watching this, the boss knows there's no way the Alliance can beat something like this. The clown gathers the cards and smiles, saying he'll summon every invocation. One by one, the powers start activating, including a torpedo that tears a crack across the sky, and even the same clown Li Ping once summoned appears before him. By then, the boss is slipping out of consciousness. Back at home, Elizabeth says they need to clean up that instant noodle pod because something purple is leaking out of it. It drops to the floor. Li Ping says he wants to discuss something, but the purple blob starts crawling toward him. It gets close enough to swallow him. Then his little cleaning robot crushes it. The protagonist sits down and asks Elizabeth to come with him to the elven tribe. She asks if he plans to take over the island. He says no. He wants to convince her people to join them. He also remembers Elizabeth saying she knows a high-ranking elf, and since elves live 500 years, she figures that person is probably still alive. She agrees, but says he has to make more of that juice for her. Li Ping thanks her and says that's easy. When she asks about the people outside, he says to let them play with Wonkai. Outside, the little dog stays calm, while everyone gathers around him. Chissy says nobody else needs to help, because she's part of the group now, but someone points out she clearly doesn't understand how big Li Ping's plans are. Alpha cuts in, saying he's the most important one there. Chissy fires back that the martial arts manual she got proves she matters more. Annie says she also got an amazing gift she's still learning to use, and Alpha bursts out laughing. He says it's ridiculous for outsiders to think they're closer to Li Ping than he is. His bond with that hero goes back over 500 years, while they're just trying to force their place. He says he exists for him, and Annie answers that if that were true, they wouldn't even need to be here. Chissy adds that a true weapon of him wouldn't carry so much bitterness. She also says he doesn't look like Li Ping's other creations, like Wangkai. Alpha snaps back that he used to be flawed, but after being broken and rebuilt by MC, he became the true sacred sword Alpha. Annie asks if that's really true. Wangkai sounds unsure and says, maybe. He remembers when the sword was split in two, and Li Ping stared at the pieces in shock. Then he grabbed an axe and wondered how to fix it, but the guy also had superglue. He stuck the halves back together, and just like that it was perfect. Wangkai says the master used a great invention to bring Alpha back. Alpha proudly shows the crack down his face, calling it proof of Li Ping's love for him. Chissy says words are pointless. Only one person can serve MC and the Demon Queen. She's sure that after growing stronger with their help, she'll be able to. and Annie says she has Raphael's power, so she can beat Chissy. Alpha gets mad and tells them to stop scheming over his spot, but they're already powering up, and he tells them to wait. Wang Kai raises a sign, ordering everyone to freeze. Alpha asks for orders, but Wang Kai says he isn't giving any. Annie says too many people around could disturb Li Ping's life, and Chissy agrees that's why only one of them should stay. Wang Kai says the point isn't to bother the master. Each of them needs a role. For example, he's the house pet who stays home and handles things there. When he's outside, he rules the nearby creatures and keeps anyone from getting close. But ever since that woman showed up, things got so bad he can't do anything. His plan to care for Li Ping and get all the attention is ruined. Confused, Chissy asks what they should do then. Wang Kai says that as he starts moving through the world, he'll run into all kinds of dangers that could ruin his peace. So the three of them should act as cleaners and protect that peaceful life. No matter where he goes, they need to clear away every obstacle and keep his path smooth. He adds that serving the master already comes with rewards. They may accept what he gives, but never ask for anything, and only Wang Kai gets the leftovers from the trash. They all say they understand. Then he notices the door opening and tells everyone to hold still. Li Ping walks out and asks what they're doing. Everyone instantly stands there smiling around Wang Kai. Someone asks if he's heading to the elven tribe already, and he says he just needs a few tools first. He heads toward the back of the house, and Elizabeth's shadow falls over the three of them. She says she's been watching everything they do. The east under N and the south under Chissy are already under Li Ping's wing. Once he takes the Elven Kingdom, only the north will be left before he controls the whole land. She says his plan started the moment he saved that father and daughter. He hid it well, but now she sees he's been preparing to rule this world. What she wants to know is whether she's part of that plan too. Everyone freezes, wondering why the queen is staring at them, and M worries Elizabeth thinks she's not worthy. They all look to Wang Kai for help. He steps forward and says he'll handle it. He reaches behind himself and says he has a way to deal with this cruel woman. The others wonder if a legendary fight is about to happen, but Wang Kai pulls out a rattle and starts shaking it, trying to look cute. He's about to say something about being a happy dog when something suddenly flies at him. The poor guy gets kicked straight into the wall. Elizabeth says she's already mad after figuring all this out, and that dog still tried to joke around. The others quickly agree Wang Kai was wrong and say they'd never do that. Elizabeth warns that if they want to travel with them, they need to understand their lives will be on the line, and they won't always be saved. Everyone says they understand the Demon Queen perfectly. Just then, Li Ping returns holding a chainsaw, saying he's ready. It's another spirit weapon, with a little girl clinging to the handle. She asks if they're ready, and what he made this time. He says that since Alpha is going back to being a real sword, he needed something new for cutting wood. He also says the pocket space magic she made for him is really cool. She explains she always had that power, but now that she's stronger, she can use it with the things he creates. Alpha suddenly reacts and asks if it's her. He can apparently see the spirit hanging from Li Ping's leg. Wang Kai says he can see spirits too, and that one looks way more complex than Alpha. Alpha says it doesn't matter. The protagonist can only see him, and that's his biggest edge. Excited for the trip, MC picks some plants to add to his garden. He says it's time to go, and Elizabeth asks who the two people with him are supposed to be. Li Ping turns and says this trip is about persuading the elven tribe. Chissy says she's the best choice because she's been there many times and knows the current leader. Annie argues that the eyes she awakened would help much more in a negotiation. Alpha shoves them both aside and tells them to give up. There are only 2 spots. As the hero's personal weapon, he's supposed to stay with him all the time, but Li Ping stops him for a second. For a mission like this, bringing a sword would look too threatening. Annie lights up, and Chissy realizes her shot is gone. Elizabeth cuts them off. They need to move now, so they head out, and he tells Alpha to watch the place. Poor Alpha can't help wondering why he always feels neglected. Even after being reforged, he's been left behind again. Then a message suddenly comes in, asking Alpha to answer. He has no idea who's calling. It's that sneaky little dog, the one who always seems to want a beating. That gives Alpha an idea. Train with Anki and get stronger than ever. Meanwhile, Annie says it's time to patrol the area, and it's not just Annie. They're going with him, plus the queen. Li Ping seems curious about the tree, but Elizabeth already senses something off. A tree that huge should show some sign of life, yet it doesn't. The protagonist points out that something this massive can't be ordinary. Elizabeth uses her power and says they need to change clothes. Chissy gets covered by the magic. Li Ping turns to see their new outfits. Luckily, she had already changed again. Elizabeth says they can't wear anything MC made, or this trip would make no sense. Still confused, he just agrees and tells them to go ahead. Then they move deeper into the forest. As usual, the plants there are watching them. The clown already knows they've arrived. He kidnapped Bosker, the Alliance's envoy, and now Chissy has shown up too. If so, the war with the Black Guild may finally be starting. He also needs to watch the 3 people traveling with the Shin sword. Then he notices something strange. It looks like the father and daughter's minds are being stolen. A connected plant begins showing everything they went through. That includes their time with Li Ping and Elizabeth. But then something shocks him. The woman with them is the real Elizabeth, and he can't believe she's here. After 500 years, her return makes no sense. Even stranger, she doesn't act like the proud woman he remembers. The clown orders everyone killed, except that one guy. Blanchett hears the command and accepts it at once. The group pushes through the forest, cutting down every creature in their way. When Chissy reaches the 5-element plant zone, she says it's weird nothing has shown up yet. Annie is amazed by how much her friend knows, which makes her want to help Li Ping even more. To her, he seems strong enough to belong in the Holy Guild. She's just about to say she's actually, but something rushes at them first. An arrow flies in, and Chissy slices it out of the air. Someone is observing them from above. Using her eye, Annie spots hidden enemies and says not to worry. But Chissy is already using the first move from Li Ping's book. The aura she releases reaches Blanchett. Blanchett is stunned that the girl exposed her so easily. Still, she fires off a rain of seeds and says it changes nothing. Annie summons her bear to shield the group, but once the seeds hit the ground, they burst into vines. Chissy says that part is normal, just not on this scale. Then Li Ping suddenly asks if she remembers their adventure a few months ago. She says yes, confused about why he brought it up. Right in front of them is total chaos, debris flying everywhere, and slashes tearing through the area. He says the old him would have been terrified, but now he doesn't even need to fake being calm. That's because Elizabeth is with him, and he knows she'll save him. With Annie and Chissy here too, he has even less to fear. Elizabeth asks if he's showing off, or if now that he's decided to rule the world, he no longer feels the need to act weak. Meanwhile, the girls keep tearing through the plants. He says he's not bragging, he's just happy she's beside him. What he wants is for them to stay together as friends forever. Right then, a plant swallows the poor guy whole. As it starts digesting him, he screams for help. The plant keeps dragging him deeper underground. Chissy spins around in shock. Annie can't believe this happened, while Elizabeth wonders if he had just confessed to her. Then all the surrounding plants start getting destroyed. Smoke rises from the ground. Annie says Li Ping is gone, and Chissy suggests grabbing that woman for answers. But Blanchett declares the capture mission complete, so it's time to self-destruct. At once, the plants begin to glow. The whole forest explodes. A figure slowly drops to the ground. It's Blanchett, saying losing 35 plants is better than fighting the Sword Saint. Still, Annie managed to save the other two. She says things just got harder because their two strongest puppets are hurt. Blanchett senses the other one's energy is gone, so only humanity's strongest swordsman is left. She throws more seeds into the ground, determined to end this fast. Behind the creatures, another plant starts growing, expanding at a crazy speed, and 6 more rise around it, ready to unleash more destruction. The forest gets blasted apart again. This time, Chissy activates the sword's shield. Then she notices something. A giant plant had been targeting the two of them. Even from far away, the blast was visible. Blanchett says it was tougher than expected, but now it's over. Then, she freezes. Elizabeth is right behind her, saying it's time to start talking. Blanchett tries to turn, stunned that Elizabeth survived the explosion. Elizabeth tells her not to bother speaking. She'll answer with her life. Blanchett feels that grip is worse than death itself, so she quickly pulls something from her wrist, triggering a self-destruct with arrows. Her body drops, and Elizabeth says that was the right choice. Still, she's now sure there may be a link to the Black Guild here. She keeps walking, though someone still seems to be watching her. Elizabeth says it's absurd that after only 500 years, no one respects her anymore. Elsewhere, a tiny plant begins to sprout. It pushes up from the forest floor and spits Li Ping out, covered in slime. The poor guy has no clue what happened until he looks up. The little plant is blushing, and somehow has a beard. Li Ping immediately tells the weirdo to stay away from him. But it comes at him again, and he yells for Elizabeth. Weirdly, the creature suddenly drops to the ground. Confused, he carefully opens his arms and looks. The plant is busy eating something that fell nearby. That's when he notices something slipping out of his pocket. He pulls it out to check, and realizes it's the organic fertilizer he made. The problem is, that was supposed to be his gift for the elven tribe, but the little plant desperately begs for more. Li Ping asks if she really likes it, then says she can have all of it, as long as she doesn't eat him. She instantly blushes and gobbles everything down. As she keeps eating, she starts shrinking, then finally drops to the ground. Exhausted, while Li Ping thinks fertilizer is helpful, but too much is bad for a plant. He's safe for now, but now he has no idea how to win over the elves, so he decides to walk through the forest and wait for Elizabeth to find him. Meanwhile, Elrond admits he lost control of the plant halfway through. The clown says they need tracking skills if they want to find the boy fast. Strangely, the boy has magic that hides his true power. Now that everything is confirmed, the clown says the boy's identity is clear. After all, he saw everything in those two minds. He even saw the scene from the game they played, and now he knows this boy is the legendary hero. Another explosion goes off in the forest. Annie's little bear is more battered than ever, but the two girls survive again. The real problem is, Annie asks if she's alright, and Chissy says she just needs a break. Then Annie suddenly senses something. Last time, the chapter ended with Annie and Chissy still in the middle of that fight. She looked to the side and said a powerful magic was coming. A wave of magical attacks rushed straight at the puppets. In an instant, both creatures were blown apart into stuffed scraps. Annie wonders if the plant did that, but Chissy says no. What's in front of them is far more dangerous. It's a creature called Cartoon Little Mage, number 33,333. Annie asks if her friend feels it too, and she does. The thing has a hero's aura mixed with evil energy. The monster lifts its staff and begins charging power, but Chissy attacks first with the third move. Then she looks down and sees her branch has chipped. The Cartoon Little Mage had activated Matrix Guard. She turns, and gets slammed by a charge that sends her flying. Luckily, Annie's Yagda plush saves her. The problem is, Annie has overused the demon's red eye, and is scared of losing control. Then the little mage casts another spell, and a cartoon skeleton joins the fight too. Chissy lands hard, thanks Annie, and says she'll handle it herself, but she's coughing up blood. Using both her fencing style and the hero style is breaking her down. Seeing that, Annie asks if the Sword Saint can still fight. Meanwhile, the cartoon mage starts summoning several elemental spheres. They merge together into a purple orb. Annie knows combining elements is insanely hard, which means their odds are terrible. The monster readies the attack, and she realizes they could only win if the Sword Saint were at full strength. Then Annie clenches her fist and shuts that thought down. She can't keep relying on the Saint and him forever. If she wants to protect this place, she has to go beyond her limits and live up to Elizabeth and his hopes. But the mage finishes the spell and fires it at them. The fused elemental blast slammed into the ground and blasted dirt everywhere. A thick cloud of smoke rose up, and then, something caught the monster off guard. Annie had called out a giant snake that swallowed the whole spell. She drove it down hard, and the snake absorbed all of it. Annie's horn flared, waking her bloodline, and she challenged the monster to come at her. Chissy instantly felt the change. Annie had reached the level of a sovereign demon. No wonder the hero and the queen had chosen her. Annie thrust out her hand, and the plushies charged in. Then the front guard used matrix protection. Cubes popped out, but the snake slipped around them with ease. Annie knew one cube inside the snake could trap it, and then winning would be tough. But with the demon's red eyes, she could tell where the cubes would appear, so she used wind magic to throw the enemy off. The bird fired a storm slash, but the knight answered with a matrix shield. Then came a non-stop barrage against the creature. Still, the little monster just let out a boo, like it either wasn't scared at all, or simply didn't care. The giant snake bit into the cube and nearly swallowed it. No, it did swallow it. Both enemies were inside, and the snake started digesting them. Annie tightened her fist, sure that once the snake eats someone she wins no matter how strong they are. The snake slowly drains magic until it becomes stronger than its prey. But this time it wasn't fast enough, and the snake began to shake. On top of that, Annie was close to losing consciousness as the bloodline kept taking over. Then the snake was ripped apart. In barely 0.01 seconds, Annie was blasted backward again. A moment later, Chissy sensed something and turned, but a huge golden barrage was already rushing at them. The attack tore through the whole forest and carved a crater straight through it. Chissy barely got a shield up, and it was almost completely wrecked. Even her clothes got torn up by the blast. Annie lay on the ground, while Chissy realized this made the third time she'd been beaten lately. When the smoke cleared, the two were still there, but now the cartoon general stood in front of them, saying he'd handle it himself. The story then cuts back to Elizabeth, deep in the forest. She had reached the spot where the magic was strongest and wondered who was behind it. Suddenly, someone threw playing cards and called out that the big fish had finally arrived. Another voice laughed, and right then Elizabeth passed through a barrier. She felt its power at once and knew it belonged to someone at Demon King level. She shouted upward, asking if they were trying to trap her, and telling them to quit the cheap tricks. Then a Matryoshka doll appeared. Elizabeth didn't move, and the doll suddenly closed around her. It kept changing size, and soon it had grown gigantic, covering the whole forest. Countless layers stacked over each other. This was the cartoon creature's sealing magic, and the caster bragged that each layer slowed her down. Trapped in 1024 layers, she was supposed to be stuck forever. Elizabeth just stood there, until a small smirk crossed her face. The one controlling the doll couldn't believe she wasn't affected. Meanwhile, Elizabeth started breaking through the layers like it was nothing. As pieces rained down, she said she had spent over a year inside a time barrier. That made the enemy wary, and they began summoning a scythe. Elizabeth told them to drop the tricks and move out of her way. Then the scythe stabbed into her stomach. She looked up and saw the cartoon reaper. The blade stayed buried in her, and the creature yanked it back. Elizabeth's soul started being pulled out toward the reaper. Its special power let it ignore levels and rip out the soul with a direct hit. It grinned, sure it had won, until that soul grabbed it by the throat. Even in spirit form, Elizabeth called it arrogant and demanded to know who had ordered this. She told it to answer fast, because that was the only way she'd granted a quick death. For the first time, the Reaper felt what death was like. Then it fell apart. The cards dropped back into the mysterious figure's hands, who couldn't believe even soul extraction had failed on her. Elizabeth returned to her body, now furious. She said this felt like Li Ping's aura, and wondered if visiting the elven tribe had been part of his plan too. Dark energy poured out as she added that testing others was one thing, but not her. 2 hands tore through space while she declared that she was a chess player, not a piece. Looking up, she told her hidden enemy their best choice was to end their own life, because otherwise their death would be miserable. But the purple creature called her arrogant, and said it wanted to see if she could really handle everything. Then it sent her into a cartoon maze. Elizabeth saw right away that it wanted to keep her trapped there. With one stomp, she shattered the entire maze. She looked up again and called the creature unbelievably ignorant. Then the cartoon queen appeared and said she would take over. Meanwhile, the king sat on his throne, eager to watch the queen win. Elizabeth shot into the sky and sat on a hand made of darkness. From above, she mocked him for calling himself a king in front of her, and said he wasn't worthy of that title. The king's face hardened, and he ordered her killed. At once, the queen pulled out cards that turned into swords in her hands. Done listening, Elizabeth attacked and told her to shut up and die. The queen tried to use wing protection, and she actually cut through Elizabeth's attack. She even struck back right away, but Elizabeth blocked it with ease, though she was surprised to see one fingernail crack. Then the card queen came down from above and attacked again. It looked like everything around them was being sliced apart. The card queen kept pressing the attack, when something from behind Elizabeth rushed in. The queen cut that too, but the spheres started healing again. Then the card queen scoffed, saying they were just simple magic bullets. She slashed apart everything around her, but each cut only made them multiply, and the number of hits kept rising. Next, she pulled all the daggers together into one giant claw, spinning and striking in every direction. Then her face changed. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Elizabeth kept creating more and more magic bullets, then raised one finger and said a spell this basic was enough to deal with her. With that, she sent them forward, and the card queen was pierced through. She broke apart in the sky, and the cards started to fall. But Elizabeth noticed something odd, and said they really did love their little tricks. Something began spinning, pulling in all the energy around it. The queen returned, and behind her stood Cartoon Dinosaur 999. Elizabeth understood these were the last 2 cards, one for magic absorption, the other for resurrection. The card queen laughed, sure Elizabeth's arrogance would kill her. What she missed was that the dinosaur was struggling to absorb that much power. The magic bullets weren't fading at all, they were multiplying, twisting the whole monster apart. The card queen shouted that she'd double it. The dinosaur opened its mouth and fired Elizabeth's power back at her. Its skill wasn't just absorption, it could return the magic at twice the force. Elizabeth blocked it without trouble, and reminded them not to forget their place. The card queen couldn't understand why it failed. Elizabeth explained that if the power came from her, multiplying it even hundreds of times still wouldn't hurt her. Then she clenched her fist and brought down a crushing punishment. All 3 started to be pressed down by a heavy aura. They disintegrated right in front of her. Elizabeth said she got the idea for that attack from that idiot dog, but the result was pretty good. Then the cards started falling again, and once more she was caught off guard. The card queen had appeared behind her and attacked. Elizabeth dodged, an explosion went off, and the queen froze in terror. This time though, she was really cut in half. Then Elizabeth released her transformation, saying she'd start taking this a little more seriously. The problem was that the resurrection jar activated again. Elizabeth realized it didn't need the main body to do anything to trigger. The card queen came back, saying she'd already warned them she wouldn't die. A second later, Elizabeth's claws closed around her and activated final confinement. Elizabeth said this restriction would limit that resurrection and let her play with her first. Then she used dissolution punishment, killing the card queen again, but a single drop fell from a leaf, and the queen returned once more. She said that drop came from an endless ocean, so she could keep reviving forever. Elizabeth ignored her and used a poison punishment instead. The queen seemed to die again, then suddenly started twisting in pain. Elizabeth kept piling on punishments, flesh stripping, 1,000 needles, and light punishment. As the woman was crushed, Elizabeth warned that the longer she stayed in infinite confinement, the more those punishments would stack up. At last, the leaf that kept reviving her crumbled away along with the woman. Elizabeth had figured it out. If eternal life became eternal pain, giving up would be the only escape. Then the focus shifted to the king, who said it looked like he'd have to step in himself. He jumped from his throne, called out the same daggers, and used a polymerization skill. Power swirled, a circle formed, and a spear appeared. The king powered up fast, declaring he had risen to a whole new realm. He had become a 1-star demon king. He said he was the king and Elizabeth the queen, but in this world, only the strongest could sit on the throne. Elizabeth laughed, and then said that long ago, there was a he-king who thought he was the strongest being alive. Looking at the card king now, she realized how foolish she had been back then. The king, confused, said she was making no sense and had no idea how strong he was now. He thrust his spear and used the world-shattering martial art. Elizabeth answered with a world-shattering spell of her own. He followed with another huge spear strike, and for the first time Elizabeth looked surprised. The blow seemed to land, sending her flying back. The king even called her weak. He laughs, saying he really is the king of this world. He keeps cackling and swaying around like he's lost it. But to Elizabeth, he'd already become nothing more than a card in her hand. And just like that, she crushed him. That made her wonder if this was Li Ping's plan all along, using these trials to show how far she still had to go. It proved she couldn't beat him yet, and chasing that dream now was as foolish as the king before her. Even so, she calmly says she'll catch up someday. Then she realizes something's off. If every card was destroyed, why was she still trapped here? Looking down, she notices one last piece is left. The throne suddenly changes into a weird duck. Its magic level is impossible to read, and it just lets out a quack at her. It seems to be saying something, but she's too confused to care and fires off an attack, telling it to disappear. Her claws rush in, and the thing answers with the exact same move. That's when she realizes it can copy magic. Then things get even stranger. A second Elizabeth appears, except this one has a duck face, so now that's the opponent standing in front of her. Elizabeth glares at it, and calls it an arrogant bastard. The story cuts back to Li Ping. Been a while since we checked on him. He's happily picking fruit and talking about how rich and thriving the elf tribe is. While he admires all the different kinds, a rotten elf zombie creeps up behind him. Elsewhere, a messenger reports that they found the man's body. The little clown on the throne snaps back, asking what they're waiting for, and orders them to bring him in right away. Meanwhile, Li Ping keeps gathering fruit, totally unaware something is sneaking up on him. It attacks, but one step forward makes the creature slam flat into the ground. The zombie twists around, flips over, and charges again from behind. Right then, Li Ping drops a few fruits. They roll away, and the twisted creature steps on them, slips, and faceplants hard. The poor thing is left in pain while he just wonders why this forest has so many kinds of plants. Squatting down, he starts talking about how this magic world ignores normal climate rules. At the same time, the little zombie stands back up, half its face rotted away. It lunges again, hoping this time it can actually be useful. Li Ping grabs a cactus and turns around just as the zombie jumps at him, and their eyes meet. He screams, thinking it's a ghost, while the zombie grabs its wounded hand. He runs for it, yelling that this place is terrifying. The elf zombie is already crying in pain and begging to activate the rest of the corpses because this hero is harder to deal with than expected. The clown agrees, but tells him to hurry and bring that kid over. Then, from the forest floor, more zombie elves start to rise. Li Ping sprints in panic, wondering why the middle of the elven forest is full of zombies. All he wants is to find Elizabeth and the others so they can get out. But the ground suddenly starts shaking, and he stops to figure out what's happening. A second later, he realizes the tremor is coming from behind him. When he looks back, countless little green eyes are staring at him from the distance. Confused, he then notices the zombies have already closed in around him. He tries to stay calm, reminding himself he's the hero and can't die here. The problem is, he didn't bring the alpha. Then, the earth shakes again, his body tenses, and he starts thinking the zombies are about to grab him from below. He braces for them to catch his feet. The possessed elf orders the horde to kill him, and they all rush Li Ping at once. But a green laser suddenly cuts through the whole crowd. Our guy gets saved by that little plant from earlier. He asks if it's really the same one, and it blushes in happy celebration. The elf had tried to use plant magic, but Naomi figures out it failed because the hero had already tamed the plant. Li Ping's anti-zombie plant starts blasting everywhere, and he hangs on tight so he won't get thrown off. The little plant keeps mowing down the zombies, but they just keep regenerating. Then the enemy uses a plant control spell. Li Ping wonders why his helper suddenly stopped. Turns out some of those zombies were elders from older generations. The smart one says he can't beat the elves when it comes to nature magic. Using that power, they cancel the plant's evolution, and it shrinks down. With a puff of smoke, it drops into Li Ping's hand, blushing and unable to explain itself. Meanwhile, the zombie horde keeps moving straight toward him. A wall of corpses rises, ready to bury him. Looking up, he wonders if this is how the hero's journey ends. Then, the bodies crash down on him, forming a tight sphere. But suddenly, someone laughs, pulls out a chainsaw, and rips through the whole thing. The strike doesn't just split the corpse ball, it also hits the elf controlling it. He falls apart right in front of the clown, who is horrified. Corpse control magic should only pass along sensations, so why was the real damage transferred too? As pieces of zombie fall through the air, the chainsaw flies back into Li Ping's hands. He remembers making it, but has no idea how it came back on its own. The weapon spirit grabs his leg and says she won't let him get hurt like that. One zombie starts crawling toward him. Then more rise up, and another jumps from behind to attack. Twisting around in panic, our hero swings wildly and yells for them to stay away. This time, the clown is controlling them himself, and one slash cuts his finger too. He realizes Li Ping's chainsaw deals true damage and can hurt the controller directly. Then one zombie fires an arrow, and soon a whole barrage follows. He just raises his chainsaw. The outfit he stitched returns all damage it receives. The arrows pierce the zombies instead, and the clown's hand gets hurt too. He can't understand how even reflected attacks are causing real damage. The legendary hero really had mastered how to use magic. Still, the clown believes he has the advantage here. This is his territory, and he has endless magic, so sooner or later he should win. Then a giant clown head made of corpses forms in front of Li Ping. He slashes at it wildly, still shouting for it to stay back. The swing sends out a giant shockwave that tears apart the head and the forest, or maybe even planets far off in space. Seriously, what was that? The huge clown is split in half and collapses, realizing he died from a single move. Bodies rain down while Li Ping lifts his chainsaw and says these zombies are terrifying. Then the survivors seem to regain their minds. Maybe. They all stare at Li Ping, who charges at them with a crazed look and a chainsaw. At that point, the remaining monsters turn and run. Back with Elizabeth, she's using world-destroying magic against the duck copy. The creature answers with earth reconjuration, seeming to mirror her attack. Elizabeth readies another spell and says she'll grind it to dust for insulting her. Then the duck version wraps itself into a cocoon, twisting and compressing until it becomes an orb hanging in the air. Elizabeth figures that if Li Ping set this up, then she knows what to do. She starts drawing her sword. This is that insanely strong form that also empties my wallet. She uses the art of world destruction and slashes at the orb. It looks like the metal shell is cut, but Elizabeth still isn't satisfied. Inside, the clone is unharmed and even takes on a dangerous demonic form. So now the real question is who would dare face this duck-headed monster? Elizabeth is furious that Li Ping used such a costly ability. She remembers him saying magic level isn't everything. If you understand the principles, even the weak can become strong. That makes her wonder if this whole trip to the Elven tribe was part of his plan to help her grow. While the duck copy looks a little confused, Elizabeth raises her fingers and says she once used this move to finish a fight. The duck activates perfect replica. Both of them reach out at the same time, using the queen's swordless technique. At the same time, Li Ping is sprinting through the forest, holding his chainsaw up and yelling for nobody to come near him. But just lifting the weapon seems to cut through space itself, opening a portal somewhere else, right into the place where Elizabeth is fighting. She notices him running through another dimension, and even the duck woman looks confused. Then everything starts warping, and Elizabeth realizes she got distracted. The two of them are still locked in battle, while Li Ping keeps running, until Elizabeth drops back into the protagonist's dimension. She sees him screaming and asks what he's doing. The moment he spots Elizabeth, he trips over a rock like an idiot, and happily faceplants into the ground. The kid is buried, and for the first time, Li Ping is taken down. As he's pinned there, the chainsaw spirit begs him not to abandon her, frustrated that she can't get his attention. The chainsaw spins through the air, and since Li Ping still won't get up, she takes spirit form, slips into his backpack, and swears not to leave her father. Before that though, she gives Elizabeth a cold look. But Elizabeth is still Elizabeth. She notices the spirit's anger, and purposely pushes her even further. Then he shoves Elizabeth aside, and finally lifts his head for air. He says that was close, and if he hadn't found her, things could have gone very badly. Elizabeth asks what exactly he means. Of course, Li Ping gives a wild answer. He explains that the creature copied Elizabeth's swordless art. In the end, she understands the copy worked like a reflection, and if their moves had connected in that place and time, something awful might have happened. Their hands meeting could have erased her on the spot, so the protagonist caused that distraction to pull her away. He apologizes, leaving Elizabeth stunned. He says it's his fault they ended up in that dangerous mess, and he won't let something like that happen again. By Li Ping's own logic, his mistake was bringing everyone in without enough prep. He never thought this place would be so dangerous. Elizabeth doesn't let him slip away that easily, pulling him closer and telling him to stop acting like she's fragile. She's ready for whatever test he has for her. It had been a while since he'd blushed. Awkwardly, he asks what test she's talking about, and whether they're standing a little too close. Elizabeth starts thinking he isn't only training her as his partner, he still cares about her pride as a queen too, so she tells him she already knows what he wants, and he can stop pretending. The two are standing incredibly close, staring right into each other's eyes. Then a sound comes from beside them. They turn and see Elizabeth and the duck woman standing there with their hands on their hips. Both of them stare over as Li Ping looks around and blurts out what the heck is going on. He instantly freezes, because now there's an Elizabeth and a duck Elizabeth. The real Elizabeth said now that he was here. She was done with this and told him to get rid of the thing in front of them. Li Ping had no clue what she meant, so Elizabeth shoved him ahead and told him to deal with it. He stumbled forward, walking up to duck Elizabeth, with an awkward grin. She shot him a hard glare. Then her body started breaking apart as perfect replica kicked in. Li Ping jumped when a huge copy of himself began to take shape. Elizabeth took it as him proving she still couldn't match him. Still, she wanted to see how he'd beat something with his own power. Meanwhile, Li Ping nervously bit his nails and asked if she saw that the duck copy was trying to form, but couldn't. Elizabeth watched it turn into purple smoke, drop down, and fall apart into a stack of playing cards. The cards flew up and landed in Li Ping's hands. When he looked at the backs, he realized they were the cards he had given his uncle. That made no sense, so he turned to Elizabeth and asked if she saw that too. She took his question another way, that fake powers fall apart before the real thing, and the only way to win is to become too strong to copy. Elizabeth couldn't figure out how he was this much stronger when she was already a 7-star demon queen. Li Ping only said he still had a lot of room to grow. She lowered her head and said she knew. Part of her thought he wanted her close, but doubted she could handle it. He trained her, yet kept worrying she'd get hurt. That mixed signal kept throwing her off, because when he got serious, it felt like he truly could test her. Then he pointed out something else. Why hadn't she just teleported everyone to the sacred tree? Instead of answering, she raised a hand and opened a magic circle. The view shifted to a remote area. Chissy was torn in half, with cards scattered around her. Anne wasn't doing any better. It was way worse than expected, and a crater lay between them. Then a golden hand reached down between the two. An angelic figure appeared and lifted Chissy and Anne upward. A boy with white wings came down and used Resurrection of Life. These cards really are starting to feel like Yu-Gi-Oh! Because both of them woke up. They stared upward in shock as a magic circle formed between them. The boy said that now his master and his people had arrived. He could finally rest and finish his duty. The whole elven field seemed to return to normal, and the boy appeared in front of the sacred tree. Chissy and Anne were on the ground, while Elizabeth stood there, already furious. Li Ping looked at Chissy, confused. He asked Elizabeth what happened, but she brushed it off. They first needed to find out who was behind everything. Her black hand grabbed the sacred tree and tore it out of the ground like it weighed nothing. Something purple was tangled in the roots. Li Ping still had no idea what she meant, mostly thinking about how scary it was that she yanked up that giant tree so easily. It floated overhead while roots spilled out, covered in purple matter. Inside the trunk was the clear shape of an elf. Elizabeth said the elven tribe had changed a lot over the past 500 years. Among the flowers, he spotted his uncle and his daughter. He called out to Bose and Elizabeth. As he moved toward the tree, a root rose up and struck him. Elizabeth attacked again, which startled Li Ping. He froze as the blow barely missed his head and rushed past him toward Elizabeth, who only glanced at it, and the whole thing shattered. A huge crater opened in the creature, exposing something fused inside. A clown lying there muttered that they had destroyed the plant defenses, wiped out the elven tribe, and ruined the cartoon cards. On top of that, they broke the corpse magic, so his whole plan had collapsed. Hiding behind Elizabeth, Li Ping asked if this lunatic was an elf. The clown then said the first person he met again was the one he hated most, and he called Elizabeth by name. The protagonist asked if they knew each other, and Elizabeth, clearly confused, said she had no idea who he was. The clown covered his face and said of course she didn't. That was why he hid behind the clown act. He pulled off his hat and threw it down. After wiping away the makeup, he told her to look again. What appeared was a bald old man, with a small robot nearby, getting ready to begin something. 100,000-volt current surged through the old man. Then a strange organ appeared, and the old man said the separation had worked. The robot asked if it should be sent to a certain room, but the old man said this sample was different and needed more testing. When the thing hit the floor, it started to rise, covered in slime. The robot said it just looked like another clone, and asked what made this one special. The old man explained that this time he had given the creature part of his own nature, so in a real way, it was a piece of him. Then the clown-like boy appeared, and asked whether he was the old man, or if the old man was him. As they stared at each other, another figure showed up. This twisted clone asked if winning this fight would really free him from this place. The robot answered with one command: begin. At once, the creature stretched its neck and called it the perfect chance, but the other clone dodged and used corpse magic. Before the attack could do much, he was crushed by the other clone. The robot said that was underwhelming, though not surprising from someone who had already won before. The old man replied that survival of the fittest mattered most, but the fight wasn't over. The hand crushing him started getting covered in slime. The strange clone wondered why he couldn't move, like the other one had taken over his cells. Then that hand was blown apart by corpse magic, which ripped through the body. The old man said it was good to see he had mastered it completely. The hand went back to normal as the figure walked toward the old man. He knelt, and the old man said that now he had fully inherited corpse magic. He would be taught black tool technology too. With both, he would become the perfect clone and be sent to invade the elven tribe. The robot suggested making several perfect clones and attacking other places too, but the old man said that was the flaw. If a perfect clone kept splitting, he would stop being himself. He made this first one because he had placed his humility into it, a part of himself he had wanted to throw away for a long time. By cutting that part off, he believed he had finally become perfect and worthy of the master. The clone then knelt before Elizabeth's clone, which still hadn't awakened. Even so, he was clearly full of hatred toward her. The robot warned that a strange electric current was running through the body. Suddenly, he rushed to attack the clone, but the old man coldly told him to remember his place. The clone felt something, and a second later he was slammed to the ground. The old man said he understood the clone's humility, lack of love and hatred, but he still had to learn why he should keep living. Honestly, that was about as confusing to me as it was to the clone. The old man simplified it. He was a tool meant to help achieve his goals. As the clone kept dissolving, he wondered if he really was nothing but a tool. Back in the present, the clown said that after hiding for decades, he could finally step out and reveal his real purpose, to replace the original and kill Elizabeth. Li Ping asked if Elizabeth remembered him, and she said no. Unfortunately for him, nobody really cared who he was. He guessed this was some old enemy from the days when Elizabeth ruled the world. If she had made that many enemies, being under her protection might turn him into a target too. Elizabeth then said the elven tribe had fallen this low, and she wanted to know what the protagonist would do now that no one here was left who could help him. He said he wasn't going to waste time on small stuff. The only useful thing he could do here was fix the soil, so maybe she should handle the rest. Elizabeth snapped, asking if he expected her to clean up everything from the start. While they bickered, the clown listened quietly. Then he cut in, demanding to know if she really didn't remember him. Malfoy. Elizabeth barely reacted and asked if he was with the Black Guild now. That immediately caught Li Ping's attention. Malfoy declared that he was someone new now and didn't need her approval anymore. Even if the legendary hero had cut down his corpse magic before, he still had power from the elves and the black tools. Then he used Sacred Tree Whip. Elizabeth calmly lifted a hand and said that if he really was Malfoy, then she had to act. In an instant, her black hand had him pinned. Li Ping warned her not to hurt Bose and Elizabeth. She moved them to safety with teleportation, and told him to relax. She wouldn't damage his pieces. At the same time, Malfoy realized he couldn't move at all. Elizabeth asked why he was here, and where Amelia was. She had heard rumors someone was trying to revive her, so she wanted answers. Malfoy rambled that he was born from destroyed love and humility, and believed that giving her broken body to that man would make his mind collapse. Elizabeth tightened her grip, crushing him harder. She told him to quit babbling, and warned that she wouldn't ask twice. Still, Malfoy muttered that he didn't get what made her so special. All he felt was hate, because as long as she lived, he'd never find his own purpose. Then a scroll came out of his mouth, and Elizabeth's magic was cancelled. She recognized it as the power of a demon god. 2 playing cards appeared before Malfoy. They showed the clown from Li Ping's game, who was really a supreme 3-star demon king. The clown offered Malfoy a deal. Give up his soul to 100 years of torture, and any wish could be granted. Malfoy pointed at Elizabeth and Li Ping, ordering their deaths. The summoned monster lazily said that would be easy. Elizabeth scoffed at the idea of a higher being taking orders from lesser ones, but knowing magic alone wouldn't be enough. She got ready to fight. The monster said a deal was a deal, and he'd wanted to face her for a long time. Since they both used dark magic, he wanted to find out which one of them was stronger. Elizabeth opened her forbidden time zone. At the same time, he called out a swarm of flying daggers. At first his move looked simple. Then the attack landed anyway, shaking Elizabeth. Her time magic should have stopped it, but it didn't. The clown said she should understand now. Raw magic power meant less than the power of rules, and his rules outranked hers. For the first time, Elizabeth actually looked worried and called out to Li Ping. He turned with a sure, golden smile. The clown froze when he saw his creator. Even so, the daggers kept rushing toward the two of them. But the monster jumped in front of the attack himself, taking the hit to protect them. Groaning from the wound, he said he had barely stopped it in time. Elizabeth's magic faded, and Malfoy could only stare in confusion. The monster walked toward Malfoy and said he had nearly been tricked. Malfoy argued back, asking why he feared Elizabeth so much when the contract was already made. The monster suddenly screamed and fired a laser, declaring that Malfoy's soul had no value. Malfoy was erased on the spot. Then the monster turned to Elizabeth and Li Ping, apologized, and complained that dark mages were always this sneaky. He didn't get why the guy suddenly turned to ash, so he asked Elizabeth who she had even been talking to. She asked the monster if he still wanted to fight. He quickly said no, admitting it had been ages since he'd seen his creator, and he hadn't known they were together now. He disappeared after saying his creator should know he wouldn't cause any more trouble, then waved goodbye. The 2 cards turned back into a joker, and Li Ping wondered again how this happened, when those were the cards he'd given Boss. Elizabeth warned him not to take that deck lightly. In the wrong hands, it could bring disaster after disaster. Li Ping asked how that was even possible. As far as he knew, Boss had kept the cards safe. Elizabeth took that to mean the cards were just tools. The real issue was the user. They stayed harmless with Boss, because he was a kind man. Among the wreckage, the clown's body lay split in two. Elizabeth wanted answers about what had happened over the last 500 years. She raised her hand and ordered them to rise. Then Boss and Elizabeth's corpses appeared, and she demanded they explain what had happened. They tried to answer, but no sound came out. Li Ping searched through his bag and said they looked tortured and dried up. What they needed was a little water. He gave each of them a small amount, and the next second they jolted back to life, shouting his name. MC smiled in relief. Somehow, a bit of water was enough to heal them. But Boss and Elizabeth soon dropped again, saying they deserved to die for dragging trouble to him and the Demon Queen. Boss insisted the blame was his for thinking too highly of his own strength. Li Ping told them to stand up and explain what happened. Boss said the Black Guild had corrupted the Elven tribe, fooled them, and stolen their card deck. Elizabeth added that her magic was drained, and after that, she remembered nothing. Boss remembered the clown burning through a lot of his life force, and then everything went black. Elizabeth said their hazy minds were probably the result of someone messing with their memories. She reached toward them and said she'd have to sort this out herself. Li Ping thought they should rest first, but Elizabeth had already started a memory extraction. Both fell over as she took in their memories, and he asked why she had done that to them again. Elizabeth's expression shifted, and she said she understood it all now. The protagonist asked her to explain. She said they weren't lying, they really knew nothing. While Li Ping kept splashing water on everyone, Elizabeth wondered where she could get answers now that the whole tribe was gone. Then a head rose from the ground and offered to tell her. Elizabeth turned, and MC recognized the one who had attacked them earlier. The elf woman fully emerged and said Malfoy's death had freed her. Li Ping thought that sounded good, but Elizabeth asked why they should trust her. The elf touched her eye patch and said this was why. Under it was a black gear, which blew apart right away. It wasn't clear what had happened, and Li Ping blurted out that she ripped it out, but it was Elizabeth who had pulled it free. She recognized it as the black gear that stored the dark magic those people were using. The elf said that with it gone, she was ready to trust them. Elizabeth answered by forcing a memory extraction, saying she still didn't trust her yet. She grabbed his hand and told him they'd watch it together this time. They saw the clown reach the tree and cover it in that purple substance. The elves consumed it, and started turning red and strange. This elf tried to destroy the tree, but she was slashed across the face, probably when the clown put the gear in. Later, she seemed to hand over 100 high-ranking elves to those people. By then, everyone in the forest was already being controlled. Elizabeth saw everything that had happened, including the moment this woman died. Near her stood the cartoon archer, which was likely how she had been saved. Back with everyone gathered, Elizabeth said this was unforgivable. Then she added that what was really unforgivable was Li Ping sharing her juice, so he needed to stop giving it away. Everyone was happily drinking it, amazed by how good it was. Their magic was rising, and they had never felt so refreshed. The elf then handed over some cards, saying she had kept them to try to save Boss and Elizabeth. But things worked out after all. Elizabeth saw that one of them was the archer card. A huge elf woman suddenly appeared behind everyone. She seemed to be Elizabeth's mother and Boss's wife. Then the scene shifted to the sky. The woman looked back and said they had finally met again. Boss asked if she was Nikita. The two ran to each other in joy. He pulled her into a tight hug, asking if this was a dream and telling her how much he had missed her. He called Elizabeth over to speak with her mother, but Elizabeth hesitated. Her mother was supposed to be dead. Nikita explained that she had died in the real world, but was reborn inside the sacred temple. She gently stroked Elizabeth's hair and said her daughter had grown so beautiful. Elizabeth started crying as her mother said she had so much to tell her. But then Nikita suddenly looked worried. She said time was running out, and she didn't know where to start. So she began with how her father had forced her to return to the tribe and help. By the time she arrived, many souls had already been stolen, gears had been planted, and everything had fallen into chaos. Boss and Elizabeth watched her, thinking how lively and adorable she still was. Meanwhile, Nikita kept talking with big gestures, explaining all that had happened. It was a long story, but as they already knew, she had died in the end. Boss and Elizabeth kept staring at her with red faces, so Nikita asked why they were acting like that, instead of listening. Boss hugged them both, and said the past didn't matter anymore. He only wanted to treasure the little time they had together, and all of it was thanks to Li Ping for making his wish come true. Nikita said she was trapped inside that card, but as long as he stayed near the creator, they could keep seeing each other. Then she started to fade, and said she still had a mission to follow. Elizabeth asked if she was leaving already, but Nikita said she wasn't truly gone. She would keep protecting her through the card. The two called out to her, but she only told them to remember this. Those who believe in peace live forever. After that, she seemed to return to number 4 with the other souls. They vanished into the sky, and back in the present, Boss and Elizabeth were crying. Elizabeth quickly realized their souls had crossed another dimension. Li Ping had no clue what had just happened. Boss and Elizabeth stood there with clenched fists, ready to become MC's most loyal followers forever. Meanwhile, Elizabeth tried to figure out how he could grow power in another dimension, save souls, and create bonds like that. While MC still had no idea what she meant. Shishi didn't really understand it either. She only noticed that after everyone drank the juice, the father and daughter got much stronger, and she guessed it was some kind of reward for fighting the Black Guild. Still, Shishi quietly blamed herself, thinking that even as the strongest one there, she had let the hero down. Then, the blonde raised her hand and made one selfish request. She wanted him to save the elven tribe. Elizabeth instantly shut that down with a hard no. Li Ping awkwardly suggested that since Elizabeth probably had revival magic, she could just do it. Elizabeth said that was impossible. First, she could only revive 10 people, not thousands. Second, the bodies were still tainted by the Black Guild's magic. Third, the sacred tree was gone, and the elves needed it to survive. He brushed off the third problem and said they could just grow a new tree. He even quoted a saying, 10 years to grow a tree, 100 to grow a person. His point was simple, even a small seed could become hope later. Of course, he was talking about planting a legendary tree. He walked to the remains of the old one and said the roots were fully dead, so trying to save them was pointless. Then he put his hand on the ground, scooped up some soil, and said it wasn't that different from the dirt back home. The real problem was that normal seeds would take too long to grow. Elizabeth wondered if this madman was seriously about to replant the sacred tree. The elf said the sacred tree was something special that couldn't just be copied. Li Ping smiled and said he knew a faster way to grow a tree than simply planting it. Then he asked for help. All four stepped forward right away, ready for orders. But the protagonist said he didn't need that many people. Watching would be enough. Excited, Shishi said whatever he needed, she would give her all. He asked if she still had that twig she took from his house. Startled, she summoned it and asked if this was the one he meant. He took it and said using it probably wouldn't cost her much, so it was fine. Though she took that as a sign he was disappointed in her, like he was taking back a sacred sword so she would think harder about what she'd done. With a serious face, she promised to do better from now on. Li Ping walked off, and Shishi slammed her fist into the ground, apologizing and swearing she would never mess up like that again. Boast was amazed, saying MC was strict even with a sword saint. Elizabeth told her to relax. What she and her father did was far worse. At the same time, Rinny said she had stayed by the saint the whole time, yet Li Ping never scolded her once. Maybe she had dropped so low in his eyes that he didn't even bother being upset anymore. Shishi then said she no longer deserved to be called the Sword Saint, and told them to forget that title. Behind them, Elizabeth praised his way of punishing her in front of everyone, so his feelings were clear. She also wanted to see how he would handle the planting, because reviving that many people should have been impossible, especially for someone with no magic. The protagonist tossed the twig onto the ground, reached into his backpack, and pulled out some fertilizer. He said this was how trees were grown back home, so planting it this way should help it grow faster. Then, he added a little holy water on top of the fertilizer. That would let it soak into the soil, and after that, all they had to do was wait. Except the roots were already racing through the earth. The ground suddenly shook, and the spreading branches started hitting nearby animals. Anything they touched turned into wood, and the whole area began to break apart. Everyone was confused, and even the elves deeper in the forest began running away. Something had changed. This was the real birth of the world tree. The barrier around the place started fading, and Li Ping had no idea why. He turned to Elizabeth and asked if she understood what was happening. Then, the first branch grew leaves, and many more appeared all across the forest. Elves began emerging from inside them, and were pushed out of the tree. A moment later, they were all on the ground, confused about what had happened. Meanwhile, the tree kept growing wider and taller. Even rare creatures like unicorns started to appear. One-eyed couldn't understand how so much magic was pouring into the forest, especially when this new tree was growing much faster than the old one ever had. Li Ping just stared, shocked that it was growing even faster than he expected. Then it hit him. Because he planted it in elven land, the soil held far more energy, so the tree was feeding on it and growing like crazy. His eyes watered as he realized that, when it came to magic, this world was on a whole different level. Elizabeth said bringing back that many people would cost her 10 of her own lives. Oddly enough, she could recover after resting, but Li Ping had done something far greater without casting a single spell. She saw that each flower acted like a container for a soul, while the roots gathered the magic and nutrients needed to rebuild the body. Elizabeth understood that much, but she still couldn't grasp how soul and body were joined so perfectly. Even the finest magic items she knew couldn't recreate life like this. That was when she decided he had to be something divine, someone who could rewrite nature itself. She even dropped to her knees. At that moment, she knew there were things only he could do. Maybe there was a reason the clown called him the creator. Bose turned to Elizabeth and said something felt strange, asking if she could sense the elves' aura too. She said it really did feel like Li Ping had revived everyone, because she could sense countless elves all around them. Meanwhile, Chissy thought about how the same branch she had wasted was used perfectly by him, and admitted that not even the full insight from the demon's red eye let her understand what he had done. The protagonist just scratched his head and said he only tried to help however he could. Then he walked over and told the two of them the rest was up to them. The blonde asked what he meant, since there didn't seem to be much left to do. Li Ping explained that some saplings still hadn't fully matured, so he was leaving that part to her. But she lowered her head and said she couldn't do it. Even as an elder, she was still one of the people who had harmed her own tribe. Then she smiled and pointed at the group ahead. She said Elizabeth's mother had saved her, and as a child of the elder line, Elizabeth was the best person to care for the forest. Li Ping smiled and agreed. Since she carried both human and elf blood, this was the perfect chance to end that divide. Elizabeth hesitated, unsure she could handle something so big, but both of them put a hand on her shoulder and bowed, promising to help however they could. He reminded her of her mother's words. If they were heroes, they had to give it everything they had. Then One-Eyed grabbed her hand and promised to keep serving as a general and do everything he could for the tribe. The three of them were set on doing their best to make the hero proud, and he said this was a new balance of power. Now the Card Guild would help protect the elven forest. Chissy watched in silence until Lo Ping called to Elizabeth and said it was time to head home. But then he noticed something odd and tapped Elizabeth on the head, asking what was wrong. Just then, someone stepped forward and asked him to wait. It was Chissy, saying she had one request. He asked what she wanted, and she said she wanted to know the real meaning of the Tai Chi sword. Ever since she began the 10 moves he taught her, controlling her power had become harder. She wanted to know what she was doing wrong and begged for his help. Li Ping thought it over, then said he'd be honest. When it came to that sword's secrets, he'd forgotten basically everything. Confused, she asked if he really meant he forgot. He said yes, and suggested she go back to the Sword Saint Guild to learn there. The three of them were stunned, thinking he was trying to shame her. Shaking, Chissy asked if he meant her sword skill was that terrible. She was the one who had taught the saints of the Sword Guild, so what exactly was he saying? Li Ping admitted he couldn't explain it well, but the part of Tai Chi that interested him most was the formless sword. He remembered seeing the Sword Saint of the Guild use something like it in a contest, an attack that stretched out from his finger. So he figured that if Chissy went back, she might find the answer there. The instant he pointed a finger at her, her soul seemed to leave her body. In a flash, she was taken to the mountains. She had no idea what was happening. Then something carried her away, and when she opened her eyes, she was before the Kunlun Mountains, or rather, flying through the sky on a sword straight toward them. Honestly, it's as confusing for us as it is for her. At last she reached a temple, and a sword appeared in her hand. Some children were training there, with an old bearded man standing before them. He lifted what looked like a brush, and at once the children rushed Chissy. In the next second, her sword hit the ground. She was beaten down, and now she looked younger. It seemed she had been brought there because her training was lacking. Whether she had become younger, gone to the past, or jumped to the future, one thing was clear: she trained by the waterfall. The children attacked her again. She glanced back, but the old man did nothing. Once more, she slammed face first into the ground, fell onto her butt, and got thrown into the air. Later, she sat at a table with the old man near a huge incense burner. He poured tea and held his hands out toward her. She picked up the cup from the table, took a sip, looked around, and asked if this was the meaning of the formless sword. She stared into her reflection in the tea and suddenly found herself floating over water, sword in hand. Things had gotten very abstract. Still, she moved smoothly and cut across the water. She dropped low, and blood ran from her mouth. But then she calmed herself, and everything turned peaceful. She looked toward the horizon, fully relaxed again, closed her hand, and the sword sank into the water. She looked up, raised her hand, moved it to the side, made another motion, and tiny plants began to grow. It seemed like a long time was passing. The leaves fell, and someone was already sweeping the courtyard. It was Chissy herself, now an old woman. Even then, those same little devils were still training around her, but with one sweep of the broom, she made a tornado that flung the kids into a pile under the leaves. Tea was served again, and she sat with the master. He asked if she had finally learned Tai Chi. Chissy lowered her head and asked what he meant, saying she had forgotten why she came there in the first place. The old man answered that if so, it was time for her to return. She asked, return where? And suddenly, she was back as the Chissy everyone knew. The old man told her she had to find herself and become one with nature, not force it, but join with it. That was the true meaning of Tai Chi. She said she could never repay wisdom like that, and begged to at least know his name. The master said it didn't matter, but called himself Zhang Sanfeng, the very creator of Tai Chi. Then she vanished, and he wondered who would come next. Li Ping stood there frozen, trying to figure out what had just happened. Chissy was floating in the sky, rising through realms at incredible speed. She had reached the level of a 4-star demon king. Annie said the Sword Saint had jumped 3 whole realms in just moments. Aerith and Bose were stunned. Both knew only someone like Li Ping could cause that. Chissy came back down and thanked him for leading her to this path. She said she finally understood her mistakes and would follow his guidance from now on. She would return to the Sword Saint Guild, teach everyone Tai Chi, and leave ordinary swordsmanship behind. Then she vanished in an instant, becoming a star in the sky. He waved her off, thinking powerful people were really hard to understand. She changed her mind out of nowhere. After that, he asked what everyone else planned to do, and whether they needed Elizabeth's teleport. Ilith said she would stay and help rebuild the tribe. Bosch said that once he recovered the cards, he'd help the guild, then come back to support the tribe too. Annie said she'd rather return on her own, because teleporting made her sick, but the truth was, she had decided to go somewhere else. Since everyone had their own plans, Li Ping said he and Elizabeth would head home first. Then he started bugging Elizabeth, asking what was wrong, and telling her to hurry up. She just pointed a finger and opened the teleport. At the same time, Chissy flew through the sky, and when she looked down, she spotted two men standing by a gear. They were Ash and Bally from the Sword Saint Guild. Ash, the one in the suit, said it finally made sense how guild members had turned into apostles. In front of them stood the six-pillar demon Farad Zeg, who declared he would show them the beast race's power. He charged in and released 100% muscle power. Ash dodged fast and asked Elder Bally what they should do. Bally told him not to doubt himself and reminded him that the old man had already reached Demon Lord rank. The moment Bally drew his sword, he used Needle Flash. In an instant, the wolf was pierced with needles from head to tongue. Ash stepped back and used a jutsu-like move straight out of Sissek's style, calling up a concrete binding technique. The wolf started getting trapped, but he still forced his way forward. Ash followed with another skill, blade vibration inside the concrete, likely to harden it faster. The wolf struggled and glanced aside while Ash pushed the move to the limit. The concrete shook, and the whole area of ground rose up. Now coughing blood, the wolf was crushed and slammed back down. Bally watched calmly from a wooden beam, praising Ash's fight and saying that's why he expected so much from him. Ash ended the attack and said the vibration was complete. Bally congratulated him, saying he'd soon surpass Blue. Ash answered humbly that he'd keep moving ahead one step at a time. But it was never going to be that simple. The concrete burst apart. Smoke filled the air, and Ash quickly asked if Bally could feel that terrifying aura. The old man told him to focus and raise a barrier. Ash used Blade of Darkness, summoning 3 swords in front of him. But from the smoke, the wolf just flicked a hand and shattered all 3 at once. Ash coughed up blood and was blasted back toward Bally. Now thin and creepy, the wolf walked toward them. I thought they'd last a little longer. He muttered that the other man had been right. The gears were only conduits, and chaotic power was the real path to endless energy. Spreading his arms, he bragged that he'd now gone beyond Lord Malfoy. Then 2 slashes suddenly cut through him, and Bally instantly knew Chissy had arrived. There wasn't even time for suspense. The wolf was already down, and she casually asked Bally what he was doing there. She even admitted she expected more from such a small wolf. Bally explained that he had gone south to find a small nation willing to help against the Black Guild. Chissy understood, but said they needed to return to the guild first because she had something important to announce. Then the scene shifted to the demon realm, inside a goblin cave. Inside that cave in him realm, a minotaur-like man said these goblins were different from the ones outside, because they'd never had contact with humans. The green-haired man tried to calm him down. With the green sword and Mr. Trauve there, any goblins that showed up would be wiped out. The pink-haired man, who seemed to be Mr. Trauve, said he would have never come if he didn't owe the Holy Guild a favor. Meanwhile, the mage admitted that savage goblins made her nervous. The Minotaur said there hadn't been enough competitions lately, so they chose to take a risk in a place like this. The green sword looked ahead at something huge and promised to guard it. Then the mage said her gem was reacting hard, which meant many creatures were closing in. The green-haired man looked deeper into the cave and realized they had been found. A swarm of drooling goblins rushed them at once. And there it was. The guy pulled out his huge sword and said he was ready to fight. The goblins looked twisted, so maybe they had a chance. They didn't. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Travy was already slumped against the wall. He tried to say these savage goblins didn't even use magic, but got smashed in the head before he could finish. By then, everyone was already dead. The Minotaur's head had fallen, the green-haired man was cut apart, and the mage had been tied up. Then a huge fat goblin stomped forward and declared it was time to make babies. But suddenly something tightened its hand. It looked ready to strike. Yet a moment later, the fat goblin dropped dead. It had actually melted into slime and seemed caught in an illusion. The mage licked her fingers. She said it didn't matter how savage they were. Every one of them became a dog in front of her. Now standing in the mountains with a gear in her hand, Ruth Bader revealed herself as a 5-star sovereign demon. After leveling up, she said that since they'd seen everything, they might as well come out. So the hidden watchers stepped forward. A bald, bug-like creature appeared, laughing. Hands tore out from inside it, and then another figure emerged. I think this was Dargor. He told Ruth that if she wanted the gear's power, she didn't need to hide who she was. She wouldn't even need to chase Malfoy if she agreed to do him a favor. Ruth said she'd already noticed he and the president weren't getting along, and asked if he planned to betray the guild. Heads started wrapping around him, likely from her fatal attraction ability. He told her to stop using that useless magic. He had no interest in those desires, and no plan to betray Malfoy either. Confused, Ruth asked what he really wanted. She also wondered if he was at Demon King level, since her power didn't work on him. Before he answered, she said to forget it, because she had no idea how she could help someone like Lord Exitote. He called her very sharp and asked if she feared his offer wouldn't be good enough. Then he explained that the gear she wanted so badly was only a temporary tool. If she accepted his contract, she could gain 10 times more power. A strange chaotic power then poured from his mouth. He said it was enough to let her skip him entirely and go straight to King. That would make her stronger than absorbing 1,000 gears ever could. He said she was chosen because her charm ability was so effective. As Ruth stared at the chaotic power, she was clearly tempted by the chance to reach him King that fast, so she agreed to the deal. Back at Li Ping's house, his little plant was on the floor recovering. He commented on how amazing the world was. Plants could even understand people, which felt strange to him. Even so, he told the plant he had to go home and wished it a long life. But right after he left, Li Ping's other plants were already staring at it. He then told Elizabeth he was back and asked if she wanted some fresh-cut apples. Still in chibi form, she said no. She added that apples weren't as good as her snacks. He said that was obvious, but she shouldn't eat so much. He told her to relax while he made something else. She set the snack down and grabbed a Coke. After taking a big drink, she waited while he worked. As soon as she finished, she burped, then suddenly got mad and splashed Coke everywhere. Li Ping started wondering if she was this upset because his performance as a hero disappointed her. He had no magic and still couldn't really learn swordsmanship, so maybe she thought he was hopelessly dumb. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was thinking how absurd it would be if he truly stood above the laws of the world. If that were true, all her suffering and training would mean nothing. In the end, maybe she was just one more step toward making him famous. Or not even that, since he didn't seem interested in defeating her. Once again, she felt she'd overestimated herself. She dropped onto the couch, thinking that she once ruled the world. Yet now, even as a 7-star demon queen, life felt meaningless. Li Ping had no idea why she was angry, sad, gloomy, worried, lazy, and still eating so much. Then he guessed she might be on her period. But after a year together, he'd never seen this before, so maybe his cycles worked differently. He called her over to eat, expecting her to float in like usual when she felt lazy, but she smacked straight into the table. Li Ping said he hadn't just made curry, there was stew too. She asked what that was for, said she didn't care, and kept stuffing curry into her mouth. Then she turned away, telling him to eat that stuff himself because she'd have more snacks later. But when he lifted the lid, he told her she should at least look first. She turned back, and a bright glow hit her face. It was a soup made with red dates, eggs, and tremella. He explained how he made it, took a small spoonful, and held it out to her. Of course, she thought he looked weird, but his expression stayed calm, and he kept smiling as he asked her to try it. Not expecting much, she finally took a taste. Right away, her face changed, and it felt like she'd been dropped into a sauna. Looking down, she realized the place was really hot. Someone in front of her called it the brown sugar sauna. 3 tiny people nearby said it was great for blood flow and restoring strength. Each one represented a different spice, and they said they were there to serve her. A towel flew over just in time, and Elizabeth asked what kind of service that meant. The little woman on the right said it was a full-body massage to nourish her yin and make her skin prettier. Then the soup started moving, and Elizabeth began floating in a strange way. The 3 spun the little towel, and she dropped face first to the floor. She tried to get up, demanding to know what they were doing. One of them walked over and took her hand. She told Elizabeth not to worry, just close her eyes, and enjoy the massage. Elizabeth wanted to pull away, but she also realized it actually felt really good. Another worked on her back and told her to relax. This would calm her down, so there was no need to fight it. It was an egg white treatment meant to keep her skin young. The 2 kept working on her for a while. Then the red-faced one said it was her turn. The little girl turned around and said Elizabeth still wasn't relaxed enough. Still, she figured it was okay. Elizabeth had a strong base and could probably take it. All 3 helpers were women, which only made Elizabeth more confused. This talk about resistance sounded silly, especially when one of them was shaking and looked too weak to do anything to her. Then the old lady said there'd be no need to warm up her muscles first. In an instant, she bulked up into a bodybuilder. Elizabeth jumped in shock, but before she could do anything, her calf got snatched. The old lady warned she wouldn't be gentle. Elizabeth tried to pull away, but another woman said this massage would open her meridians and get her blood moving. And with that, the bone-cracking session, or maybe myofascial release, started. Elizabeth looked like she was in agony, or at least that's how it seemed. The one with the tight curls, Miss Tremella, was a 9-star saint. The beauty known for flawless skin was an 11-star saint, and the redhead was a 17-star saint. As always, Elizabeth stayed in that transcendent state. Back in the real world, she broke through to the 8th realm. Li Ping stood there holding a spindle and asked if she felt any warmer. Seeing her flushed face, he thought the soup had worked. Slowly, the queen opened her eyes. He asked if she handled it fine, or if this version was too unusual. To Elizabeth, this only proved he could rewrite the rules whenever he wanted, so beating him was impossible. The difference between them was way too big, and there was nothing left for her to do but admit defeat. Sweating, Elizabeth didn't even know what to say. Then she shrank back into her chubby form and muttered that if he could really change the rules, she never had a chance. She flopped onto the table and said it didn't matter what she ate, nothing would change anyway. Li Ping couldn't figure out why she still wasn't feeling better, so he said he'd let her rest and stop bothering her. Then he mentioned going out to train with Alpha, and asked if she was okay with that. Slumped on the couch, she told him to do whatever he wanted, but once he stepped outside, he saw Alpha wasn't on his usual tree stump. Knowing the boy often hung around Wang Kai, he wondered if the two had gone for a walk. Somewhere else on the property, they were together, and Alpha was complaining about a weird sound that kept getting louder. Wang Kai asked if he was just being lazy, because he couldn't hear anything. Alpha insisted he wasn't joking. His ear had been buzzing for days, and he could barely sleep. Then Wang Kai suddenly stood and told him to get ready, because something suspicious was coming from 3 kilometers away. Not far from them, someone was running from a pair of fat goblins. Here comes that cursed mage again with another scheme. She says she never thought she'd uncover info this valuable. Now she knew exactly where the legendary hero and the demon queen Elizabeth were. Tagore had given her that information. She was sure he had to be far stronger than Malfoy. After all, he'd helped her level up with ease. And now she had the perfect opening. Her charm could beat stronger foes, and since he was a man, she believed she could win. What she didn't expect was a torpedo slamming into her back. Dazed, she turned and saw the 2 goblins had been wiped out. That made no sense. They both had dark gears, so they shouldn't have gone down that easily. Then she suddenly found herself shaking as another blast went off. Wang Kai had already lined up all his weapons and demanded to know why she was there. Ruth trembled so hard she could barely talk. She knew one wrong answer would get her killed, but Waffle, being an idiot, told Wang Kai not to scare the poor girl who was just running from monsters. He even introduced himself as the legendary hero's right-hand man and the true wielder of the sacred sword. The dog instantly barked at him to shut up and stop sharing info before she'd been checked. An analysis arm moved toward Ruth while she wondered if it was some monster, magic tool, or something else. She could feel it scanning her body, and if it found her secret, she was done for. So she activated her power, realizing that now she had to attack first. Fatal Attraction was triggered. Alpha immediately fell into a trance. He pictured himself beside a heroic Li Ping, who asked what his partner was thinking. The next thing he knew, they were cutting through copper, slaying dragons, traveling the world, dueling all over the place, and celebrating after every victory. Meanwhile, the real world was probably a mess. In the fantasy, he was now commanding a ship and storming Elizabeth's castle. The hero fought bravely, and Elizabeth was already beaten, lying on the ground. Li Ping lifted his sword and said that when he'd been lost, Alpha had led him. They were true partners. Alpha grinned and said that bond would never change, and being with him felt great. Then an explosion goes off behind Wang Kai. Looks like the illusion got him too, because now he's sprinting across the field, running from Li Ping. He tosses a frisbee, and Alpha happily catches both. Elizabeth shut her snack bag, but he kept petting Wang Kai. Then the weapon system gets shut down. Ruth said that as long as desire existed, no one could resist her charm, no matter how strong they were. But right then, Wang Kai's system started beeping with a virus warning. Files updated, and a security patch was installed. At once, the weapon turned back on Ruth, leaving her stunned and unable to understand why her charm had failed. Wang Kai demanded her name and why she'd invaded his system to force him into a happy state. He decided she wasn't a threat right now, but since he couldn't read her intentions, killing her was safer. Ruth shook in panic, unable to grasp how things had gone this far so fast. Then someone showed up, calling out for Wang Kai and Alpha. Everyone went still, and the little dog's eyes instantly turned into hearts. He powered everything down and bounced toward our boy. Li Ping said he heard a loud sound coming from this way. At that moment, Ruth realized this was the legendary hero. At least he looked like a normal man, which should be much easier to deal with. The classic story of him saving a helpless girl always worked, so she decided to play that role. She dropped to the ground at a distance, while the protagonist asked Alpha what he was laughing about. The idiot was still giggling in a daze, and Li Ping kept calling to him. Finally, he slapped him and asked if he was okay. That instantly snapped Alpha awake, and he looked around in confusion. MC said Alpha had scared him by acting completely crazy, and asked if he'd been sleeping well. Then they started walking off, leaving Ruth there, while he told Alpha to get more sleep and chop some wood. When Ruth realized they were just going to leave her, she got up with a cute act and asked if someone could help. Li Ping turned and asked who she was. Back at home, Elizabeth was eating chips and putting on weight. Then Alpha came back with someone dropping onto his head, while our boy carried the woman in his arms. Elizabeth instantly got mad, and he asked Ruth if she was hurt anywhere. She said no, just a little dizzy and needing rest. He gently laid her on the couch while Elizabeth looked ready to kill her. Li Ping told Ruth to rest while he made some tea. From the couch, Elizabeth gave off a deadly aura. Alpha and Anka trembled, saying they hadn't done anything wrong. But Elizabeth had already launched a flying kick straight into the dog's face, and Alpha reached for his sword. The poor dog got sent flying. Her glitchy scream made it clear she'd misunderstood something, but then she grabbed Alpha by the head. She demanded to know why he kept bringing people home, and whether he'd ignored what she told him. From inside, Ruth realized this really was the legendary Queen Elizabeth. She didn't fully get what was going on, but she knew she'd caused trouble between Elizabeth and that weapon. Now all she had to do was capture Li Ping and make him kill Elizabeth. She used Fatal Attraction, aiming it right at him. Nothing happened. He walked toward her calmly while she panicked, unable to understand why her power had failed. He simply came over and said he had tea for her. Ruth used Fatal Attraction again, sure no man could resist it. Li Ping noticed her eyes spinning and asked if she was feeling okay. She struggled to keep the skill active. He handed her the tea and told her not to be so tense, just relax. Once she felt better, they would send her back to the city. As Ruth took the cup, she felt an enormous magical force inside it. Wanting to test it, she took a big sip and was instantly overwhelmed. Right there, she advanced into a 2-star Demon King. Li Ping asked how she felt, but the cup slipped from her hands. Clutching her stomach, she wondered what he'd made her drink. Purple veins suddenly spread across her stomach. Her neck started itching, and she scratched at it. Li Ping looked confused and wondered if she was allergic to wheat. Elizabeth, though, said Ruth was like Chissy and had been infected by a contract from the Dark Sea. The protagonist asked her to save Ruth the same way she saved Chissy before, but Elizabeth refused. She'd already figured out he gave Ruth that tea on purpose, so Elizabeth would cancel the contract, and she wasn't doing that for free. Writhing in pain, Ruth said he must want to witness the greatness of the Creator. Something crawled up her throat, and she spat it onto the floor. A purple slime came out, and Li Ping said it was the same weird magic as the insects. The thing cried out that it had hidden itself perfectly, so how had it been found? It swore that one day it would destroy Elizabeth with chaotic power, only to get wiped away by the little robot. MC said he got scared for a second, but it was just some dirt. Elizabeth immediately demanded that Ruth explain why she came there. Ruth begged them not to get the wrong idea, and claimed she was forced into this. She had realized the contract with Azathoth was broken, and their combined strength was beyond what she'd expected. Elizabeth coldly told her not to think she could get away with such a lie. Suddenly, Ruth found herself in a world of skeletons, totally lost. She wondered how she was also a demon king, yet still felt tiny in front of Elizabeth. Li Ping seemed to break through the illusion a little, and said Elizabeth had been in a bad mood lately. He asked Ruth not to take it personally, and to explain more about the Black Guild. Ruth quickly agreed. She said she'd tell them everything. This guy was taking a game way too seriously. Elizabeth wanted to know what this insane woman was up to. Dropping to her knees, Ruth said Azathoth from the Dark Sea had forced her to work for them. She claimed she never meant to do anything evil, and had run away in secret, only to learn something had been planted inside her. Then she begged Li Ping to save her. He said that was fine, but first they needed the full story. A little later, he gave her some clothes, and Ruth complained they were too tight. Elizabeth said that was because they were made for her. Then she coldly said that no matter Ruth's reasons, it would be better if she vanished before sunrise. Ruth admitted she originally came to kill Elizabeth, but after he purified her, she had changed completely. If the Demon Queen wanted her gone, she would obey, but if he asked her to stay, she couldn't refuse. Elizabeth told her to quit acting shameless. This wasn't a place where she could live for free and eat whatever she wanted. Ruth said there was a saying that only a maiden could tempt a hero. Maybe that was because of her perfect body, something Elizabeth just couldn't understand. Elizabeth grabbed her own stomach and asked if Ruth really thought this was her true form. Then she snapped her fingers and used attribute conversion. Looks like someone's back. Elizabeth asked if this was the perfect body Ruth had been bragging about. She moved closer, and Ruth started backing away. Closing the distance, Elizabeth asked where all that confidence went. She told Ruth to look carefully. Next to the Demon Queen, she was nothing. Elizabeth dropped a mountain on her, but Ruth loved a fight. She reacted fast and somehow overpowered Elizabeth. Then she laughed right in the Queen's face, leaving Elizabeth stunned. Right then, Li Ping walked in and asked what was happening. Ruth instantly turned, grabbed Elizabeth's arm, and got slapped across the face. Dramatically, she said that if she'd done anything wrong, she was willing to make it right. Elizabeth didn't care at all. Li Ping asked why she did that. Crying, Ruth told him not to blame Elizabeth. The punishment was fair. He told Ruth not to cry and said it had to be a misunderstanding. Then he asked Elizabeth if that was true. Ruth was sure Elizabeth would start explaining herself. If Ruth took the blame, Li Ping would protect her. But Elizabeth flatly said there was nothing to explain. She just wanted to hit Ruth and saw no issue with it. Flustered, Ruth begged the protagonist for help. He folded his arms and called to Elizabeth, who asked what he wanted. He gave her a thumbs up and said if she hit Ruth, then she probably had a good reason. Li Ping told Ruth that Elizabeth was a demon queen and could sense dark power. That slap was likely meant to wipe out any leftover magic. He patted Elizabeth, said he wouldn't interrupt anymore, and started to leave. Shaking, Ruth begged him not to go. The moment he was gone, Elizabeth scoffed and called that a very clumsy trick. She warned Ruth that she didn't even see her as a real threat, so she wouldn't bother taking her seriously. If Ruth thought she could change anything in that house, she was thinking way too highly of herself. Ruth got completely beaten at her own game. Outside, Wang Kai was fixing himself up. After dinner, Ruth had advanced into a 3-star Demon King. Li Ping asked if she wanted more rice with pork, but her nose was already bleeding. She said no, she'd had more than enough. The truth was, she was evolving too fast and her body could barely handle it. Meanwhile, MC piled a huge serving onto Elizabeth's plate. Ruth couldn't understand how they ate this stuff like it was normal. She was in a Demon King's territory, the highest rank in the world, yet the gap between them was huge. That made her decide to stay with Li Ping. Now she understood why the queen had given up on the whole world. She pointed out that Elizabeth ate a lot, and maybe he wouldn't like her as much if she kept stuffing herself. Instead, he said seeing Elizabeth enjoy his food made him happier than anything. Resting her head on the table, Ruth said she wished she could be the kind of person who got meals made just for her every day. That made Elizabeth slam the table. She said she'd lost her appetite, wondering if all she was good for was being this guy's taste tester. After she moved to the couch, Ruth asked if she didn't like Li Ping's cooking anymore. Looking at him, Elizabeth said people stop valuing things once they get what they want, but even so, his food was still the best she'd ever had. Even with all that, Elizabeth kept eating her chips. Meanwhile, our hero figured her mood swings were getting worse during her period. Still, seeing her this down made him feel oddly unsettled. Then the scene moved to the bathroom, where Ruth relaxed in the bath. This place even had Li Ping's liquid soap. Just rubbing it on her body made her advance to a 4-star Demon King. She couldn't believe how amazing this place was. Drinking water, eating, even bathing gave incredible benefits. She used to think following the strong was the best way to grow, but she never imagined she could have everything. Now, with Li Ping close by, she was sure she could reach that level. If she had him, she could have the whole world. From then on, she decided to throw away her old self and focus only on winning the protagonist. In the living room, MC heard her yell from the bathroom for clothes. He was about to get some, but she suddenly walked out in just a towel and told him not to bother. Li Ping tried to say the towel was his, but Ruth sat between them and brushed it off. Elizabeth's clothes were just too tight for her. Then she asked if he was watching something called Icky, or whatever it was. Clinging to him, she said that whatever it was, she wanted to watch it with him. He moved away, and she bumped her head on the couch. Li Ping told her not to worry, and said he'd get clothes for her. Ruth took that as him trying to run again. She stood and said it was fine. She'd have plenty of chances to keep chasing him until he fell for her. Then her mouth was suddenly covered. Elizabeth said she'd planned not to bother with a small fry like Ruth. Before Ruth could react, Elizabeth said she wanted to ask about a friend in the Black Guild. Ruth panicked, and Elizabeth told her to fix that towel before this YouTube channel got shut down. She promised Ruth wouldn't die as long as she cooperated. Ruth told herself she couldn't afford to lose if she wanted Li Ping. She activated Fatal Attraction, and declared she'd show the power of a 4-star Demon King. But in an instant, she was wearing prisoner clothes in a room filled with torture tools. She seriously needed to get out of there. Oh no, someone was coming, and even I was scared to see who it would be. The door slowly opened, and Ruth was terrified. She asked what was happening. This person should have been trapped in her illusion. Elizabeth stayed strangely calm, holding a whip. She explained that Ruth had stepped into the trap on purpose, but Elizabeth had also dragged her here for this very reason. Ruth asked if Elizabeth wasn't scared of what Li Ping would do if he saw her like this. But the queen said she'd tweaked the crude illusion. 1 hour here was only 10 seconds outside. When it ended, Ruth would go back and nothing would seem to have happened. Ruth laughed and asked if this was supposed to make her give up on him. That would never happen. She already knew that even tiny favors from him helped her evolve, so her future had no limit. Then the first lash hit. Elizabeth said Ruth had gone too far, and all she wanted to know was where Amelia was. More strikes followed, hitting her thighs, face, and neck. Elizabeth said it had been a long time since she'd heard from Amelia, and since the Black Guild clearly still existed, she wanted to know if Amelia had been captured. Through the pain, Ruth said she knew nothing about that. Elizabeth kept whipping her, saying all Ruth had to do was endure it. Then the whip cracked hard again. Ruth trembled, and insisted she really knew nothing. At last, she begged the Demon Queen to let her go. Elizabeth started to believe her, and asked where Amelia had gone instead. At the same time, she was clearly enjoying the payback. She wondered if it felt this good because she was jealous over Li Ping. Suddenly, someone called out and asked what she was doing. It was our boy, sounding way too cool, asking what she thought of his outfit. Elizabeth turned red and couldn't answer. Ruth was practically drooling and said he looked great, but really he was only holding up a plain white shirt and asking if it was the right size. Then the door slammed shut, and Elizabeth ran off. Ruth was left drained, swearing she'd never try something like that again. Li Ping was shocked when he saw Ruth in that condition. Later that night, Ruth lay wrapped in blankets. She still had no clue what had just happened, but the fear stayed with her. Even as a 4-star demon king, strong enough to rival the Sword Queen or even the Black Guild, she still felt like an ant before those two. Then she suddenly fired herself up, saying she wouldn't quit and had to go deeper. But then she noticed something. Elizabeth was by the window, staring right at her, pointing at her own eyes. Elizabeth told Ruth she was watching her. Ruth immediately ducked back under the blankets. Elizabeth remembered making Li Ping promise he wouldn't let anyone else sleep in her bed. He must have agreed to bring this woman in as some kind of challenge. He could bend the rules of the world, but not people's feelings. Little by little, she'd beat Ruth in this contest, and in her own way, beat him too. Morning came, and our boy woke up. Something caught his eye. He noticed Ruth scrubbing the floor, and told her the little robot could handle that. Then he turned to Elizabeth and asked what happened. She shot back right away that she hadn't forced Ruth to do anything, so it wasn't her problem. Ruth smiled, and said she made a mess yesterday, so she just wanted to clean it. Really, Elizabeth was glaring at her, and she just needed something to keep busy with that morning. Li Ping walked over and told her to stand up. He helped Ruth up while Elizabeth watched from the side. Then Elizabeth slammed her juice down. A second later, she shoved Ruth, grabbing Li Ping's sleeve. Elizabeth said wiping the floor was easy, so there was no reason for him to make such a fuss. She tried to take the cloth from him, insisting she'd show him how to do it. But he held on, and when she demanded to know why, he said it was because of the rules, so she should let go. She instantly let go, and he stepped away. He said he'd clean up himself, and they could just wait. By the rules, he meant she had made tea that morning. Her period wasn't over, she was still hurting, and in his mind, that meant he couldn't let her work. Proud of himself, he figured he'd solved another problem perfectly. Ruth teased Elizabeth and sided with Li Ping, saying she could be pushy and rude. Elizabeth coldly warned that Ruth was leaving today, and this was her last chance. One more stupid comment, and she'd wipe her out on the spot. Shaking, Ruth quickly said she'd leave soon. At that moment, the protagonist felt like a priceless treasure, protected by the second strongest person in the world. Soon, eggs were frying, and Li Ping made ramen for breakfast. He gave everyone a thumbs up and called them over to eat. Ruth hesitated, then quietly asked Elizabeth if she was allowed to eat. Elizabeth snapped at her to eat fast and disappear, so Ruth started eating, sad that this might be the last thing the hero ever gave her. MC asked why she had to leave so soon. Elizabeth answered that once Ruth finished eating, she'd open a portal, and asked why he cared so much. He said he only wanted to ask Chissy and Mr. Bose for help, since everyone was fighting the Black Guild. Ruth asked if he meant Chissy and Bose from the Card Guild, but Elizabeth cut her off and reminded her she'd already decided to leave. Ruth knew she had no more room to stay. Still, she now realized this place was tied to both the Card Guild's rise and Chissy's disappearance. Li Ping said they could keep talking about it for now. Ruth took a sip of water and went back to her eggs. Elizabeth suddenly asked why she was eating so loudly. Li Ping told Elizabeth to stop pouring so much vinegar on her food. It sounded like he was telling her not to be jealous, but she really was dumping on vinegar. That only made the queen more embarrassed. Sure, he'd seen right through her. He explained that too much would ruin the taste. Looking down, she realized he was right. Still, she slammed the table and said it didn't matter because she liked it that way. Then she kept eating. Li Ping asked if it was really that good, and even while suffering, she insisted it was delicious. Obviously, it was way too sour. She tried to power through, but the taste kept building like a bomb, and when it finally hit, every memory she'd shared with Li Ping came rushing back. From their almost kiss, to that fated meeting when she came down from the sky and fought Wang Kai, to traveling the world together as friends and taking it on side by side. Whether he meant to or not, he always led her forward and stayed beside her. But now she knew he was the one who made the laws of this world, something she could never reach. To him, maybe she wasn't special at all. Even so, he was still truly kind. That made her wonder if she meant anything different to him, or if she'd only imagined it. Sauce dripped as her eyes filled with tears. She stood up and blurted out that it was way too sour. Then, frustrated, she called to Li Ping, slammed the table, and demanded to know if he had ever liked her. He froze, not even sure what she meant. Was she really asking if he had feelings for her? At once, Elizabeth got embarrassed, realizing jealousy had made her speak without thinking. Ruth sat there stunned, trying to figure out if the queen had just confessed. Even Alpha and Wang Kai peeked in through the window. The blonde one said a great show was starting. Elizabeth barked at them to get lost. They quickly backed off, whistling and saying they had courier patrol to do. Then, Elizabeth ordered Ruth to go back to her ramen, which made her jump. Ruth turned around at once. Li Ping looked awkward, but Elizabeth insisted she had asked a question. Nervous, he asked if she meant she wanted more eggs and ramen, because he could make more. Done with that act, she told him to stop pretending and answer her properly. The question was obvious, so she wanted a clear answer. His heart was pounding, his mind raced. Should he keep playing dumb? Had she figured him out? He didn't know whether to run, or whether he could even say yes or no. He didn't want to upset her, but he also needed her name to survive in this world. Maybe she liked him too, but that felt impossible. After all, they came from different worlds, and she was far stronger than him. In the end, he decided that even if this answer could cost him his life, he should speak honestly. Blushing, he hesitated, until Elizabeth slammed the table again and demanded a yes or no answer. At last, he admitted he liked the way she got mad at him, how excited she got over his cooking, the time they spent exploring the world together, and how she always protected him when things got dangerous. He wanted to say more, but kept thinking that next to her, he was more like a servant than a real friend. She was the strongest being in this world, the Demon Queen. Elizabeth grew more anxious and pushed him to finish, so he decided to cheer her up with what he thought was the perfect answer. He said he had made pudding and went to get it. As he stood, he added that the year they spent together had made him really happy. If she had never appeared, he might still be alone in the world he created. He came back with the pudding and told her that once she ate it, she'd understand his answer on her own. Excited, Elizabeth said she got what it meant. He couldn't say it straight because it would break his creator rules. So this perfect pudding was his answer, and if she accepted it, that meant she accepted his love too. She reached for it, but he pulled it back and told her to forget it. Confused, she asked why, and he said it was because of the rules. Poor Elizabeth was already picturing their wedding, so she couldn't understand why he still wouldn't just say how he felt. With one hand in his pocket, he said it was simple, and he didn't get how she missed it. He leaned in and braced a hand against the wall. Then he explained that whether he liked her or not was decided by the rules. As president, he was the one who made those 10 rules. Lifting her chin, he asked if she understood. Back in the house, Elizabeth muttered that those rules were stupid. She told herself these weird illusions just kept messing with her head. Li Ping explained that in the world he came from, that's how the rules worked. He was getting nervous, because on Earth, women aren't supposed to eat cold food during their period. That was the rule, and Elizabeth started crying, saying she got it. All this rule talk only proved she was no different from anyone else to him. A tear slid down her cheek, and she teleported away. Li Ping was left completely lost. He guessed she understood his feelings and got offended, so she vanished. Since he had zero dating experience, he had no idea what was going on in her head. He never wanted his feelings to become this obvious. He had always tried to keep the right distance. Ruth, though, understood everything. Those two idiots were obviously in love, and right then she saw a new way to win. Since Elizabeth was gone, Ruth asked to try the pudding, but he refused right away. She made a big show of asking why, especially now that Elizabeth wasn't there. As he headed for the fridge, he said it might sound strange, but that pudding was something just between him and Elizabeth. That special fruit pudding was only for her. If Ruth wanted some, she could have the store-bought pudding he brought back from his trip. Ruth's face changed. Those other snacks meant nothing to her. She only wanted what Elizabeth had, and this was her chance before the queen came back. Then the scene shifted to Elizabeth. Back home, Elizabeth told herself she'd sorted out her feelings and was ready to do what had to be done. But when she looked around, everyone was gone. Then came a knock at the door. She walked over carefully, scared of what she might find. Opening it, she demanded to know what they were doing. It had better not be what she thought. Li Ping stood there blushing, and Elizabeth dropped to the floor, begging them to stop whatever they were doing. Meanwhile, Ruth muttered that it was already too late. The fruit had ripened, and the protagonist belonged to her now. She was completely spiraling when someone brushed a hand across her face. It was Li Ping. She had only fallen into an illusion. He asked what she was laughing about, and whether she was still hungry. She said no, just a little dizzy after breakfast, probably because the Black Guild's power was still affecting her. MC got worried when she almost fell again, and said she might pass out. He put a hand on her shoulder and told her it was fine to rest on the sofa. She asked why, and he asked if she didn't want to. Ruth said if she really wanted to recover, she needed Li Ping's bed. It would be much more comfortable. She'd be comfortable, he'd be comfortable, so everybody wins. He was totally confused, especially about why he needed to be comfortable too. Before he could think it through, Ruth was already dragging him along. She stumbled toward the bedroom, saying she felt really weak. Once inside, she said his room felt nice and cozy. She found her target and moved in. Li Ping tried to stop her, but Ruth already had a plan. Once he got close, she'd pull him in. The protagonist reacted fast. He grabbed a rolling chair and shoved it at her. It spun right into Ruth. A clean hit. She slid backward and crashed into the desk. The books rattled, and Li Ping quickly apologized, saying the ergonomic chair was really comfy for resting. With a bump growing on her forehead, Ruth had to admit it was pretty nice. Then books fell off the shelf, smacked her head, and knocked her into the desk again. Li Ping apologized once more and explained they were just notes he wrote when he had time alone. Ruth sat there annoyed, wondering how he still didn't get what she was trying to do. Then her attention shifted to the books he'd written. She jumped up and asked if she could read them. He said sure, though they might be boring. Ruth started gathering every book she could. He might have endless power, but if she learned his hidden desires, she could beat him. Spinning in the chair, she held up one book and said she'd start with this. When Li Ping leaned closer, she activated Fatal Attraction. Had she finally caught him? Now she was in a nightgown, saying he had finally come. But Li Ping showed up as a repairman and asked what needed fixing. Playing shy, she said yes and asked for help with the shower. In the bathroom, she claimed the water wasn't working, and he calmly said it would be an easy repair. He reached for the fitting, and suddenly water blasted all over her. Ruth awkwardly tried to look embarrassed, but Li Ping just shut the water off and said the repair was done, so he was leaving. Getting desperate, she said she had a special skill and asked if he wanted to see it. The protagonist looked interested and asked if he really could. She told him he could look and even touch. Then he suddenly appeared in a workshop set on her back. He picked up a Nimbus 3000 drill and called it the perfect model. Ruth was completely lost, wondering why this was in her illusion. The book she'd chosen was called The Final Temptations of the Repairman. Li Ping explained it was a short book he wrote when he first got here, all about tools, then got emotional about how much time had passed. Annoyed, Ruth asked why it was even called The Final Temptation. MC looked away and said being direct wasn't working. Maybe she should try matching his tastes instead. So Ruth grabbed another book, Thoughts on Medical Care. The illusion changed to a clinic. She walked in and called for the doctor. He, now in a white coat, welcomed her to the His Health Club and asked what was wrong. Sitting down, Ruth said she felt exhausted and wanted help. He took her wrist and checked her pulse, then said she had weak energy, an unstable heart, and kidney deficiency. Ruth asked for treatment, hinting that if she liked it, she might repay him very well. But before she could finish, something splashed across her face. Li Ping calmly offered her herbal medicine twice a day for a full recovery. Ruth apologized and said she couldn't handle the smell. Maybe a massage would be better. The protagonist nodded and said he knew a bone-setting massage that worked even better than medicine, but she'd need to remove some clothes. Curious, Ruth agreed, sure she finally had control. Li Ping placed a hand near her neck and told her not to worry. It was just the collar. As she leaned in to see what he'd do next, he suddenly cracked her neck like a chiropractic adjustment. Then came 2 quick pushes along her spine to line up the vertebrae. It looked brutal, and yes, she was absolutely suffering. Li Ping put a hand beside her head and told her to stay calm. If she survived, the impurities in her body would be gone. Then came one more loud crack. He asked how she felt now. Was she more relaxed? Shaken? Ruth said yes. Her body felt lighter, then it suddenly dropped to the floor, leaving her horrified. Back in reality, she clutched her head and screamed in pain. Li Ping warned her to be careful. The things in that book were done by professionals, and copying them could get her hurt. He apologized and said he finally understood. She'd even dropped from a 4-star demon queen to 3 stars. Now Ruth realized it wasn't her charm affecting him at all. The book was dragging her into its world, but one book remained. The Campus Memories of Complex Relationships. She was sure that one would give her what she needed to conquer the legendary hero. This chance was too rare to waste. The next illusion put Li Ping in a school. A tall teacher asked if he'd finished his homework and said she was going to check it. He casually said there was no need. He'd finished long ago and was now solving his own problems. Still, the teacher walked over to see what he was doing. It was a pile of geometry problems, triangle angle conditions, 2 semicircles inside a square, and area calculations. One space and circle problem after another. Ruth wondered if this had something to do with magic circles. The problems felt ancient and powerful, and just looking at them made her feel pressure. She thought mastering them might reveal the truth of the world, but they were way too hard. Li Ping said it was all easy if you knew high school math. Weakly, Ruth told him not to push himself and to take it easy. Then something caught his eye. His phone started ringing, and a girl's picture showed on the screen. He stood up and told the teacher he had to go because his girlfriend was calling. The teacher scolded him for bringing a phone to class and for dating at all. Li Ping calmly answered that none of this was real. He graduated a long time ago. If she wanted, he could recite the entire table of derivatives. He launched into endless formulas and calculations, until the teacher begged him to stop, because her head hurt. Ruth dropped to the floor while Li Ping casually stood by Elizabeth at the door. Numbers kept swirling through Ruth's mind until her brain felt overloaded. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Elizabeth just looked at each other. He stepped into the light, and Ruth desperately begged him not to leave her like this. Then a sound rang out, and the illusion broke apart. The book snapped shut. She was back at home, with Li Ping handing her something. He admitted the book was a little embarrassing, and asked her to forget it. It was supposed to be a geometry collection, but somehow turned into a straight-up high school romance. Ruth started thinking about that idea of pure love, and finally understood why seeing it made her chest hurt. A memory surfaced. She called for her captain, and he promised to take care of her forever. They embraced, but everything fell apart, and now she remembered herself broken. She asked why, if he promised to protect her, he was abandoning her as guild leader. It wasn't even betrayal, he just threw her away, coldly saying that if she didn't please the old man, she wouldn't be picked for the next dungeon teams or make any money. So she stabbed him in the chest and drained all his energy. After that, her charm power awakened, and she wandered the continent seducing people and feeding on their life force. The more twisted she became, the stronger she got, and that's how she joined the Black Guild. But deep down, everything she did was just a way to forget the true love she'd lost long ago. Then she touched the thing Li Ping had handed her, and it started making a soft sound. MC called out to her as she began to float. She had literally turned saintly. Li Ping just stared, confused by the transformation. Ruth thanked him, saying he had awakened her, and now she had to spread true love across the world. She wanted to fight evil too, but one note from the music made her vanish. He was left wondering how anyone in this world even thought. The scene shifted to some remote place in the demon realm. A mutant crab moved over gears until a cat appeared, crushed it, and ate it. Then it looked down and saw a swarm of flies, and a rat fused with its own hand. Whatever was going on, energy was pulsing through a tunnel that led to a giant egg. Inside the purple egg was a golden one. In front of it stood a drained clone of Malfoy. The egg belonged to Amelia, and Malfoy muttered that he was jealous she had gotten so close to the queen. He had watched all their shared memories, and was struck by how unchanged Her Majesty was, still as beautiful and captivating as ever. Then the small robot beside Malfoy spoke to its master. It reported that Samui and Ruth had been missing for a while and had likely betrayed him, then asked what he planned to do. Malfoy said it didn't matter. If they wanted to leave, they could. He wouldn't bother. The robot kept going, saying the person Malfoy sent to the Elven Kingdom had also vanished. Worse, rumors said the Card Guild had taken over that place. Since Malfoy had already drained the egg's magic, why wasn't he dealing with the Demon Queen? Malfoy coldly repeated that none of it mattered. What was gone was gone. In the end, he had achieved one thing. He got Elizabeth's attention, since she sent Amelia to kill him. The robot wondered if his broken state came from losing all the power he'd built, and decided it needed to help him recover. Suddenly, the egg started shaking. Malfoy asked what that pressure was. The robot warned him she was back. Malfoy said he knew, but in his current state there was nothing he could do. Outside the demon realm, Elizabeth appeared in tears. She thought about the rules surrounding the creator, and how her feelings meant nothing. When her tear hit the ground, life began to bloom. A field spread out, and she sat there drowning in self-hatred for wanting any of this. She couldn't believe how pathetic she was for hurting over something like this. Then she decided it didn't matter. She could live without them. But for them, losing someone as irreplaceable as her would hurt far more. Then she sensed something. Amelia was in this realm, so why wasn't the mission finished? In an instant, she shot into the sky while creatures screamed below, and she flew past them, pulling dark gears from their bodies. She hurled them into the air, then wiped them out with a flick of her hand. Calling the filth disgusting, she decided that even if she came only to watch, she had to erase it. Then she stopped herself. She wasn't tied to him anymore, and she needed to focus on her own duty. Elizabeth spotted a dark pit and wondered why Amelia was hiding there. If Amelia had taken in that vile power just to get stronger, then Elizabeth had judged her far too highly. She called out to Amelia again. Still, the egg didn't react. Their contract meant Amelia couldn't ignore her, so only one answer remained, and Elizabeth didn't want to believe it. Amelia was a golden dragon in a demon king's domain. The idea that someone beat her felt impossible. Elizabeth raised her hand, and dark power sank into the ground. A hand rose up, dragging the egg out from below. She looked it over closely. Then, with a squeeze, the shell cracked, and the egg drifted toward her. Elizabeth used a spell and touched it. The egg started to break apart, revealing Amelia, but when Amelia came fully into view, Elizabeth saw a mark on her chest. That mark told her everything. The Black Guild had drained Amelia's life and magic, leaving only an empty body. Elizabeth kissed Amelia's forehead and cast a 1,000-year life spell. The revival was complete, and Amelia opened her eyes. Right away, Elizabeth asked what happened. Amelia only looked at her and asked, "Who are you?" At the same time, she seemed unsure of who she was too. Elizabeth realized at once that Amelia's soul and memories had been stolen. She swore she'd find that cursed Malfoy and destroy him. Her aura spread across the whole planet, activating the Demon Queen's gaze. In the middle of battle, Anne felt eyes on her. The Sword Saints Guild sensed the same thing. So did those in the Tigor. Tigor muttered that it was time to head back to the Dark Sea. Elsewhere, Alpha and Ankai kept walking like this was normal by now. Our boy, though, looked crushed, almost tearing up over how far apart they'd become. Staring at his system screen, he wondered if this was a challenge, and whether he should strike first. Elizabeth saw all of it. Seeing how hurt he was made her feel a little better. She had finally caught him by surprise, but she quickly pushed those feelings aside. This wasn't the time for that. She gently held Amelia's face and hugged her, promising to bring back her memories. The scene shifted to another place. A map showed the Black Guild, the Sea of Emptiness, and the Poison Swamp. It also marked the next stop, the Infernal Volcano. At the Demon King's training grounds, Elizabeth's purple egg was waiting there. The robot asked why they had teleported to this place. Malfoy hit a button on his throne and said he had a barrier that could block Elizabeth's magic, so she wouldn't find them. The robot, confused, asked if finding Elizabeth wasn't his main goal. Malfoy said it was, which was exactly why he had to face her at full strength. Trying to stay calm, the robot asked what it could do to help. Malfoy answered that, for now, there was nothing. This was a battle of patience, and the one who waited longest would win. He went on about how patience always brings victory. After waiting this long already, waiting more was easy for him. Once again, he watched Amelia's memories. Whatever else was happening, he could still enjoy watching them, and that suited him just fine. The robot got annoyed. Easy for the old man to say, but while he sat there, the other guilds kept getting stronger, and theirs kept losing ground. Back with Li Ping, he casually said she'd been gone a while. Chopping onions made his eyes water. He figured onion soup might help, since it always cheered her up. As he dropped the onions into the pot, he wondered if his feelings were really that obvious, and after all that happened, could they still be friends? He checked the clock. With the soup ready on the table, he couldn't understand why she still wasn't back. Then the door opened, and his face brightened with hope, but it was only Alpha and Wan Kai. Let down, he asked if they'd seen her. Please like this video. Last chapter ended with the protagonist at home, thinking Elizabeth had returned. Instead, he saw them and quickly asked if they'd spotted Elizabeth outside. Alpha said no, then asked where to put the meat. Li Ping just stood there, quiet and downcast, when something suddenly appeared right in front of him. He looked up and saw her, blushing as she said, "I'm back, so what's wrong?" Inside though, she was trying to stay calm, telling herself she'd erased all memory of that woman using magic, so there was no reason to feel embarrassed about returning. The protagonist lit up and admitted he really thought she wasn't coming back. She told him not to make things awkward, because the mood already felt strange enough. Then something else caught his eye. A little dragon girl, Amelia, suddenly showed up beside her. The protagonist paused, asking who that was. Elizabeth explained that this was Amelia, the golden dragon he had found in the treasure dungeon. He remembered the little girl and asked how she ended up like this. Elizabeth said the Black Guild was behind it. She saved Amelia, but the girl lost all her memories. There was no clue who did it, and now she needed help restoring them. Li Ping blamed himself. Elizabeth had kept sending Amelia after the Black Guild while he, the so-called legendary hero, had done nothing useful, so he apologized, saying it was all his fault. Elizabeth cut him off and told him to stop apologizing and help Amelia instead. Then Alpha jumped in, saying everyone should calm down because he'd dealt with this before. Both of them turned and stared at him, asking what that was supposed to mean. With Amelia already set on the table, Li Ping asked what exactly Alpha planned to do. Alpha just told him to relax and trust him. Then he called to Wan Kai for help, promising he'd return the favor later. Elizabeth told him to hurry and asked if this would really work, because they had no time to waste. Alpha said fine, he'd start right now. Suddenly, the two of them looked like they were trying to scare Amelia. She started trembling all over, then took off running. Elizabeth, not impressed at all, simply asked if that was it. Alpha said the plan was to trigger her memories through extreme fear, but before he could say more, Elizabeth slapped them both. She called them a pair of boring idiots. The two quickly apologized, thinking that trick had worked on Alpha before. Elizabeth crouched down and gently told Amelia not to worry, she'd find another way to restore her memory. Then Li Ping suddenly had an idea. The scene moved to the garden as they walked, and he said memory comes from the brain, right? Since walnuts are supposed to be good for the brain, maybe they could help. Elizabeth looked confused, but Li Ping was already picking one up, and insisting it would work. She said she'd tried everything growing in this place, and was sure there were no walnuts. He explained that he had wanted to bake a walnut cake recently, so he asked the wish tree for some, and they grew right away. Just think about it, and one appears in your hand. Elizabeth picked one up and asked if it really helped memory. He said that's what people believed in his world. She tried it, made a face, and said it was gross and sour. Li Ping laughed and explained that wasn't how you eat a walnut, you only eat the inside. He pulled out a knife, cracked it open, and the inside looked exactly like a tiny brain. Elizabeth stared, shocked, asking why there was a brain inside it, but the protagonist just handed it to Amelia. Then he asked Elizabeth if she wanted one too, saying the inside tasted much better. She glanced aside, thinking the fruit meant nothing to her, but maybe it could matter for Amelia. So all three of them took a bite, and right away she felt something strange, like she was being pulled into another realm. Then she remembered this condition existed at all. Maybe the fact that Li Ping both created and ate the walnut helped trigger it. A giant screen lit up like a movie preview for a magical world, and of course the two of them were the stars of it. She looked around, wondering if anyone else was in this place. There was, a huge cave woman complaining about what a terrible movie this was. She said if those two already liked each other, they should just say it. In her world, she would have knocked Li Ping out, dragged him to her cave, and started a family already. Next to her, a cultivator said that was way too direct. In her world, The Lippings she knew served in the army for years, rose through the ranks, gained great power, and eventually ended up with her. That's when Elizabeth realized there were many versions of Elizabeth here, each from a different world. The Sword Surfer spoke next, saying that in the cultivation world she and him faced 81 trials together, and only after killing celestial beings could they finally be together. Then a pirate version chimed in. In her ocean world, she and the protagonist competed over and over to become king of the pirates. In the end, he lost to her, but she revealed he had let her win on purpose, and now that idiot kept calling himself her treasure to comfort her over that loss. The real Elizabeth realized every version of her had a totally different bond with Li Ping in her own world. As she wondered what this place even was, an old woman explained that this was the theater of Elizabeths, where every Elizabeth from every timeline could be seen. Elizabeth asked who the old woman was, and the lady said she was the Elizabeth from the normal world, just an ordinary old woman. The queen still couldn't understand how they got there. The old woman says she's not fully sure how this place works. Every Elizabeth enters a different way, but the bond with Li Ping has to reach a certain point. On the screen, MC is touring the world's fanciest homes, while the other girls shout that it's baby-making time. The real Elizabeth asks if her relationship with him has really gone that far. The old woman gently tells her no, not even close. This was only a temporary pass. At once, the other Elizabeths start complaining that she's the worst version of all, too stubborn and way too dull. Confused, the queen wonders if that's really how they all see her. The old woman tells her it's hard to satisfy so many Elizabeths when each one is the lead of her own world. She adds that her own story is probably the plainest one there, yet everyone cried when it played because those memories were precious. When the queen asks what happened in that story, the old woman says it was simple. She and Li Ping met, married, had children, and grew old together. Just imagining that makes the queen blush. The old woman goes on, saying that even without magic or advanced tech, that world was full of real happiness. She remembers a day at the market, when she threw tomatoes at Li Ping, and he splashed water back at her. They laughed, argued like always, and kissed. Then came marriage, and before she knew it, they were living together. Soon it was, "Look, dear, he pooped himself and peed on me. What a mess." Later, they sent Li Ping off to school and watched the sunset side by side. She says family grows old, kids grow up, and in the end, the one beside her to the very last moment is him, and somehow, it all goes by so fast. Then a special broadcast suddenly starts with the protagonist's confession. He says he loves Elizabeth and that all he ever wanted was for her to be his girlfriend. More than anything, he just wanted her to come home. That's when Elizabeth realizes he may have liked her this whole time. The other Elizabeths go wild celebrating. Every kind of Elizabeth is there, even slime, furry, tentacle, and astronaut versions. Then the screen abruptly cuts out. The cave woman immediately protests, demanding the part where they have lots of babies. She wants the full scene now. Another Elizabeth says the cave woman is way too obsessed with bedroom stuff, though she admits she wanted to see it too. After this couple finally got together, that's when the old woman explains that Elizabeth's temporary pass has expired. Before she goes, the old woman reminds her that in every world, Li Ping and Elizabeth are tied together. She just has to follow her heart. Elizabeth turns to ask one more thing, but she's suddenly back in the forest. Emilia is there, holding her head, and Li Ping says maybe the walnuts gave her an allergy. Elizabeth quickly casts a strong healing spell, but Emilia only screams harder. MC can't figure it out, and the queen tells him he misjudged Emilia. He has no clue what to do next, so Elizabeth says all they can do is wait. She figures the sudden sync shoved too many memories into Emilia's mind at once, and now her brain can't sort them out. Emilia sees Li Ping's hand reaching toward her, and flashes back to being controlled. Fear hits her, and she begs them to make it stop. Then the old man suddenly asks what happened. It looked like the files were stolen, which should have been impossible. Emilia bolts away in tears, completely panicked, and slams into something hard. The hit knocks her out cold. Elizabeth thinks again that Li Ping broke his own rules for her sake because of Emilia. He apologizes for frightening her, but Elizabeth says it's fine. She'll just place Emilia in the contract space so she can rest. She looks at him, and he's still standing there, unsure what to do. Neither of them says a word. Above them, Y and Kai and Alpha watch. Li Ping starts awkwardly talking about the sky and the weather, and Elizabeth only gives quiet nods. Alpha gets annoyed, thinking that when he scared her, she got mad, but he does the same thing, and it works. Wei and Kai says that's obvious, since no one can scare someone like him can. Then Alpha suddenly hears a voice warning that if he refuses, he'll be punished. He grabs his head as pain shoots through it, veins bulging like his skull might burst. Wei and Kai quickly puts noise-blocking headphones on him. Alpha starts calming down, and wonders what just happened. He hadn't heard anything like that before, but there isn't much else he can do for now, so he decides to take the kid to the forge and check on him later. Back in the garden, Elizabeth turns and says that if there's nothing else to say, she's leaving. She walks away slowly, thinking about why that idiot Li Ping still isn't chasing after her. In those other worlds he was much bolder. He stands frozen while different versions of himself argue in his head. Some tell him to go after her, others ask if he's ready to lose her forever, and a few just call him a coward. That finally pushes him to act. Even if she turns him down, he doesn't want to regret staying silent. Elizabeth, meanwhile, wonders if she'll really have to make the first move, then remembers the old woman's advice to follow her heart, so she activates a forced teleport. But Li Ping calls out for her to wait, and asks if she doesn't want to know whether he likes her. She turns back, clearly surprised. He says that after living a full year like this, he knows how far apart they are. Inside, he admits the so-called hero who can't use a sword or magic was never worthy of her. What he really wants, if it were possible, is a normal life by her side. Elizabeth almost takes it the wrong way, like he means he'd have to lower himself to live plainly with her. Then Li Ping explains the truth. He's just a shut-in with no life experience, who doesn't even know how to make a girl happy. Their difference in status kept him from speaking honestly, but he can't keep running anymore. With all his courage, he finally tells her he likes her. The confession leaves him shaky but relieved. In the next instant, Elizabeth spreads her wings, rushes over, and hugs him. The protagonist is totally stunned as she grabs him and flies him straight up to the moon. Elizabeth says it's simple. She's just following her feelings. He stands there speechless, while the queen makes the first move. And yes, that's a kiss. He's still emotional from finally confessing, and she says she likes him too. Then she suddenly disappears. Now it feels like something bad is about to happen. Is Li Ping finally going to snap? After 135 chapters, maybe it's really happening. In the next chapter though, he's just in the kitchen making eggs, even shaping the yolks into hearts, chopping vegetables, and smiling like an idiot while making raiment. Looks like Natalia ran away from this before, but now she's back. When he serves the food, she asks why today's meal feels different. She senses strong magic, but also something strange she can't explain. Li Ping quietly worries. She noticed he cut everything into heart shapes. Then she takes one bite, freezes, and stares in shock. The feeling inside that raiment was love. Meanwhile, Li Ping wonders if the food was so awful it stunned her, so he tries some himself to see if he messed it up. It's almost turning into that classic dog and spaghetti movie moment, but right then Alpha opens the door, cheerfully saying good morning, and asking for today's orders, only for Elizabeth to punch him. He goes flying all the way to the mountains. Elizabeth grumbles that the idiot ruined the moment. Li Ping tells her to forget it, and suggests they just watch some TV instead. She agrees. They start with a police drama, and then switch to a cooking show, while their hands slowly drift closer. He reaches first, but she pulls back, and now he's left wondering why. He thought yesterday made things official. Then doubt creeps in. Maybe Elizabeth, being the demon queen, was only toying with him. Seeing how calm she looks, he starts thinking maybe he imagined the whole thing. Then she suddenly takes his hand and asks if something's wrong. Flustered, he blushes and says no. After that, she leans against him, pulling him in closer. They keep watching TV, and she asks what people who like each other do in his world. He says they eat together, go on dates, and watch shows side by side. Elizabeth points out they've already done all of that for a long time, and he awkwardly admits she's right. Then she says she wants to know what only couples do, something they can do right now. Li Ping says holding hands like this is the first step, but that's not enough for her. She wants to go further. So the protagonist works up the nerve and says that, if that's the case, they can take the next step, just like yesterday. They both lean in, blushing, and then Alpha ruins it again, yelling from the window. Elizabeth warns that he better have a very good reason for interrupting her today. That holy sword really refuses to stay out of the demon queen's way. Alpha quickly explains that a whole group outside is asking to see Li Ping. Sure enough, everyone's already out there having a picnic. The protagonist just stares at them. Why are you all here all of a sudden? One steps forward and explains that yesterday he felt Elizabeth's power from the demon kingdom, so he came to check on it today. Chissy says she sensed that magic too, and came to get new orders. Boz and Elizabeth say the same, adding that they also wanted to show the hero how much stronger they've gotten. Meanwhile, Alpha is smug, thinking the others are too weak and that he's the only one fit to stay by Li Ping's side and handle the important work. Elizabeth isn't having it. She says she never called for them, so they can leave right now. But MC stops that, saying there's no need to rush. Since they're already here, they might as well explain what's going on. Chissy says she's been teaching everyone her sword style, and reports about the Black Guild keep fading out. Annie adds that, for some reason, the guild members seem to have vanished without a trace. Li Ping is glad to hear it. Chissy has improved, and the Black Guild seems to have settled down. Elizabeth says the elves are making new rules, reaching out to the outside world, and building an information network, so the Black Guild can't rise again. After hearing all the reports, he says it's his turn to share something important. Boz immediately thinks this must be their next mission now that they've gotten stronger. Elizabeth stays calm, sure the elf tribe can handle whatever comes. Annie guesses they're about to compete over who becomes the main servant, while Chissy suspects a stronger enemy is out there, and that's why the Black Guild disappeared. Instead, the protagonist announces that he and Elizabeth are together now. Everyone goes still, barely processing what he just said, and waits for him to explain. A little confused by their reaction, he spells it out. Yes, he means the two of them are basically a couple. The girls trade looks, wondering if he's only saying that to keep them out of his business. Chissy seems pretty sure that's exactly it. Elizabeth realizes that ever since the orphanage trouble and the Elf Guild issue, she and Li Ping have been the ones solving everything. The others really do need to get stronger instead of relying on them. Chissy thinks about the curse Elizabeth broke for her. Without that, she'd still be trapped even now. So she declares that Chissy Sagas will keep moving forward, no matter what. Boz and Elizabeth remember how badly they messed up by letting the cards fall into the Dark Tribe's hands. They know they still have a long way to go, and ask for the protagonist's next order at once. At the same time, everyone starts worrying. If he's with Elizabeth now, does that mean those two won't help anymore? And if the next mission is dangerous, how are they supposed to handle it? MC tells them yes, there is something he wants to ask of them, but if they think it'll be easy, they should forget that right now. Everyone stiffens. It feels like he saw straight into their scared little thoughts. Boz feels those words hit harder than any beating, because deep down they still aren't much of anything. Then Li Ping reveals his real plan. He's taking a trip with Elizabeth. Even she didn't know about it. Chissy asks where the two of them are going. He says they're heading to the kingdom of Aristotle. He wants to convince those people to leave the Black Guild and reconnect with the rest of the world. Once that's done, his job as the hero will finally be over, and he can live in peace. The Queen thinks it over and realizes the only area left is the north. But why travel that far just for this so-called quiet village? Then she understands. She had always thought Li Ping wandered around just to show off and mock her. But from the start, he'd been working toward this exact moment, settling everything so they could share a calm future together. She quickly agrees, saying if this is the last place left, then she'll go there and erase the whole nation from the map. He immediately stops her, saying that's not the point. He wants to fix the world, not destroy it. Elizabeth calms down and says fine. Then she'll follow his lead. That's when Annie speaks up and says she has a request. She wants to join the trip to Aristotle. Sure, her demon eyes can help. Chissy jumps in too, saying she should come since she knows the best route. Bosha and Illith say they'll join as well. Lanchet is handling the elf tribe, so they have time for this, but the protagonist says they've got it wrong. He isn't asking them to help with Aristotle at all. Elizabeth cuts in and warns them not to get in her way. Anyone who ruins the mood will regret it. Li Ping tells her to head home and rest before she gets even angrier. She sniffs and says the Queen has no interest in such small matters, then teleports away. After that, the protagonist calls everyone in closer and says he wants to tell them something. They're all confused, and then he asks if anyone knows a hot spring nearby. Illith suggests the hot spring in their tribe. They could warm it up with fire magic. But the protagonist says Elizabeth wouldn't want to go back there, and he wants somewhere natural. Then Annie brings up a place near a volcano in the Demon Kingdom. With a little work, it could be perfect. She knows it's extremely dangerous, but for Li Ping and Elizabeth, that shouldn't matter much. MC says that's exactly what he needs. He asks if they can help prepare it as a surprise for Elizabeth. Since everyone there can use magic, it should work out. Chissy shivers but says it's no problem, though she does note that volcanic area is the closest place to his king's domain. Bosha is already convinced that when he says to clear the area, he really means wipe out everything there. He tells Chissy they'll give it everything they've got, and she thanks him. They're going to need all the help they can get. Li Ping says the hot spring plan is decided, and they have 1 month to finish preparing it. Chissy tells him not to worry, while Bosha says they've got 1 month to handle this before the protagonist and Elizabeth step in themselves. Chissy warns that the creatures there could be interdimensional demons from the Sea of Darkness, so she'll gather information first to help them act smart. Annie says that whenever she thinks about the Demon Kingdom, she feels some strange force pulling her toward it. Illith is relieved they at least have a month to prepare, and plans to reach his king rank before then. Alpha pops up, ready to say something, but everyone suddenly gets teleported away. Then someone grabs Li Ping's arm, and the bedroom door slams shut. Yep, Elizabeth is already on top of him, happy that no one can interrupt this time. She says now they're finally going to do something only lovers do. And yes, hearts are flying everywhere, but it's just kissing. Relax, it's only a bunch of kisses. But a week later, he's completely worn out in the forest. The poor guy looks done. He was just washing dishes when she came up and hugged him. Then he went out to chop wood, and a teleport opened, and she dropped right into his lap. He was taking a bath too. Yeah, we can guess how that went. Even while he was sleeping, he looked down and found someone hiding there. At this point, Li Ping really can't handle the Demon Queen anymore. He asks if she wouldn't rather sleep in her own room, but she says no. From now on, she's always sleeping beside him. Meanwhile, he's totally drained, wondering how anyone is supposed to rest like this, so he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a power pill. At this point, this guy is basically making his own stamina drug. Alpha asks what it is, and he says it's just an elixir made from old medicinal herbs. The effect kicks in right away, and he says the man is back. Elizabeth is there as always, huge smile and all. Thanks to getting so close to him, she's just reached the holy human kingdom of a star. She's growing faster than ever, and her plan is moving ahead. Just a few more steps, a few more ranks, and then she can start making the strongest child ever. The two of them laugh together, full of energy, while Alpha thinks they're becoming more alike by the day. Even Wankai came this time, happy that he finally got brought along on an adventure. Then Chissy arrives to greet them, and our boy notices they've entered dwarf territory. A little farther in, they pass through the city and reach a forge where some dwarves are hard at work making shields. The protagonist says these guys really do deserve their reputation as master smiths. Alpha scoffs, saying nothing they make could ever compare to him. Elizabeth, though, asks why they're in the dwarf kingdom at all. Chissy explains it's because the dwarves are the only ones with a direct trade route to the people of Aristotle. A red-nosed dwarf says he only allowed the visit because this Li Ping guy might help them make rank S weapons again. But without celestial-colored ore, it's impossible, so they shouldn't bother his father unless they have it. The protagonist has no clue what he means, so the dwarf explains that this ore fell onto the continent 2,000 years ago. The crash changed the whole region and even created the sacred mountain that protects the dwarves now. At the moment, his father is deep inside that mountain with his sacred hammer, trying to find an answer, and somehow, the old man is literally fist-fighting a sword. He lets out a long sigh and says, "Experiment 10,997. Result, rank A. Even tungsten steel still isn't enough." Then he grabs his tool, sets it to 100 times zoom, and spots tiny flaws in the blade. He picks it apart at once and calls it junk. As far as he's concerned, this world doesn't have good forging material left. He won't allow a weapon like that to stain the dwarves' legacy. His son walks in with visitors, but the old man instantly tells him to leave and quit interrupting his work. The son pleads with him to hear them out, saying he brought Chichisagas, a sword saint. That only makes the father angrier. He tells him to shut up. He doesn't care who came. Chissy calmly takes a seat and says that, with their long partnership with the guilds, they may still find a new way to forge rank as weapons. The father slams his foot down. Then he jumps right in front of her. The guy is massive. He declares himself the great forge master, Heimerdinger, and says if he can't solve this, nobody can. His son is stunned, but Chissy stays calm and says she knows someone who absolutely can. He throws up his arms and asks if they want to feel the fury of his fists. Then, someone in slippers steps forward. At once, his face changes. Elizabeth says it's been a long time since they last met. He rushes forward to throw a punch, but drops face first before it lands. For a second, everyone just stares. Then, the truth is obvious. He's already shaking and drenched in sweat, babbling that this lowly servant failed to notice Her Majesty had honored them with her presence. She coldly says she was gone only 500 years, and now someone like him dares call himself king. Li Ping is shocked. Even the dwarves' king bows to her. Heimerdinger says he'll accept any punishment and deserves to die 1,000 times. Later, at the table, he explains that the world has grown more chaotic every day. To protect his people, he took the burden on himself and tried to restore the kingdom to its former glory. His son cuts in, asking Chissy why she never said she was bringing the legendary king and queen. She apologizes, saying their identities have to stay hidden. Elizabeth tells him to stop holding back and explain everything. Heimerdinger says there isn't much mystery. Malfoy is behind the Black Guild. He founded it and is now trying to throw the world into chaos, capturing people from many races for more experiments. At the same time, Jin spent ages searching for the queen. Somewhere along the way, he met a woman into dark romance, married her, and turned into a horned demon. Mulgar, the king of the orcs, met a tragic end. People said his bloodline was weakening, and he was killed in revenge. As for the elf queen, all Heimerdinger knows is that she gave herself up for the forest. Finally, the kingdom Elizabeth wants to visit, Aristotle, was founded by the ancient high priest Baron. He played a huge part in fighting the Black Guild with what he called the power of science. The kingdom was named Aristotle to honor his inventions. The problem was that humans lived short lives. After he died, new rulers took over, policies changed, things fell apart, and now the nation is mostly a mining trade partner. Elizabeth snaps, furious that they were told to keep peace among the races, yet ended up fighting among themselves. To his credit, Heimerdinger is honest. He says everyone tried to follow her ideals at first, but greed and ambition slowly twisted them, including him. The protagonist tells Elizabeth not to blame them. Without a teacher, a room full of kids will always fall into chaos. She softens and says that if he thinks so, then she's willing to accept it. Chissy then asks our boy for help. They need him to restore the ability to forge rank as weapons. The red-nosed dwarf says he trusts the hero's talent, but without the rare ore, it's impossible. They're stuck. Heimerdinger agrees with his son Brian. He spent years shut away in the forge trying everything, but nothing goes past rank A. At this point, he can't even make anything below rank as quality anymore. Li Ping says if that celestial stone is really that important, then this is a serious problem. He's impressed the dwarves were using meteorites to forge weapons at all. Heimer explains the stone was found many generations ago. Back then, the dwarves had no empire. They were just wandering blacksmiths, led only by their natural talent. They found a cave. Inside was a shining material, filled with countless colors. What shocked them most was that they didn't even need to shape it directly. Just touching it with a hammer turned that hammer into a golden pickaxe. So the tribe began making every kind of tool and weapon they could. The material was perfect, and every master of that era came to depend on it. But over time, the stone slowly shrank. Then, when the queen took the throne and the war against the demons began, they had no choice but to forge weapon after weapon. He says, trembling, that the legacy built from the celestial stone is fading away. His son tells him not to blame himself. The real fault is his, because he never became a smith as great as his father. Then Li Ping steps in. He says he knows a few forging methods and asks to try. He may not know much about swords or magic, but forging isn't totally new to him, and since he came all this way, he might as well share ideas and learn from the master. Heimer agrees. He says that, if he remembers right, the spiritual weapon the queen once summoned was this very boy. But that weapon was a naturally perfect, one-of-a-kind being. So could a hero really forge something comparable? The protagonist says no. Nothing he makes is like Alpha, who stands there proudly. Then Waka pulls out a whetstone. The protagonist says he brought it along because he knew he'd visit the demon kingdom. Since it's here, they may as well put it to use and help each other. Heimerdinger scoffs at the idea of a whetstone, saying he's already tested more materials than they can imagine. Elizabeth immediately demands to know how he dares question the queen's chosen man. Heimer backs down at once, and Li Ping recalls the knives he made back home, blades sharp enough to cut things into paper-thin slices. Elizabeth orders the preparations to begin immediately. He says he'll do it. The molten material is brought out. The protagonist asks if that's what they forge with, and Heimer explains it's a refined mix of compounds, liquids, and many materials, perfected over centuries. Brian picks up one of the tools, spins it with some flair, and jokes that since he's the worst smith there, he may as well embarrass himself first. Even if he's far below his father, he's still called a forging prodigy. He dips a cup into the molten mix, flings it upward, takes a drink of beer, and sprays it out to temper the blade, turning the whole thing into a flashy forging style. Then something appears overhead. He actually forged it. Brian says he'll leave the final step to his father. Heimer steps in and bites the blade to sharpen it. The protagonist claps and says this is the coolest forging method he's ever seen. Heimer checks the blade and finds it has a special trait. Its user gets stronger while drunk. Le Fank is impressed. Looks like Heimer can analyze weapons too. Brian asks how it turned out, but his father calls it trash, just a worthless ultra-rank weapon. Brian apologizes, saying he's shamed the dwarves again. Heimer pats his head and tells him it's fine. He's still young. Give him a few hundred more years and he'll surpass him. Brian thanks him. Then Heimer says it's the hero's turn. Le Pink cracks his knuckles and says he'll go be the next one embarrassed. Inside though, he's excited. Getting to make something in front of the great forge master is an honor by itself. Everyone watches closely. It's rare to see Le Pink doing something he truly knows well, and Chissy had clearly planned for this. She thanks him, thinking that while her bladeless style is powerful, not everyone can learn it, especially now that the Black Guild keeps growing. Alpha cuts in, saying all the talk of S-rank, Ultra S-rank, and Super S-rank means nothing. If a weapon has no spirit, it's just support for the user, not a true battle weapon. Wang Kai asks what Alpha thinks of him, and Alpha says he's some weird, hard-to-explain kind of smart. Then Wang Kai asks about those well-balanced kitchen knives, and Alpha calls them near-divine artifacts. Meanwhile, Le Pink starts pouring the molten mix into a mold. Watching him, Heimerdinger says the guy is just making a small knife. The protagonist lifts it from the molten mix, cools it in water, and says with a grin that it only needs a little polishing now. Ryan watches, and says the techniques themselves aren't special. If it's about skill variety, the dwarves actually know more. But his father asks what makes Le Pink different. Ryan says he sees it now. Instead of chasing perfect results and wearing himself out, Le Pink was actually enjoying the work. Le Pink steps forward and tells them to listen carefully. They need to hear the voice of what they forge. He runs a finger along the dagger, and it suddenly shines gold. Then he says it's done. Ryan starts shaking and tells his father to look, but his father says the light is so bright he can't even open his eyes. To them, it felt like a divine being had come down and touched the dagger. Alpha says he already told Wang Kai, anything Le Pink forges is strong enough to catch the eye of gods from another world. His creations draw in a kind of divine consciousness. Li Ping walks over to Heimerdinger and asks him to analyze it. Trembling, the old man says, "Of course, Sir Li Ping." Heimer zooms his lens in 10,000 times, but the blade is still perfectly smooth. It makes no sense. He even starts wondering if the lens is broken, so he stops checking the edge and looks at its effect instead. The reading says it's just a kitchen knife made by Li Ping, yet its effect is instant death. That terrifies Heimer. One bad touch could kill someone. This wasn't some S-rank weapon anymore. It was a divine artifact. Then it hits him. The whetstone has to be the secret. He needs to test it. He picks it up, sure it's made from something beyond celestial gold. But the second he touches it, it breaks apart. He drops to his knees, realizing there was nothing special about it at all. Li Ping looks over and asks if he's okay, and what just happened. In tears, Heimer says he has to know how this was possible, how the protagonist's understanding of forging could be this deep. MC is totally lost. He asks if Heimer is messing with him, thinking the king is just being sarcastic, since he only uses basic methods that can't compare to dwarven craft. Then he admits he never thought that hard about forging. If he had to explain it, he'd say it comes down to belief. He quickly figures the old man is reacting this way because Elizabeth doesn't want the kid embarrassed. Then Li Ping adds one more word, heart. Heimer still doesn't understand until the boy gives off an aura, and suddenly Heimer says he gets it now. Elizabeth laughs, saying he didn't just hand them the answer, he taught them how to reach it. That's how someone truly strong acts. A little later, they're already on the train. Heimer tells them it will take them straight to the people of Aristotle. The trip will take 2 full days, so teleporting seems easier, but Li Ping says that misses the point. They want Aristotle to feel their goodwill. Shiki hears that and thinks he's really calling it goodwill, even though if they reject peace, they'll just have to accept defeat. Elizabeth cares more about what they'll eat. Brian warns them to pay attention, since bandits have been showing up more often, but neither of them listens. Our boy says he packed plenty of ingredients, so if she wants food, he'll cook. Elizabeth happily says she'll eat whatever he makes. At the same time, Heimerdinger holds the instant kill dagger and asks if Li Ping really means to give away something this valuable. The protagonist shrugs it off and says it's no big deal. Heimer disagrees. This blade could raise their kingdom to new heights. He drops to his knees and tells his son to kneel too. Both of them bow all the way down, saying the gods truly blessed their nation by sending MC to visit. Then someone suddenly shouts that it's time. It's Alpha and One Kai, calling him over. Our boy gives them a quick goodbye wave. It looked like those two were joining them, but apparently not. Elizabeth spreads her wings, and they head out, leaving Chissy and the blacksmiths behind. Just like that, it's only our boy and his romance now. Elizabeth suddenly gets all gentle and sweet, which honestly feels a little worrying. She looks at him and asks what he's thinking. Then he suddenly says something's been on his mind. Out of nowhere, he pushes her down and asks what kind of fusion his technology could make with her magic. He's obviously talking about inventions, not kids, but Elizabeth is already blushing hard. Li Ping explains that in the kingdom of Aristotle, magic and technology are closely tied together. She barely hears any of that, and just says that if he really wants it, it's not impossible. He quickly clears it up. He meant Aristotle, not that. Only then does she realize she misunderstood the whole thing. But then he takes her hand and says it is about her too. Without her, this trip would mean nothing, and when it's all over, he wants to ask her something properly. She asks what it is, but then a meteor slams into the train, throwing them both as they try to figure out what just happened. Elizabeth looks over and spots a bunch of heavy guys riding floating bikes. Of all targets, these idiots picked the absolute worst one in the world to rob. They launch another round of attacks, but Elizabeth raises a hand and blows them apart in the sky. Our boy tells her to go easy and leave a few alive so they can ask questions. If they capture the fools attacking a shipment of metals bound for Aristotle, it could earn them some favor there too. Elizabeth agrees, but warns that if these guys are tied to the Black Guild, that's a different matter. Just then, Alpha runs up and tells them to leave this to him. The protagonist asks if he's sure. Alpha grins and says to relax. The Holy Sword can handle it. The bandits realize the cargo has guards this time, but they still think it won't matter. One of them warns the others not to get cocky. They just destroyed a magic-powered cannon, so these people aren't weak. Their leader, Pisces, orders everyone to focus on wrecking the train's gears and then pull back. His men answer at once and rush the trio. Right away, the protagonist figures out they're trying to sabotage the train. Alpha starts gathering aura and tells him to leave it all to him. The attackers dive toward the wheels, but golden flashes suddenly fill the air. Alpha stands there with his eyes shut, declaring himself the Golden Sword, the divine blade that decides every battle. The bandits panic, wondering what this blonde kid even is and how they're supposed to fight him. Pisces instantly realizes Alpha is a spiritual weapon, but that shouldn't be possible. The dwarven nation shouldn't have enough celestial gold left to make one. Alpha moves in midair when the enemies release a yellow smoke. He wonders what it is, and then it starts hardening. A stone smoke bomb goes off. Above them, something slams into the ground and spreads out like a giant mass of hardened sludge. The enemies laugh, bragging that their boss's invention is incredible. The protagonist yells out, asking Alpha if he's okay. Elizabeth tells him not to worry. Alpha may be an idiot, but he's still the Holy Sword, so something like this shouldn't stop him. Then she changes the subject and asks why he won't just tell her what he was about to say. Li Ping says now isn't the time, he wants to wait for their 1-month anniversary. Meanwhile, the battle keeps going inside the hardened sludge, while Pisces tells everyone to spread out. But a second later, explosions burst across the sky. Alpha says it's already too late. Now he wants to see who still dares look down on him. Still flying, Pisces admits the boy's magic is pretty good. Then he pulls a Gatling gun out of his arm, pushes it to full power, and declares that science beats magic. Alpha blocks the attack and says it's useless. Li Ping ordered him to keep them alive. Then he notices tiny spheres stuck to his sword arm, and not only there, they're spreading over his whole body. Within seconds, he's fully covered. Pisces charges in, saying everything in the world works by mutual reinforcement. If you understand something's nature and use the right rule, even the weak can become strong. And Alpha, in the end, is just a metal spiritual weapon, the perfect base for all kinds of materials. Pisces throws a huge reinforced punch, driving Alpha into the ground and leaving him wrecked. He curses under his breath. No train came through for 2 months, and now one shows up packed with monsters. Still, none of that matters. They just need to destroy the supply source and leave. Then he spots the train, activates his arm again, and fires a full-power nomadic shot. But in the next instant, his whole arm corrodes, because a spatial magic field was right where he fired. Elizabeth appears and says the game's over. He better start talking about his link to the Black Guild. Before he can answer, she twirls a finger, and his body twists in a horrible way. Li Ping steps in and tells her to take it easy. They don't even know what kind of internal conflict this is yet. Elizabeth says it looks like he figured it out too. This is a problem inside the kingdom. Then the huge body breaks apart, revealing a small blonde girl inside. She pulls herself free, slams against the orb, and yells at them to let her go, cursing those royal capital lapdogs. She says she's Pisces, a genius inventor from the kingdom. The protagonist is stunned. That giant body was a humanoid puppet, and a girl had been controlling it from the inside. Elizabeth smiles and says he'll handle the questioning. The protagonist is excited. There's a lot he wants answers to. Then the remaining bandits panic, saying they're finished without her. They call her their squad leader. Everyone is shocked for a second, but Wang Kai fixes the whole thing in one move. He digs a hole, pulls Alpha out, takes out a strange demagnetizer, presses it against the metal spheres, and just like that, Alpha is free. Still, Alpha actually lost, and that holy sword really can be a pain. Back in the kingdom of Aristotle, thunder crashes through the city. A group of robots is destroyed, their parts scattering everywhere. The villain's creepy little computer says they dared steal the gears of darkness, and now refuse to obey. A long-nosed man answers that the Black Guild were fools for handing over the gears in the first place, and now they'll use them however they want. He's also interested in this light magic that boosts the body. He strikes the ground, and more small robots appear. They raise their cannons and fire, but lightning rips through them and blows them apart again. The monitor notes that even these high-voltage resistant materials still aren't enough. When they explode, he just laughs, saying it's stupid to think anyone can stand against the Black Guild. The robots rebuild themselves. The monitor keeps laughing. No matter how many times they repair, everything here will be erased soon. Then Steel Sentinel number 3 shows up. The long-nosed man says this is what he's been working on from the start. The conversion rate is low and the energy cap is small, but he already has a fix. The monitor realizes he's talking about his own power source, but mocks him anyway, saying he can't see how this could work, and he'd be smarter to surrender to the Black Guild. The robot throws the same crushing punch Pisces used on Alpha, but the monitor slips past it and wonders why the master hasn't taken over yet, if this kingdom is supposed to be weak. Then he brushes that aside and declares that today number 34 will conquer this place and earn the master's praise again. The robot keeps pressing forward, making it clear he'd rather die than submit. Missiles rain toward the monitor, but he avoids them with ease. He says the difference in their power is huge, but the long-nosed man still won't back down. Then the monitor attacks, launching a giant energy beam straight at him. The blast floods the robot with crackling power, leaving it smoking and jerking. Number 34 announces that the kingdom of Aristotle now belongs to the Black Guild. But the man only laughs, saying this is perfect, everything is going just as he planned. His body starts shaking as his power rises to the limit. He stomps down, then rushes number 34 head-on. He even thanks him for the energy before driving a solid punch into his face. The monitor cracks as he goes flying. Still, he survives. Totally confused, he says that attack should have erased him. Even worse, for a second it felt impossible to dodge. Then the robot appears behind him again, curious about how he creates that much power. He fires another full blast and slams the monitor into the ground. This time, number 34 is finished for good. The giant robot lands and says the Black Guild isn't the only one that can play dirty. But then everything flips. The ground starts to tremble. A giant crater opens, and energy bursts out everywhere. He's left confused when suddenly a tiny robot crawls up and says the limiter holding it back is broken. Wait, Did Li Ping make this? No way. And then it transforms into a powerful woman overflowing with energy, the demoness of the sixth pillar. The chubby man recognizes her as the legendary lightning fairy and gets excited, saying now he's really interested and will go all out. He charges in, saying his ambitions are just as great as the Black Guild's. The fairy casually lifts a hand and uses immortal lightning. A huge bolt crashes down on the city. That hit fries him on the spot. She says big dreams mean nothing without the power to back them up, and number 24 plans to wipe him out completely. Then, from the man's head, a grotesque demon crawls out. His body floats around her as he says her attack is interesting. It keeps shocking the target until death. He admits that suits a monster of her rank, but reminds her he stopped being a living creature long ago. She doesn't even look at him, just says he talks too much, and asks if he really plans to resist. Resist or not, he seems to enjoy this. He says there's a saying in Aristotle, against science, magic rank isn't everything. She fires back with one of her own. Before absolute power, rank has always been everything. He insists she can't win, and pins her down, saying unless she shocks the whole continent, she'll die here. But she releases a massive surge, her hair rises, lightning explodes around her, and her rank keeps climbing higher and higher. Then a voice whispers in her ear, asking what she thinks of its form. Out of nowhere, Malfoy appears and grabs her from behind. Now we finally learn how she was born. 400 years ago, while the protagonist repaired Wang Ke after the queen smashed him up, one spark from that repair flew off, rose into the sky, and fell into the demon kingdom, where it became this girl. So in the end, she came from a single spark of Wang Ke, a pretty wild origin. Some bees tried to eat her, but got shocked and dropped dead, while she fell to the ground. Then she turned and saw Malfoy coming toward her. The second he picked her up, he got shocked too, but he used his demonic power and swore he wouldn't give up. The lightning fairy thought he meant her, so she thanked him for not giving up on her. Of course, he was really talking about Elizabeth. Soon she's placed in a capsule, and he starts test number 24. He hits a red button, and dozens of lightning bolts strike creature after creature. The whole area fills with electricity. The capsule starts to shine, and little by little, she opens her eyes. In the end, she became just another creation linked to Li Ping. Malfoy says he'll bring her back. She wonders if he means her. Whatever the case, if he's willing to care this much, she decides she won't give up either. Then suddenly, her energy spreads across the whole kingdom. She realizes she's finally evolved into a form that can make energy on its own. She thanks Malfoy, saying he's the one who saved them. But then her electricity starts jumping around the room and shocks him. She hurries over to ask if he's alright, and he says of course not. Getting close to her alone was enough to paralyze him. She says she'll stay back, but he pulls her in anyway, willing to endure the pain for her. He says if he can't survive this much, then he doesn't deserve her. The lightning fairy is stunned, wondering if he really needs her that badly. Malfoy asks if she believes in love at first sight. Even while being shocked, his demonic power kicks in. He gathers microwaves and metal scraps, then forms a glowing orb around both of them. When it's done, she's turned into a monitor. He says this will stabilize her power and let her stay by his side forever. She accepts it, saying fine. With that, she's pinned in place as he says the tests are about to begin. Her electricity starts spreading everywhere. Then a single strand of hair appears, and he smacks it away, shouting for it to stop. They had finally made an endless power source. So what was wrong? Number 24 asks what happened, while he demands to know why it damaged the queen's hair. That should have been impossible under the laws of the magical world. Then it hits him. If even the queen's magic immunity couldn't stop it, this power might work in a different way. Maybe, used right, it could actually invade her body. He grins and says he's found another way to bring her back. Up to this point, Malfoy almost seemed misunderstood, but then he hugs number 24 and tells her not to worry. He'll always stay with her. In his head though, he's only thinking about the queen. After everything he's suffered, it's all for her. Back in the present, the demons watch and say that chaotic energy really can even force its way into the lightning fairy's mind. Then Loudmouth says that's enough. They should just take her now. His partner says there's no reason to hurry the delivery. Now that they have her energy, they can build whatever they want and don't need her anymore. They run off, saying the Black Guild is finished and soon they'll control the world. Meanwhile, the bud freed from Elizabeth Seal tries to take over Chissy. Malfoy, though, is thinking he never expected the weakest one to bring the biggest profit. The king of Aristotle slams the ground and raises an alchemic smelter. He orders them to put her inside, saying she'll finally do everything he commands. The girl obeys and is sealed in the capsule. From the moment she was born from a spark, she's been treated as nothing but a battery. Back on the train, Pisces asks if they really aren't hunters sent by the kingdom. Li Ping says of course not. They thought her group was with the Black Guild too. Since this is all one big misunderstanding, they should talk on the way to the kingdom. Pisces explains that their plan was to cut off supplies to the kingdom of Aristotle, destroy the place, and free the people there. The protagonist stops hiding and says, "I'm the protagonist, the legendary hero. Beside me is Queen Elizabeth. We want Aristotle's people to work with us, so we can bring down the Black Guild together. But the others just stare. After being shut away so long, they've never even heard of the legendary him or demon queen. Pisces says the same. She doesn't know who they are, but warns that the chaos coming from the Black Sea is enormous, and they have no idea how strong the Black Guild has become. The protagonist asks Elizabeth if this Black Sea is what affected Chissy. She says she doesn't know, though in her head she's only thinking about what he'll tell her in a month. He asks Pisces for more details, and she says it started when she was a child in the kingdom of Aristotle. But Elizabeth suddenly tells her to stop. Everyone is confused, including Li Ping. Elizabeth simply says it would take too long, and she doesn't want to wait. So she uses a memory-stealing attack, taking everything they know in an instant, then calls Li Ping over to watch with her. Together, they see Pisces as a cheerful princess working on her inventions, while a little bunny hopped around as she spilled oil. The old man was stunned. She kept studying, and even as a kid, she solved things he couldn't understand. At first he thought she was skipping key steps, but then he paused. He realized she'd found a new way to convert energy. She explained that this method could power every part of the machine. She rushed in excited, then suddenly stopped. The old man greeted her. "Princess Pisses, I couldn't wait, so I started the tests already." Then he told her to look at what this so-called chaos power could do. He said it came from the Black Sea, and wasn't like normal mana. It was a raw force that could destroy life or rebuild it. The problem was that the subject had to want to live, and in a case like this, that was hard. He'd spent over 60 years trying to solve that. And in the end, her idea gave him the answer. So yeah, the evil had been there from the start. He connected the gear and said the purity had reached 60. Then he told Pisces that if they kept working together and made more of this, they could push past human limits and become something greater. Pisces froze, but agreed. They kept up the research. Honestly, she should have known something was wrong when he opened his chest, and there was a demon inside. A month later, she told him 80 purity had been hard to reach, but it was finally done. He thanked her and attached another gear. Then he suddenly panicked, asking why the chaos flow had reversed and what she had done. It was a setup. He exploded on the spot. She thought she'd won and went to see her parents, but they were just standing there, shaking. Then the monster stepped out from behind the throne and praised her genius for planning all that. But it mocked her too. Humans were weak, ruled by fear, and her parents were no different. Thinking they knew nothing was just foolish. The protagonist says she's amazing for saving the soldiers and building a rebel group, then asks why she never sought help from the elves or dwarves. At the same time, Elizabeth is annoyed that she still can't read the protagonist's memories. Pisces says she had no ties to the outside world, and with a bounty on her head, trusting anyone was impossible. The now mechanical soldiers say they follow her because she rebuilt them and gave them a way to keep living. Pisces says this isn't about her. They need to stop the Minister of Science, or the whole kingdom will be offered to the Black Sea. Since she couldn't beat them directly, her plan was to cut off their supplies and force them to leave. Everyone goes quiet. Then Alpha asks why it's suddenly so quiet, and Elizabeth asks what Li Ping is thinking. He says it's about principle. Something that doesn't use mana shouldn't be built or controlled. Through Pisces' memories, he finally understood the system. He saw how they mixed science with magic by injecting amplifiers. Then he admits the best he can do as an engineer is make partners like Wang Kai. Building giant machines like Aristotle's and filling them with magic is beyond him. That realization really gets to him. Elizabeth says if that's how he feels, she'll handle it herself. With one wave, the gears inside the soldiers are ripped right out. Pisces jumps up and demands to know what they're doing. She knows the technology isn't noble, but without it, those bodies couldn't survive. Li Ping tells her to calm down and says these people aren't villains. She says she knows, but even so, their bodies still carried Black Sea mana. Some gears were made in Aristotle, others by the Black Guild. Either way, once one is planted in a body, it corrupts the soul. It makes you stronger and extends your life, but in the end, your mana is drained into the Black Sea. Corrupted souls, boosted mana, body changes, even rising into higher demonic ranks, and even the elves' necromancy. She realizes the Black Guild is using science and human bodies to mass-produce these gears. After all that, every user just ends up helping chaos descend into the world. Their souls will be corrupted and eaten. She destroys the gears and says yes, this is a matter of principle. And from how it looks, yeah, she really did kill them. Pisces can't accept that, and charges at her, swinging and yelling that she'll never forgive her. But with one snap of Elizabeth's fingers, an abyssal gift covers the train. Right away, Pisces feels something is off. The others call out in confusion. One says his body suddenly feels human again. Pisces says that's impossible, and tells him to explain. When she touches his cheek, she realizes it's real flesh and blood, and she tears up. She turns to Elizabeth and apologizes for what she said. Li Ping just says that's how the queen is. She always gets her way. Then Elizabeth casually brings out tea and tells everyone to relax, because it was nothing. MC adds that if they're okay now, they can take the medicine he brought. The others say they're fine. it just feels like waking up from a long sleep. Then Elizabeth notices the protagonist put a hand on Pisces' shoulder and promise she'll have his help. They'll expose the Minister of Science and stop everything he's doing. That makes Elizabeth wonder why Li Ping connects so easily with ordinary people. When she ruled the world, she always looked down on others. The gap felt too wide. To her, humans were like ants, too small to truly understand. After reaching Saint Ascension, even resurrection meant little, and that distance only grew. Mortals seemed like tiny moving particles, and none of it mattered to her. Then, someone steps closer, and the Queen looks over. It's the protagonist, shining like a holy saint, saying every life has equal value. That idea shocks her. It sounds ridiculous. Watching him with the others, she thinks feelings like that don't suit someone of his status. These people could never grasp the kind of existence he lives in, so why care about their troubles? Why sit there and listen to their simple questions? She still doesn't understand what he's after, but she sees it isn't pity. Looking at the way Li Ping watches them, she starts to think he may be searching for a world she never reached. She gained endless power, conquered everything, and stood at the top, but she never thought to look inward. Instead of standing above life, he dives into its source and studies it. Maybe these tiny beings, these little particles around him, are the key to the world she never explored. She starts to see that MC has moved beyond raw power, and now she can finally glimpse that path too. Naturally, that sparks another breakthrough and raises her to the second rank of saint. She's totally overwhelmed, thinking he dimmed the light of a creator just to stay by her side, shaped the universe into a bouquet, and offered it to her as romance. Yeah, she's not exactly stable, but she asks if there's anything she can do to help. The protagonist is stunned that Elizabeth is actually offering help. She sits beside him and says she just wants to know him better. He suspects the tone is a little sarcastic, and thinks she's really upset that he offered to help the princess. Pisses thanks them both, still thinking this is insane. She doesn't know what a legendary hero and demon queen really are, but their power is on another level. She asks how they'll bring down the whole plot. They say they'll do everything they can, while also thinking it would be smart to finish fast before Elizabeth truly gets mad. Pisses explains that the old plan was to cut supplies, but now that these two are here, they can attack directly. First, they'll disguise themselves as ore delivery workers and sneak into the kingdom. That should be easy now that they have human bodies and can pass the gate inspections. After getting in, they'll stay hidden in separate spots. At night, they'll move through the city and avoid patrols. Then, they'll enter a hidden tunnel in the sewers, under street number 3. She studied the whole filtration system and found the best route straight to the capital. 5 kilometers in, they'll reach a sealed chamber, and breaking through it will lead them to Aristotle's magic reactor. The problem is, there's no way in without setting off alarms. Once that happens, they'll have 10 minutes to plant bombs and destroy the reactor. Whoever handles the demolition has to be ready to die. That blast will distract the Minister of Science, and then she'll begin her real move, hacking the brain and the whole system, because the capital itself is basically one giant machine body. She knows exactly how to short it out and set off a chain reaction that brings everything down. Without the reactor, the Minister of Science can't build the giant armors, and without those, his plan to end the world falls apart. But she warns them clearly, anyone joining has to accept death. This revolution needs sacrifice. Her comrades say they only survived because of her, so helping her finish this is why they live. Elizabeth says sharing what remains of one's lifespan with others is perfectly logical. She has no issue with the plan. Li Ping, though, hesitates, pisses, asks what the problem is. Wasn't she already risking her life and giving everything? But the protagonist says no. Miss Pisses, your plan is dumb. Drop it right now. She just takes it, and a tear slips out. I really thought he'd argue longer, but then he stops himself and says there's a better way to handle this. He tells her he once thought the same way, and that belief is what sent him on this hero journey. He even made a promise with Elizabeth to bring everyone together and save the world. But all it did was waste time while people died. Seeing these people ready to die for peace, Li Ping realizes it's finally time to end that old promise. Then he turns to Elizabeth and tells her to go protect the kingdom of Aristotle now. He can't wait another second. Elizabeth agrees at once because she thinks he means he can't wait for what they plan to do in a month. She says it'll be over quickly, and then the perfect world for just the two of them can finally begin. Back in the kingdom, huge numbers of gears are being made. The Minister of Science says things are going even better than he expected. The gears keep piling up, and in only one day they've made over 5,000. That means human conversion will speed up, and their research can move to the next phase. Everything is moving even faster now that the fairy transformed and activated her infinite discharge. He smirks, thinking the so-called heroes, the Queen, and cursed Malfoy will finally pay for their arrogance. Then all of a sudden, he starts shaking. In the next instant, the Queen is right in front of him. I completely forgot about that absurdly strong armored form. Then she stomps him flat. It happens so fast you barely process it, and even in the next chapter he's still left there trembling. The minister asks what's wrong. He says he can feel her coming, and they can't face her head on yet. Then he goes to the Mountain of Gears and says he's taking them to the Black Sea right now. The minister just stares, confused. Wasn't he supposed to stay? The man simply tells him not to worry. He'll return tomorrow, if that idiot is still alive. The Minister of Science still doesn't get it, but the man vanishes with every last gear. Right then, alarms start blaring. A maximum level intruder has appeared nearby. In the city, a man on a scooter wonders what's going on. None of the robots are moving. Then Elizabeth appears overhead with the group, asking if they were really teleported straight into the center of the kingdom. Li Ping tells everyone to stay calm while Alpha mocks them for panicking. The creatures point at her and fire, but with one flick of her finger, she turns them all into manhole covers. The lead scientist demands to know how he lost every sentinel at once. Everyone else is just as confused, wondering why manhole covers are suddenly lying all over the city. Then people start dropping dead, and the gears inside their bodies fly out. Did Elizabeth really tear everything apart that fast? The scientist panics, asking how she reduced them all to dust so quickly. And it really is quick. In less than 5 pages, she wipes out the whole city. Then the man declares there'll be no mercy. He has to destroy this threat before all of Aristoteles falls. He starts draining energy from the trembling lightning fairy. The whole city and castle begin to move, and a giant robot rises up. Pisces says he's insane for activating that without a power converter. It should be impossible, and she can't believe he figured out the formula. Then, the true war machine mecha appears. Above them, the man keeps pulling energy from the girl. As he watches Elizabeth, Pisces and the others, he asks if those bastards are from the Holy Guild. He can't believe all the gears vanished in 1 second. The protagonist gets excited, saying the guy brought out a sick robot. Elizabeth says she let him summon it because she knew he'd want to see it, so now she can finally begin. But Alpha cuts in and says they don't need to lift a finger, he'll handle it himself. He wants to erase the shame from earlier. He charges at full speed, shoots forward, slams into the robot, and goes completely limp, crashing down in an explosion. I've never seen such a useless item, only the stuff the protagonist makes is any good. If this were that little knife, the robot would already be dead. Then Elizabeth says that man felt strange, like he was part of her family. The old man cheers, saying that with the light fairy, he now has absurd levels of energy. His war mecha is as strong as a 4th stage demon. He raises his hand for another attack, declaring this is the end for them all, and the giant fist comes down at the group. Everyone is terrified, but Li Ping stays calm. Elizabeth casually lifts a hand and destroys the entire arm of the monster, along with most of its body. All that's left is the old man and the energy core hanging in the air. Elizabeth grabs it in the same instant, already tearing off the head. She really ripped the head right off. Then she asks Pisces if this is the man from the Science Kingdom. Shaking, Pisces says yes, while the fat man mutters that the wretched girl really did find powerful allies. No one can believe she beat him that easily. Elizabeth just asks if Pisces has anything to ask him, because she wants to finish this now. But Pisces says she has nothing to say to trash like him, just kill him. As he's blown apart, the man laughs and says this isn't over. The ones who support him will soon arrive, and when they do, boom. With that, he explodes. The electric beauty falls, starting to wake up, while the protagonist thinks everything becomes easy when Elizabeth steps in. Then, the girl seems to see the master's image, and realizes he is the legendary hero. Elizabeth says problems don't exist in front of her greatness. The protagonist is confused, but figures if his girlfriend says it, it must be true. Meanwhile, the light fairy asks why those two are here. A second ago she was fighting the kingdom of Aristoteles, so how did she end up here? Her pride takes over, and she thinks if she kills the legendary him right now, poor girl. She comes in full of heat and sparks, charging at Li Ping, but Elizabeth says she finally understands why that feeling was familiar. The girl attacks, but right before the electricity can touch his hair, something asks how she dares challenge him. In one instant, the girl is gone. Li Ping asks what that was, and Elizabeth says it was nothing. She thinks everything that happened was his doing from start to finish. Since this is his way of showing affection, all she can do is accept it. Pisces is confused too, but in the end, it's all over. At that moment, the queen stretches and says it's time to go home. Then she grabs the girl's arm and says he should praise her. Our boy quickly says yes, she's amazing, a perfect goddess. Pisces knows she should be happy. She lived, and she got revenge, so why does she feel empty? Then it hits her. The thing she fought so hard against was solved in a blink. The king of Aristoteles once said life has value because people can awaken and reflect. But maybe he never imagined being so far above mortals that humans looked like grains of sand. To her, that was scarier than death. Still, Pisces forces herself back to reality. She has a country to rebuild, and people counting on her. In an instant, a crown and scepter appear, and everyone starts calling for her. The people raise their arms and shout the name Queen Pisces. She just stands there, lost, while someone says the princess has really grown. Then her parents appear. They walk up and tell her today is the day of the great coronation. Crying and confused, she says she doesn't understand. How are they here? Everything happened so fast. Was any of this real? Her father tells her to calm down. If she feels unwell, they'll have a doctor check on her. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Li Ping waves goodbye and says he didn't expect Elizabeth to go that far. She says she's a perfectionist, and it seems she sent things back to a time when Pisces' parents were still alive. The protagonist realizes the whole world is like a toy in her hands. He takes a deep breath and says he doesn't even know why he's a legendary hero anymore. Elizabeth starts thinking she left him no problems to solve, and now the world is too peaceful, too boring for him. So she tells him to relax because she can just destroy everything. He instantly shuts that down and says no, let's just go home, my woman, and explains that he gets it now. He's done with the hero life. He has her, and all he wants is to go home and live quietly. The crazy girl is left confused, wondering if he was trying to teach her what being he really means. Then she clings to him, snaps her fingers, and they both disappear. Down below, Pisces somehow knows her memories were changed, but she still remembers Queen Elizabeth used magic to rewrite reality in the castle of Aristotle. Now she decides to study magic instead of engineering, and one day catch up to her. Meanwhile, back at the protagonist's house, lightning strikes and calls for the elemental squad. A little fire appears from the oven, water from the faucet, maybe grease from the knife. And what is that dog doing on the floor? Electricity starts rising, hitting Toao. Then the light fairy shows up. Out of nowhere, she's turned into an old lady. So the thick, super strong one from the fight ended up like this. Pretty sad. Still, the water fairy, fire fairy, and metal fairy are all here. They figure this might be their chance to fully combine. The little yellow metal fairy says that if they work together, they might actually win this time. The lightning fairy agrees and tells them to begin the elemental fusion. The water fairy hesitates. Without the creator's artifacts boosting them, she doesn't think they belong here, or can do much. But the metal fairy explains that since they're beings from another world, entering this realm for a short time lets them use their full power. The electricity fairy adds that they were called here by their admiration for the creator, and that will make them 10 times stronger. This is their chance to prove they're more than tools, especially the oldest one, the earth guy. The little creature on the floor glares at them and lets out a roar. That seems to be the warning that Li Ping is back, and everyone instantly scatters to their spots. The protagonist comes home with the tough, juicy one beside him, his hand resting on her butt. Then he drops onto the couch and asks Wang Kai for 2 sodas. As soon as the fridge opens, the fairy says there's going to be another in-house competition this year. Wang Kai quickly shuts that down. He refuses to let that disaster happen again. The light fairy, still annoyed about her current form, says there's no need to panic. Last time, she stopped it before things got too bad. Besides, she thinks he's usually the biggest reason everything goes wrong. Wang Kai knows she has a point. This time he lost control because the protagonist messed with his chip and upgraded it too much, but he still tells her to quit bothering him. She keeps pushing, saying he should let it happen just this once. They've already lost 3 house championships, so please boss, let the elements fight. He grabs the drinks and finally gives in. There can be an event, but only after the master leaves, and this time they'll settle who's truly the strongest. She thanks him and says that when her lost voltage came back, she also received some information, but he suddenly slams the door and cuts her off with a quick goodbye. On the couch, the protagonist and Elizabeth talk about what comes next, and she says everything worked out because of him. He takes a sip of soda and says he only wanted to help everyone, but that stubborn guy chose to solve it his own way. Elizabeth agrees, he really shouldn't have existed. Then she realizes why he acted that way. He pressured enemies and showed kindness to allies, building loyalty. Because of that, the kingdom he stabilized should last a long time, unlike hers, which fell apart so fast. Once again, she learns something. The protagonist says the Holy Sword, the Elven tribe, the Cathedral of Anni, the Dwarf Kingdom, and now Aristotle's were all under control. The only uncertain part left is the Demon Kingdom. Even with the Black Guild gone, he still feels like something is off. Elizabeth tells him not to worry. She already went there, tore the whole place apart, and found nothing wrong. But Lipin still insists, asking if Amelia has woken up yet, and whether they should question her. He glances toward the girl's house, and man, the hero is losing to his own thoughts. Now that he's alone, his mind keeps wandering. He never imagined he'd be happy living in that plump house. Maybe it's normal, but they're not even married, and she's huge. His own brain beats him 10-0. Meanwhile, Elizabeth says Amelia is still stabilizing in that dimension, and they need to wait until her memories fully return. Then she notices how stiff he is, and asks why. He awkwardly says it's nothing. She lets out a small laugh and teleports right next to him, asking what he's hiding. Is he planning to confess in a month? Man, what is this queen doing? Lipin gets hit hard, like a double fireball, straight at the poor guy. Then she adds a wind strike by his ear, teasing him about wanting to get closer. The hero practically launches himself away and jumps up all crooked, saying the time has come. To make dinner, of course. Still all bent out of shape, he rushes off to cook. The queen just thinks there's no need to hurry. The longer it takes, the better the wine. When she finally gives him her love, it'll be intoxicating. She's fully confident now, he just needs a little more time. Then, 3 days go by, and they're in the kitchen. After 10 days, they're relaxing in the sun. By day 18, they're using an electric saw to cut trees. Meanwhile, back in the Elf Kingdom, the boss is crushing everyone. The whole Holy Sword Guild is pushing forward against Octopodus, the Lava King. Luna Sorgos wants to know why the commander sent them there. To her, it makes no sense. Then Anna Sorgos explains that their guildmaster suddenly gave up her position, left to learn Tai Chi, and now sent a message telling them to prepare hot springs. That only makes things more confusing. Blue Sword answers that the order came from that person, so all they need to do is obey. But the two still think it's weird. Why would the legendary Shishi follow someone like that? Especially after even the Black Eagle Guild vanished before her. All of a sudden, cards fly in, and someone warns her to watch what she says. An elf steps in and says if she insults that person one more time, she'll get taught a lesson in Shishi's place. Anna asks for the fight, mocking her for getting a little power and acting tough. Luda adds that she's not even part of a faction, yet she's talking big. Then Elizabeth pulls a card. Things almost explode, but the sword steps between them and blocks the clash before it can start. That may not matter though. There's a giant octopus behind them, and everyone seems to have forgotten they don't have a queen or hero here. Even so, Anna tells Blue Sword to move. She wants to see how strong this girl really is. He refuses. He promised Shishi he'd protect everyone, then tells Elizabeth that if she wants to vent, she can fight him instead. She throws out about 8 cards and agrees, but if she wins, everyone owes her an apology. The angriest one there is the boss, watching one side and then the other. The sword says he's been wanting a rematch ever since that tournament. Right then, the boss attacks with everything he has, but a dragon drops from the sky and slams into him. The two start brawling, and the poor boss ends up getting treated like a bonus round. Now the girls who were talking big are shocked to see Elizabeth facing Blue Sword like this. She's impressed. This guy really is worthy of being Chissy's student, and he can tell she's still holding back. Soon the two face each other again up in the air, and she says it's time to quit holding back and finish this in one strike. He agrees, and suddenly the power of the 7-star scythe bursts out, while he unleashes destruction and wind power tears through the area. But then a card slices through it all, and when it swings back, it's boss telling them to stop. They're not here to start a war, and Elizabeth needs to calm down, because this isn't how she should act. Blue Sword is shaken. One move from boss shut both of them down. Elizabeth tells her father they can't just ignore this. They insulted that person, and for the pride of the elven tribe, she couldn't let that guy walk away. Then Anne appears in the sky and says that person once saved her during a crisis, and even humbled himself. She believes he knows who deserves punishment and who doesn't. Elizabeth knows her not as Anne, but as the Witch of the Heavens. Anne pulls out Raphael's puppet, saying it should help calm everyone's aura. Luna still wants to know why they're even searching for a hot spring. Boss explains that not even Chissy fully knows, they're all just following orders. Anne says she gets that, but still asks who this person is and why no one will say it. Luna feels like they're being treated like a joke. Blue Sword tells everyone to settle down. An order is an order, and they have 10 more days to find a perfect hot spring in this volcanic area. The problem is, they still haven't found a single drop of water. Boss explains they're probably not meant to find a real hot spring. This is a test to earn that person's favor, and Chissy sent them here. As for who that person is, they've all met him before, but that's all he can say. Anne thinks that's strange. A volcano like this should have springs everywhere, so why is it completely dry? Elizabeth says real tests are never simple. Maybe the true challenge is the hardship itself. Then Anne's face changes, and she says something evil is coming from the sky. Boss wonders if the evil one has appeared, while the two nearby have already collapsed and can barely breathe. Elizabeth steps forward, and the older man says they'll have to attack with everything they have. Anne says whatever it is, it's almost here. From the clouds, a massive piece of a giant robot comes out and slams into the ground. At first it looks like leftover parts from the one they already killed, but it's not. The moment Anne asks if this thing is even real, they see a robot standing in front of them. No, above them, towering overhead. Anne says they've been spotted, obviously. Then the Sword Saint says the best move is always to hit first, and charges in. Boss tells him to calm down, but it's too late. He's already activated the Asura bird. His strike gets blocked by a strange green dragon. He knows that move right away. It's the Dragon Slayer / a technique only Sword Saints can use. From inside the robot, someone says it's been ages since they left the dwarves' land, and this huge attack is the first thing waiting for them. Luna asks if he's alright, as the swordsman stumbles back. And who showed up? Come on, it's obvious. It's the king of the dwarves, Heimerdinger, swinging a dagger so huge it barely looks like one. Even crazier, Chissy is right beside him, saying everyone here except her disciple was chosen by the hero. Even the eccentric Pisces came along because she wants to learn magic. Chissy apologizes for the delay, and the boss says they're just glad they finally made it. Then Heimer explains that this very person helped save the dwarves from a major crisis. The two women finally realize it's true. He really is the legendary hero, and so is the other one. Pisces adds that her new mech was inspired by his robot. Elify, though, says they really shouldn't be exposing poor Elizabeth and Li Ping like this. Heimer answers that he served Elizabeth himself, so there's no point hiding it anymore. Then someone pulls everyone back on track. They came here to find a hot spring, one that supposedly filled this place 500 years ago. Bosch says they've looked all over and still haven't found a single drop. Pisces can't get why it's so hard. Everyone expects a genius idea, but she just says, if they can all use magic, why not make a bunch of water and call it done? Luna and Anna laugh, saying they really thought she had an actual plan. She's told it doesn't work that way. Maybe shadow magic could help, but not that. Then Annie reveals the real issue. 400 years ago, the continent's elemental spirits vanished, and nobody knows where they went. Pisces is lost because she doesn't even know what an elemental spirit is. Annie explains that they're the fairies' blessings. Without them, magic can't go past the intermediate level. Once they disappeared, magic had to evolve through engineering and mixed spells. Now the strongest water spell is Ice Sphere, but it needs a place already full of water, so it's useless at a volcano like this. Embarrassed, Pisces apologizes. She says she really didn't know, feels bad about how little she understands, and promises to study until she can reach even the Demon Queen's level. Heimerdinger offers a simple fix. Why doesn't Kiki just cut through the land until she reaches a faraway lake and let the water flow here? Kiki says she could, but she won't. The others assume she just doesn't want to make this easy. Chissy tells them to think harder. If she changed the land like that, it would wreck the whole ecosystem, and all of that just for a sauna. What would the hero and the Demon Queen think of something like that? Out of nowhere, everyone freezes. It feels like they're falling into an abyss, hearing that if the ones meant to fight evil, let greed corrupt them, they're no better than the enemies they oppose. On the hero's scales, their actions must always weigh toward good. If that balance tips, they'll be the ones judged. Annie agrees and says Chissy is right. Back then, she was saved because her heart was pure, not because she praised them or had talent. Good thing Chissy stopped that foolish idea. Heimerdinger nods. If they did that, they really wouldn't be any different from the Black Guild. Pisces quickly suggests something else. They could dig a tunnel from the ocean underground and make the perfect hot spring around the volcano. Luna laughs and calls it another silly plan, asking why Pisces doesn't just do it herself if it's so easy. Pisces says fine, then leave it to her. She'll use her new mech to dig straight to the sea, and she says it'll be done in 7 days at most. Boss loves the idea and says he'll start getting the plants ready. Heimer says he'll make furniture, so the place looks great too. Fired up, Pisces says this can really work, and immediately asks for help collecting more volcanic stones. Annie says the bears can handle transport, and Chissy will obviously cut whatever they need. The boss is happy to see everyone working toward the same goal. Heimerdinger agrees, saying he hasn't seen this kind of unity in 500 years. So they all join hands and promise to give it everything they've got. Then the story cuts 1,000 meters underground, and sure enough, Malfoy is there. He wonders why Heimerdinger, Chissy, Sorgus, and even those with the Din Din bloodline showed up. This place should be hidden by the Master's mana. There's no way they should have tracked it. Still, he notices Monitor 24, a lightning fairy, has vanished. Did she really betray them? He can't leave while absorbing this mana, but that's fine. Once he's done, everyone up there will be offered to the Master. The scene shifts back near our boy's house. A beast fires an ice attack, but the other dragon barely dodges to the side. Then it whips around and dives in from above with a killing bite. Before it lands, a rain of meteors crashes down and blasts the area with smoke. High in the sky, a phoenix takes a direct hit to the head from the Mammoth King. Then another move comes out. It's that frog from the beginning. Using its long tongue, it grabs the elephant's trunk and yanks hard. The beast flips over and slams onto its back. Suddenly, he tells them to get up. The immortal still isn't done. Right then, someone starts clapping and says they're not bad at all. The battle frog turns to look. And who is it? Wang Kai, applauding them and saying they've truly embraced the law of battle. The frog says that once the need to survive faded, the magical beasts got lazy, but after his lesson in battle, they trained hard again to stay sharp. Wang Kai answers that's good, but now it's time to repay the protection they were given. The frog calls him harsh, saying this isn't a price, it's a sincere offering to the great creator. In this huge world of beast planes, they were lucky to be chosen. Becoming flesh and food for the creator isn't death to them, it's a new form. They'll be broken down, remade, and chase evolution through this world, because that is the only truth they believe in. I seriously don't get what's going on. A fish is evolving into a dragon. The battle frog explains that in recent years, they evolved from mageling-type beasts into archfiends. Now he just wants to know if the master released any new ingredients this month. Crispy, juicy fried chicken, real rice, rich and firm, and a huge piece of mammoth meat too, fatty but not greasy. So yeah, they really are offering themselves up to be eaten by Li Ping. That's wild. Wang Kai notes that the boss did say it had been a while since he'd eaten bullfrog. The fool starts shaking all over. Back at our boy's house, even the shadow makes it obvious who's there. She tells him to be gentler, and yeah, you can already guess what's happening. It's a foot massage. Li Ping says they should stop there, but she refuses. A little pain won't scare her. Even so, she's trembling all over, and he says he hasn't even really started yet. She asks for a second to prepare herself, then says he can continue. He tells her there's an old saying, pain means blockage. If the path is clear, there's no pain. Foot massages hurt at first, but after he's done, she'll feel much better. The detail here is insane. Elizabeth says the pain he's causing also makes it itch and tickle, and all those strange feelings put her fully on edge. Mixed with the scent in the room, she's sure he's trying to melt her soul with pleasure, but she swears she won't give in. Then Li Ping says he's about to begin the real massage. The second he touches her foot, her eyes flare like a demon's, and her mind is pulled into the bamboo realm. She starts drifting, saying bamboo is hollow, yet grows straight like an arrow, just like mana, which must flow full but never clogged. Too much, and it turns still. Meanwhile, Li Ping is pressing the Taichung point. Then she reaches the lotus realm, where it rises from clean mud and pure water, never taking too much. He presses the Zisen Li point, and she appears in the cherry blossom realm, saying that even on an icy mountain, one must still dare to bloom, without fearing harsh winter or becoming something fleeting. Next he hits the Sanyan Zhou point, and she enters the orchid realm, saying she was still inside the orchid's cocoon, ready to release a sudden fragrance. True strength doesn't need to shout, it simply knows itself. Then he presses her big toe, and a wave of intense pain hits her. Yep, that armor was definitely coming apart. What even is this? She turns into the thickest sage form I've ever seen. This man just pushed her into transcendence with a foot massage. After that, she falls onto the bed, totally drained. The protagonist tosses a towel over his shoulder and tells her to rest while he makes dinner. Elizabeth is just as confused. How did a foot massage make her evolve? But nearby, something starts hatching from an egg. It has to be Amelia, and yes, it is. In the next chapter, she's at the table, and Li Ping says he's glad she finally woke up. He made spicy bullfrog, perfect for getting her strength back. When Elizabeth asks Amelia if she lost, Amelia remembers facing the old man, who told her she had finally been surpassed. She curses him out, saying that was an insult to the master. Then that fake Elizabeth bursts out of the orb. She attacks, and Amelia jumps back fast. That retreat was wild. I didn't expect her to be that strong. She demands to know how the old man did it, and he says the answer is simple. It was all born from love, and countless endless experiments. He says he never once stopped waiting, pouring all that love into this for all this time. Amelia tells him to quit the nonsense, because she's ending him now. Two servants rush in to stop her, but she transforms her claw and knocks both of them away, slamming them into the ground. Number 24 quickly asks if she should break her seal and handle this. Malfoy says no, that's not possible, because she was vital to the experiment. Instead, he orders 24 to call the others and get everyone out. Amelia thinks he's way too sure of himself. Hiding behind the master's magic doesn't mean he can catch her. Then, something attacks from below and locks onto her arms. Since it was Elizabeth's magic, Amelia couldn't sense it right. Worse, this absolute prison was a perfect copy, and she couldn't figure out how the old man made it. The false Elizabeth drips over the old man's head as he tells Amelia she knows this magic better than anyone, so she should know it isn't fake. Right then, Elizabeth moves, and Amelia starts choking. Because of her contract with Elizabeth, she had no way to fight that power. Malfoy tells her to behave and cooperate. If she does, it won't hurt as much. Amelia answers by summoning the golden dragon, and warning that even if she can't strike the master, she can still wipe out this whole land. She starts casting a world-ending spell, while the girl nearby stares in shock, wondering if this is what a demon lord's power really looks like. Malfoy orders everyone to run, and Amelia fires the dragon lord's breath. The whole area starts blowing apart. Even from far away, you can tell the place was being erased. The thick-thighed one is left shaking, horrified by that power. The entire kingdom had been destroyed, and Amelia dropped to the ground, worn out. She blames her own pride. She never thought this man would really use the master's magic. Then she notices she's still standing on solid ground. Malfoy had used the forbidden transgression. He praises Amelia, saying without Elizabeth's power, he'd be ashes by now. Then he pushes her to show him more, wondering if all her magic has already been absorbed for the perfect master. Amelia can only think that this time she failed, and then she drops. Even so, she manages one last defense, forming a barrier around herself. Malfoy doesn't care. He still plans to drain her magic. Back in the present, she says that's how she was completely beaten. She apologizes and says she doesn't deserve to live. Elizabeth should kill her. Elizabeth just asks if she's done crying. That's enough. At the same time, the hero is asking about the bullfrog. Poor thing isn't looking so immortal now. It ended up in the pot. Elizabeth asks for fried rice, and Li Ping says he'll make it. The two chat like it's nothing, while Amelia quietly watches and starts feeling jealous of how close they are. Then, Elizabeth suddenly stuffs a bullfrog leg into her mouth and calls it her reward. In a flash, Amelia finds herself in another realm, walking a path of stars. She wonders why the master sent her here, maybe as punishment. Maybe this was how the master meant for her to wander forever, thinking about what a failure she was, until one day she finally died. She takes a few more steps, then drops to her knees in tears, saying she'll never see the master again. Not that she deserves to, but she still misses her. Then someone appears, saying they finally found her. As Amelia opens her eyes, a giant frog lands in front of her and says the king of beasts, the golden dragon, is here. Apparently this is her final test to rise to demon lord rank. Amelia is confused, and the frog says hardly anyone knows him because back then he was only a tadpole, while they were already great masters. But while she was gone, he took her place and kept absorbing and ruling over the magical beasts. Now he has to beat her to become the new king of beasts. At last his chance has come. He just needs to win. He charges in, yelling that today he finishes his evolution. A golden blast erupts, but it's just the hero finishing the fried rice. He asks what happened to Amelia, and Elizabeth says she's enjoying the protein he gave her. He figures this must be how dragons eat, slow and careful. Meanwhile, Amelia has the frog in her mouth, and in the illusion she's already changing into the golden dragon. The immortal frog admits she really does deserve the title of king of beasts. Amelia asks if he still wants to fight. Battered and beaten, he says no. He accepts the loss, but promises this isn't over. Next time he'll win and finish evolving. Then he flops onto the ground. Amelia thinks that if she can't swallow even one defeat, then she doesn't deserve to serve the master. Even after losing, she was still the queen of beasts. She lets out the golden dragon queen's roar and wakes up in the room doing the same thing out loud. The hero asks if they should get water for this lunatic. Elizabeth says no, she's just not used to his cooking yet. Soon she'll love it. Li Ping is a little confused, but says it would be nice if she enjoyed her food. He also thinks it's odd. Dragons should handle spicy food just fine. Meanwhile, Amelia evolves 4 times and reaches the peak of Demon Lord. Elizabeth thinks that's exactly what she expects from her pet. She fell, then got right back up. Amelia turns all cute and hugs her, while Elizabeth tells her to stop being so dramatic. The hero says protein really does work. Amelia is annoyed at him, but she has to accept it. The power of this being called him was beyond her understanding. Now she believes protein means tasting defeat to reach the top. That whole fight was both encouragement and a warning. She nearly lost her place, and she won't let it happen again. She tells Li Ping to send any food he wants her way, and she'll crush it. He agrees, but tells her to leave some for Elizabeth. Outside, Alpha is busy turning away the most useless guy in the whole story. Morning comes, and the hero is under a warm blanket when something starts moving underneath it. Amelia pops up between the two, changes back and shoves him aside, declaring that today she's the one warming the bed. Twisted up and tossed away, the hero just says all right and goes to make breakfast. Elizabeth watches him go and thinks, so that's your game, little him. He plans to keep delaying until the end of the month before taking the next step, but she won't let that happen. Meanwhile, he starts cooking an egg and adds Raymond. Breakfast is Raymond egg and pudding. Pretty healthy by American standards, he says, just before calling them over. Then he notices it's no surprise Amelia is Elizabeth's mount. Outside, Wenkai asks where Alpha is, since they've already eaten. The hero is washing up, and Amelia is amazed Elizabeth has really been living here this whole time. She can't understand why. To Amelia, Elizabeth had already gone beyond everything in existence. Elizabeth says it's hard to explain. She gives the example of climbing a mountain, thinking you finally reached the top, only to see you're still far from the highest point. That's how she feels. Amelia says that can't be true. She's already mastered all magic. Elizabeth explains that once you pass one huge mountain, you find another behind it. Then she compares it to the drama they're watching. Even after seeing it many times, she still doesn't fully get it. Strange things keep showing up on the screen, and Amelia is trying to process dragon kings, heavenly disasters, eastern pilgrims, and dragons turning into horses. Then come the 3 immortal purists, the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, the Bodhisattva. It's all too much. Amelia realizes Elizabeth was right. None of this makes sense to her. The information hits too hard, and she faints. Elizabeth says she should take it slower. Then Li Ping shows up and asks if Amelia fell asleep again. Elizabeth says that's perfect, and the hero invites her outside for some fresh air. Now we're at the picnic. He throws a frisbee with Wenkai, but it smacks him in the head and sends him into alert mode. The poor guy goes wild, activates his black hole mechanics, and the frisbee still cuts right through and flies out. He tries to analyze it, but the makeup is too complex, so he starts overloading, pulls out 500 weapons, and blows everything up. Li Ping cheers him on, thinking Wang Kai is just having fun. Then he tells Elizabeth it'll be her turn when he gets back. She refuses, saying she's not in the mood for that. Doesn't he have something deeper? The hero asks what she means, and Elizabeth makes it clear. Ever since he mentioned a little surprise at the end of the month, he's been acting distant. What is he waiting for? Li Ping admits he might be old-fashioned. He had planned to propose at the hot springs and wanted everything after that to feel special. But Elizabeth says she can't wait anymore. She wants to take their relationship further, unless he doesn't want to. Confused, the protagonist points out they're outside, while thinking that of course he wants it too. He's just not ready for that, as his first time outdoors. Elizabeth says it doesn't matter. No one is around. He hesitates, but if she's pushing this hard, he doesn't want to be the boring one. Just when he says he'll take off his clothes, she stops him and says she wants to hear more about his past. Yeah, everyone got baited, including me. She says she wants to know everything about him. She knows digging into the past of someone that powerful is almost forbidden. And here comes the big misunderstanding. The hero says people in a relationship should know each other fully. They've lived together a long time, but never really talked about the past. Then he asks Elizabeth if she really wants to hear it. She says yes, and he tells her that in his world, he was just an ordinary guy. He grew up with his grandparents on a farm. Life was hard, but those were also his happiest days. Later, he went to the South China Agricultural University. Every weekend he'd go back to help in the village. After graduating, he moved to the big city for work. Over time he visited less and less, and one by one his grandparents passed away. Before he knew it, he was alone in the city, and his life became nothing but waking up, going to work, coming home and repeating it every day. He didn't care about games or much else. The only thing he really enjoyed was watching farming videos. Then suddenly, he ended up in this world. When he arrived, he got the so-called legendary hero system, but he didn't care about it. All he wanted was a peaceful life. Elizabeth asks if that's all. He says yeah, that's it. Simple, right? But she blurts out that his past was anything but simple. To her, Li Ping lived with a kind of pure heart most people could only wish for. After reaching the sage rank, she finally understands why the legendary system tried to set them against each other, and why even that system lost to his simple, honest nature. The protagonist says now it's her turn. He wants to hear her whole story too. She pauses and asks, everything about what? He says everything, starting from childhood. How did she become the demon queen who rules the world? He admits he's a little nervous, and she warns him this isn't a happy story. If he gets tired of it, he should just say so. She begins in the land of the heroes, back before magic existed. Back then, the races lived together in peace. Then extremist groups appeared, spreading hate and turning races against each other. Soon the continent broke apart, countries split, and war never seemed to stop. In that chaos, mixed-blood people, once seen as a bridge between races, were hated and cast aside. To survive, they fled to the harshest lands no one wanted. That place became known as the Demon Kingdom. But even there, they weren't truly united. With so little to go around, crime, bloodshed, and violence became normal. One day, someone ripped bread from her hands and barked, "Hey kid, move." She shouted back, "No, give me my bread." The thief suddenly froze, eyes wide, as pain hit him out of nowhere. By then, the girl had already arrived in this world and taken over, warning him to hand the bread back. Maybe it was because blood from many races flowed through me, but I awakened magic when I was only 5. In the Demon Kingdom, strength is all that matters. By 9, I had taken every district, and people called me the Witch Elizabeth. At 13, I created the Crimson Moon Mercenaries. With every job, I slipped into forbidden lands and gathered ancient, lost magic. On my 16th birthday, I recovered the final piece and triggered the second awakening. After that, my power grew fast. I united the Demon Kingdom, then started taking the world. No one could stand against me. The elves gave up, the beastmen gave up, the dwarves gave up. Then it was time to strike the capital. The second I got there, Malfoy the nerd was already completely taken with her. The city had been wiped out. She says the reports were right. They had thrown away countless lives just to survive. She decided she'd erase that kind of trash from the world herself. Then the twisted, disgusting king sneered that Elizabeth wouldn't kill him just because she'd reached the sovereign demon realm. He attacked, but in the next instant he was run through and totally destroyed. Beautiful, wasn't it? But Malfoy was the one who killed him, asking if she was the demon queen. He immediately surrendered, offering himself up in the name of all humanity, and that's how I conquered the world by force. With an iron hand, I crushed the hatred between races and remade the heroes' continent into what it should have been, equal, peaceful, and thriving. Even after making all that real, I still wasn't happy. Maybe I had grown too strong to connect with anyone, or maybe I just had nothing left to aim for. Then the prophecy of the legendary hymn appeared, and for the first time in a long while, she felt excited. She threw herself into endless training and even rewrote her magic. That was when she reached the realm of the Demon King, but just when she was finally ready, he never showed up. Until she went there, pulled that cursed sword from the ground, got teleported, and ended up face to face with him. She asks if he has any idea how many years she waited for him. The protagonist awkwardly apologizes, but says maybe it worked out better this way. They never fought, they became friends instead. Elizabeth turns away and quietly agrees, though inside she's sure he only says that to spare her. Even so, she wishes they had met sooner. Then, the protagonist steps closer. He says he's sorry, and she doesn't know what for. He tells her he never imagined her childhood was that hard. If he'd been there, he would have cooked her the best meals, sewn stuffed animals by hand, and made sure she went to sleep smiling every night. That's the kind of childhood she should have had. She gets a little teary and says things still turned out well in the end. He shakes his head. From now on, she doesn't have to carry any of it alone, and he promises to protect her smile forever. They lean closer, but honestly, the odds of this moment working out feel almost zero. Just before they kiss, Wankai barges in with the wrecked frisbee, thinking that stopping the cursed thing took rebuilding countless lines of code. Then he senses a fresh alert. The aliens are retreating. Elizabeth calls him a stupid dog and kicks him hard. The protagonist stares, shocked at how far Wankai flew, but Elizabeth says this isn't over, calls the boy back, and what's this? Let's just say a white glow has to cover the rest. She's going all in, and this channel's paycheck is in danger. Hearts start floating while Wankai smokes in the distance, thinking, damn, no matter how many upgrades he gets, he still can't handle the trauma of that violent woman. Nearby, someone beside Alpha asks if that was Li Ping and Elizabeth's top general. It's the new hero, Sanma, and Alpha confirms it. The man says he looks like an idiot, not a threat, though he clearly has a system too. Yes, it's the protagonist's system. It found a new host and warns him not to underestimate them if he wants to clear the final mission. To gain full access to the system, he has to kill MC and Elizabeth. He says he understands and orders Alpha to keep watching, then report telepathically if anything changes. Alpha, completely messed up under hypnosis, only says he understands. The man disappears, and Wankai notices Alpha nearby. So he'd gotten mixed up with some real weirdos. Still, Wankai can't waste time on that. He's badly damaged and needs repairs now. The story then moves to the Sea of Darkness. A strange demon there says all the gates are open, but even 5,000 gears weren't enough to light them all. He's a piece of Azathoth's mind called the Whisperer. Another fragment, He of 1,000 Eyes, says it doesn't matter. He already studied the chaotic entropy, and once the process starts, integration is certain. More beings appear, also fragments of Azathoth. 1. The Devouring Worm warns they can't let the locals discover them, or everything will be wasted. The Profane Jaw says the locals don't matter. One of them alone would be enough. If he got through, he'd turn everyone into paste. The Cranial Weaver tells him to stop being stupid, and reminds him about the legendary hero they already met. And on top of that damned Malfoy is still around trying to take back what he lost. The Observer tells them all to relax. None of that matters. He has seen every future, and not one ends in failure. The power of total chaos can erase this whole dimension. The Jaw grins, saying just thinking about the end makes him hungry. The Weaver agrees. He could use some fresh corpses too. Together with the Observer, all of them are eager to get revenge on that cursed Malfoy. And the weirdest one of all, the Mosquito, tells Elizabeth to wait a little longer. Soon she'll regret everything. Meanwhile, back at the protagonist's house, he's packing a toothbrush, hairbrush, nail clipper, and towel. He adds moisturizer too, since hot springs can really dry out your skin. Elizabeth's stuff is almost packed, and he just needs to throw in his little swim trunks. He also reminds himself to grab fresh ingredients before they leave. He just hopes he didn't forget anything. Then he checks the drawer and pulls out the big one. What's that for? Wasn't the goal to make the strongest child of all? Fully prepared, he quickly stuffs it into his backpack, just as Elizabeth calls out. He asks what she needs, and she wants help choosing a bikini. What about this tiny one? The protagonist jumps, asking where she found that, while remembering he designed it himself. A few days earlier, while thinking about the trip, he'd made a bunch of swimsuits, some with very strange styles. Seeing his reaction, Elizabeth frowns and asks if it looks bad on her. Then she suddenly switches outfits and asks about another one, saying this version is more modest. He tells her to calm down, but she gets even more upset, asking why he hesitated at all. At the same time, she's thinking that the closer she gets to Li Ping, the more she wants to understand what he likes. She followed the strongest clue she could find to those outfits, but from his reaction, maybe she got it all wrong. She changes again, and things somehow keep getting worse. This YouTube channel is barely surviving. Then, thank goodness, Emilia calls in, shyly asking why her clothes are so tight, and why humans even wear things like that. When those two went to the hot springs before, they wore nothing at all. Elizabeth agrees that nothing is better. Then she realizes she's getting distracted. Maybe the protagonist liked those outfits, but they're still just clothes. If she obsesses over that, she'll miss the real point, that what the protagonist should like most is her, no matter what she's wearing. The hero saves this channel's monetization once again. Thank you, MC. and now they're finally outside, with this wild girl in actual decent clothes. He says he can't wait to see what amazing things Heimer prepared for them. The queen says she's excited for that too, but what she really can't wait for is Li Ping's surprise. Emilia clings to him as usual, saying she can't wait to bathe with Master. At that moment, Elizabeth uses her power to teleport them into the mountains. The protagonist looks up and his eyes light up. They really built a giant bathhouse. Elizabeth says it's nothing special, but then Pisces comes out to welcome them. She explains that after her kingdom settled down, she came to help Miss Sword Saint, and together they built this place for them. The protagonist thanks her, but she says it's the least she could do, since the kingdom of Aristotle can never repay its debt. Pisces blushes from being so close to Elizabeth, but Emilia instantly tells her to stop looking. The queen cuts in and tells them to take the group inside. So they head in together. Then someone from the household greets them good morning. Our boy turns to look. It's Chissy with the Sword Saints, all dressed as butlers and working security today. The protagonist thanks them. Anne frowns, asking where the queen and the great hero are. To her, these two just look like nobodies. Luna says she heard they're only a princess and a servant from some remote land. Then, Chissy steps forward and bows to greet him. Our boy thanks her, saying she really lives up to the title of Sword Goddess. The others still hesitate. Blue Sword wonders if this can really be the legendary hero. If it is, his presence is hidden so well it's scary. Anne and Luna start shaking. They can't believe this is the man who taught Chissy Taiji swordsmanship. The protagonist greets everyone. He reminds them they probably saw him at the tournament meeting before. They say they remember him. That alone is enough to make them nearly pass out. Then the protagonist puts a hand on Blue Sword's shoulder. As Blue Sword turns pale, he asks Chissy if she learned from him, adding that his swordplay is excellent. Chissy, confused, asks if he really wants her to learn from Blue Sword. He says yes and reminds her she once asked how he learned formless Taiji sword. His answer is simple. He just watched Blue Sword grow and learned from that. That's when it hits them. The protagonist learned from Blue Sword learned from Chissy, and Chissy learned from the protagonist. A perfect loop. Then our boy shares a lesson of his own. Among any three people, there's always someone worth learning from. He says staying close to both of them taught him a lot. Blue Sword tells the hero to stop praising him like that. He hasn't earned it. Then he admits to Chissy that he still doesn't get it. She tells him to relax. There's no need to be embarrassed. Thinking over that line about always having someone to learn from, she says he made everything clear. Her own lack of understanding kept her from seeing the real path. The first lesson was never about sword moves. It was about following nature's flow. But trying to become nature by force was still artificial. She needed to simply exist without dividing herself from it. Even now, she was still chained to her past, and to being the strongest human. The hero broke that illusion by saying even he had learned from Blue Sword. Now she understands. Even the weakest person can teach her something. That's why he told her to return to the Sword Saints Guild. The girl begins to float. Her rank rises to 5-star Demon Lord. Blue Sword can only wonder if one sentence from the great hymn really made her break through. He starts piecing it together. This he had always been near them, the one behind the legendary boss guild, the one who saved Chissy, the heroes, the dwarves, and Aristotle. And now that same man claims he learned from him. Li Ping asks if he's alright after seeing him on the ground, apologizing. Blue Sword says the hero just taught him something new, and right there he starts rising through rank after rank. Elizabeth cuts it short and tells everyone to move. Still, she wonders if the protagonist pushed them to grow because he sensed the chaos in the Sea of Darkness getting ready. Little by little, she realizes this hot spring trip may be his way of keeping everyone close before something goes wrong. Chissy flies up and tells them not to worry. They can count on her. The protagonist just thanks her and steps aside, deciding not to interrupt her training. He cheers that they've finally arrived, and the door opens. Inside are Heimer Boss and his daughter. He and Elizabeth greet them. They thank them for all their hard work. Then he realizes the place is way over the top. This isn't some normal hot spring. There are flowers everywhere, statues, and all kinds of extras. He points one out to Elizabeth. It looks like her. The whole place is also much bigger inside than he expected. Even the water moves on its own, like magic is lifting it. He says they really didn't need to go this far. Right away, Heimer starts shaking and says he tried his best to hide the flaws. He thought all the grand decoration might cover the problems, but the hero immediately called it excessive. To them, that means their efforts failed, and it feels humiliating. So in the end, they drop to their knees. Li Ping just looks confused and asks what happened. Why are they kneeling? He thought it looked great. Since they worked this hard, he says they deserve a gift. The three of them think they're about to be punished by a god. Instead, he hands them a basket of fresh fruit, saying he picked it that morning and it should help them recover. The man looks stunned. Li Ping says there isn't much, so they should share with everyone. He still needs to save some to cook for Elizabeth, or she'll get mad and ruin the trip. Then Heimerdinger apologizes and asks about MC's forging. MC says he doesn't have much to teach, but since the question is sincere, he should ask. The king asks what he's missing. No matter how much care he puts into every part, he still can't match the quality of his weapons. Standing beside Elizabeth, the protagonist thinks the king is probably doing this to get on his good side because of Elizabeth. Still, since he's asking seriously, he gives a real answer. To him, being careful isn't about chasing every tiny detail. It's more like a feeling. In other words, don't depend only on your eyes. Trust your heart. If the feeling is right, that's enough. Heimerdinger is stunned. He says he understands now. He shouldn't rely on sight alone. With only a few words from the hero, his 700 years at the forge suddenly feel like he'd been running in circles, chasing perfect measurements, perfect angles, perfect timing. He obsessed over every detail again and again, but none of it came from the heart. Forging was never supposed to be trapped by outside limits. Suddenly he tears the lenses from his eyes, blood dripping, while Li Ping yells, asking what he just did. The pieces hit the floor as Heimerdinger thanks the hero for his guidance. At last, he says, he can see the truth. The protagonist congratulates him, but asks if his eyes can be healed. The leaf says yes and offers to make a potion right away. Heimer keeps his eyes closed and says he doesn't need it. Today he sees more clearly than ever. Now he can feel every flaw in this place with his heart. His power starts rising. The protagonist still has no clue what's going on, and wonders if those things on his face were some kind of limiter. He can't understand why the king of dwarves would hold himself back, but apparently he was. Heimerdinger cries and says yes, that tool he once took pride in had become his greatest chain. It really was a limiter, and now he has one last question for the hero. Just when he's about to ask, Elizabeth cuts in and asks if they're done yet. She says there's been enough talking. They're getting too greedy, and they won't be able to handle what she's about to do. The men instantly bow their heads and apologize, agreeing that the queen is right. Then Chissy says she'll lead them to their suite. Since it's a long way, they use transportation. She walks up to some plants and says the leaves are just the right size. Then she takes out a pill and tosses it onto them. At once, it turns into a leaf-shaped ride. She proudly says it's a new invention that mixes magic tech, body-stored capsules, and energy conversion. No time to unpack all that. They're already riding the little plant. The protagonist says it feels a bit shaky, but it flies well and stays nice and quiet. Chissy thanks them, while thinking about Wang Kai. Ever since she saw Elizabeth and that dog, she's had endless new ideas. Amelia, though, asks why Elizabeth is even riding this, when she could just fly on her. Chissy coolly answers that vehicles can always be replaced. Amelia gets mad, and asks if she's trying to take the Dragon Queen's place. The two glare at each other, until Elizabeth tells them to stop wasting time and keep moving. Chissy speeds up the little ride, and they soar through the sky. Li Ping suddenly points out a golden toilet on one island, a water park on another, and even a whole area filled with plushies. Chissy explains that every island has a different kind of hot spring, and they're free to visit any of them. If they need help, they just have to call her. Our boy thanks her. Soon they reach the door to what should be their room. She tells them that if they need anything, they can ring the bell inside and someone will come at once. With that, she waves goodbye. He turns back and says they've finally made it. Elizabeth immediately asks about the surprise he's been hiding. Blushing, he says he'll explain once they're inside, and asks her to come in first. Hand in hand, the doors open, and they step inside. The room looks a lot like his house. There's even a trail of petals. Seeing that, Elizabeth says she doesn't need the surprise explained. The Empress already knows this night will be a major step for them. Her imagination is already running wild, but Amelia cuts in by saying the bed looks very comfortable. She happily says sleeping there with Master will make the dragon very happy. Then a blue aura suddenly wraps around her. Elizabeth pulls out the Pokeball and seals the girl inside. The protagonist recognizes it as the item he made and left on the table, and wonders why Elizabeth has it. She brushes it off, saying it's just a handy way to store Amelia. Then she tosses it into her bag and grabs onto our boy, saying there's no escaping now, it's finally just the two of them. And in the next chapter, of course, he still can't escape. Out of nowhere, Annie steps out of the bathroom. She says she's so glad they came. Li Ping stares, asking what she's doing inside their room. She explains that she wanted to study the building's design and technology, so she signed up as the bathroom cleaner. The protagonist says not to worry, he'll sort it out later. Then Annie notices Elizabeth doesn't look happy, and realizes the bed was already messy before anyone even used it. She quickly apologizes, saying she tried to copy his sewing and make the pillows, sheets and everything else, but knows it's nowhere near his level. Li Ping tells her it's fine. Her cooking alone is already plenty, it's just bad timing. That's when Elizabeth finally snaps. She asks how many times they're going to keep repeating this same scene, because it's getting old. Poor Annie just got there, and has no clue what Elizabeth means. Elizabeth raises her hand and says, "You want a gift, right? You don't need the protagonist to teach you. I'll give you one myself." Elizabeth places a hand on Annie's head and grants her a gift from the abyss. Li Ping looks confused and warns Elizabeth to be careful. Then horns suddenly appear. They pop out at once. But Annie doesn't transform. Her Jin bloodline just awakens. Li Ping asks if Annie's alright. amazed that Elizabeth awakened her so easily. Elizabeth tells her she opened her bloodline. Now Annie has to learn how to use it. Annie tries to speak, but Elizabeth casts a spell on the lock and flings her away, saying that's enough talking. Annie goes flying, and Elizabeth puts a hand on her waist, pleased that it's finally quiet. Now she turns to him. Li Ping nervously tells her to calm down and give him space, but he stumbles onto the bed. Elizabeth says she's done being patient. She's waited too long for this. She fires a blast into his chest, throwing him onto the battlefield. He ends up there with blood on his cheek as she moves in to finish him off, promising no one will ruin things this time. Then she demands to see the big surprise he's been hiding. Li Ping wonders if she somehow already knows he plans to propose. Meanwhile, Elizabeth says she wants all of it right now. She leans in for the final strike while he keeps blushing. But before that, the merciless woman slams his stomach with her palm, then follows with 2 huge burning fireballs. Next comes a crushing grab, and then a fierce bite. He finally tries to fight back, striking her back and breaking free, saying it's not time yet. Furious, the queen asks what could possibly be wrong. She's the demon queen. He says he wants this too, just not like this. Everything was going to plan, but he wants her to remember this forever. First he'll propose, then they can go further. Elizabeth takes it the wrong way and says fine. If he didn't like her taking control, then she'll let him attack instead. He quickly says that's not it at all. He likes it when she takes charge, but he gently takes her hand and asks her to listen. He says it's like baking a cake. If you want it perfect, you can't skip steps. You mix things slowly, bake it the right way, then add the cream on top. Every part matters. You have to pay attention and put your whole heart into it. That's how you make a perfect cake. Sure, some people say it all ends up in your stomach anyway, and he gets that. But for Li Ping, this is different. One wrong step can ruin something special. Maybe she thinks he's stubborn, but he wants her to understand how he feels. That was his pure, honest conviction. He can already picture placing a ring on her finger, getting married, lifting the veil and kissing her, then going even further. He asks if she understands, and somehow it gets through to her. Elizabeth admits he's right. She almost let desire take over. His cake example made the point clear. In her mind, she's something divine, being prepared to shine. He would shape this queen the right way, and to her, that process had already started. She imagines him touching the strawberry and telling her not to rush. He'd enjoy it only when it reached its best. Just that thought alone nearly knocks her out, and she says she finally understands. Li Ping is relieved Elizabeth accepted it, thinking that for someone with such a fearsome title, she's actually gentle. Elizabeth, meanwhile, is only thinking about reaching her perfect form so they can create a powerful child. With that, she tosses her clothes up, and the two head for the pool. Just like Chissy explained, they turn the handle, a random number appears, and the exit sends them to that location. This time, they land at the water park on the first try. Li Ping stares at the huge endless slide and tells Elizabeth maybe they should pick another place. He hesitates, but she refuses and blasts him with another fireball, sending him down the slide. To his surprise, he loves it, calling it amazing. Elizabeth can't understand how he enjoys something this simple or relaxes around it so easily. Then she has a sudden realization. Just like he ignored rank when dealing with the people of Aristotle, she also needs to lower herself from saint rank and meet ordinary people where they are. She has to observe closely, take it in, and use it to break her habit of looking down on others. Once again, Li Ping is teaching her something. Today, the queen learns to set rank aside and enjoy this flawed world. She screams right along with him, and they crash into the water together. They swim around with floaties. She splashes him, and the two genuinely have fun. The queen wonders if this is what he wanted her to learn, the simple, honest feeling of joy. Then the little elephant sprays water, and they stand under it together. Elizabeth treats it like an attack and slashes his back with her claws. Li Ping finally gets annoyed. Enough playing. He grabs her and pulls her in close. Things heat up fast, and both of them are left panting until the protagonist, still catching his breath, says he loves her. Shaken to the core, the queen trembles and tells him she loves him too. Then she suddenly asks what's pressing so hard near her thigh. Did Arthur trick her too? It's the ring he'd hidden there to propose to her. Li Ping thinks this is the perfect moment. If not now, then when? Nervous and stumbling over his words, he tries to ask her to stay with him, while panicking inside. Elizabeth covers her mouth and stops him, saying he doesn't need to say another word. She already accepts. Whatever he wants, she's ready for it. He realizes she's misunderstanding again, and right then Chissy appears nearby, saying this is the elephant spring, and they've been under that water curtain for over 30 minutes. Chissy wonders if there's some hidden feature here, or if the simple setup is exactly why they like it so much. Either way, it needs more study to improve the other springs. Embarrassed, Li Ping awkwardly greets Chissy and tells her not to mind them, while cursing the ruined mood inside. Then the queen steps forward and says she's had enough. She tells MC she's sorry, but she refuses to keep lowering herself so lesser beings can interrupt her life. Accident or not, they should disappear. Her energy erupts and starts tearing everything apart. From below, Heimer comments that this aura is terrifying. Boss doesn't get it, so Heimer explains that 500 years ago, when the queen attacked a human city at full power, half of it vanished in an instant. Elsewhere below, Blue says the whole area is being swallowed like it's sinking into the sea. The space itself is shrinking toward nothing. Others want to help, but they're warned to stay back. This is beyond them, and no one knows why her aura is expanding so wildly. 1,000 meters underground, Malfoy rejoices, saying this is the aura he missed. Endless pressure, completely intoxicating. He never forgot the rage she showed when he brought her to his father's underground lab, and she learned that half the city's people were just magic-powered corpses used for experiments. She burned his soul for that, and to him it was beautiful. Elizabeth said ending such miserable lives was mercy. That was the day she destroyed half the city, and Malfoy swore to become her dog. She tortured him, crushed him, and whipped him with her tail, but that lunatic seemed to enjoy it. To him, love was craving a reward while standing one step from being utterly destroyed, and he adored that line between life and death. Now he's nearly dying, shaking as he says she's too far for him to reach, yet still too overwhelming to bear. Suddenly, he strikes the throne and declares that he can't endure it anymore. A fusion starts, and he rises from the throne, saying once he wipes out the weak around her and returns to being the dog beneath her foot, the world will be perfect. Then she'll belong only to him again. Above, Elizabeth says no one needs to fear. She'll destroy everyone here, then rebuild them afterward. Li Ping keeps trying to calm her down, thinking he does understand her. They keep getting interrupted, and finding one romantic moment here feels impossible. Then, someone begs the queen for mercy. It's Bose. He says they were fools, takes full blame, and asks Her Majesty to spare them. He kneels over the cards and offers his life if she'll forgive Elizabeth. The queen coldly asks if he wants to vanish too. With a wave of her hand she says fine, they can all disappear together. Bose tries to block it with the cards, but not even Li Ping's cards can withstand this. He apologizes to the protagonist, saying a father can do no more. MC tells him it doesn't have to end this way, while thinking he forgot for a moment who she really is, the Demon Queen. He searches for some way to calm her before she completely loses control, but Elizabeth warns him not to stop her. This time, violence is the best answer. He leaps forward and pulls her into a tight hug, telling her to calm down and breathe. Even if she destroys them and rebuilds them, those restored souls won't be the same. Just like she is irreplaceable to him, one of a kind, always. That seems to short-circuit something in the queen. She realizes he's right. She may be able to arrange life down to tiny details, but one small change can alter a whole person. Li Ping doesn't treat her like some perfect creation. He stays by her side with all her flaws. Souls are unique, and if they could just be mass-produced, what would her own existence even mean? When it comes to understanding life, she knows she's far below him. She may have reached a high rank, but she still has no idea how to go beyond it. She starts to wonder if this whole hot springs trip was meant to keep putting them in moments where something almost happens. But then someone cuts in, and that only makes her more upset, especially when she still has so much to learn before she can fully awaken. He kept stirring up her feelings, only to crush them every single time. That pressure drove all the darkness out of her. She remembers him saying he wanted to stay by her side, just not that way. Now she thinks it was because she still hadn't reached a high enough rank. Once again, she got everything wrong and embarrassed herself. All along, he was just being patient and using what he knew to help her grow. Then she breaks through again, rising past Saint rank and entering Creator rank. She says she understands and releases Boss and the girls, then rebuilds the whole place. Anne asks what just happened. At the same time, Heimberdinger begs the queen to calm down. Annie still asks if something was wrong. Li Ping says it was nothing serious, just a misunderstanding. In his head, he's relieved that Elizabeth is easy to calm. When he's honest with her, she usually lets things go. Elizabeth is so drained he looks ready to pass out. Kiki has no idea what happened, but she's sure he saved the world again. Boss bows and says he won't get in their way anymore. He's leaving, but the protagonist stops him, asking if he's really leaving after all this. Everyone had assumed death was the punishment she meant. Now that they're still alive, there must be some other price to pay. With Elizabeth calm now, she asks what he's getting at. Eyes closed, Li Ping says he realized something important. Right away, everyone drops to the ground and begs him to say it. He tells them to look at themselves. Kiki, still confused, checks herself too. The protagonist says they're always waiting for him, the so-called hero, to clean up their messes. And honestly, the way they act can be pathetic. Then he asks if they still haven't noticed that every time they talk, they're all just waiting for a like on this video. That helps this YouTube channel keep making more content. Hit the little bell too, and that's it.